1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
here
Then
we
we
go.
start talking at 3. Hello. Happy
Hello.
Inauguration Day. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. America is free again Day. Sort of being funny.
And reasonably free.
Free star with advertisements. America will be right back to you after these commercial messages. We're going to be as goofy as we can be about it all. Don't take it too serious. I have a notification. What saith bell thingy? I don't know. Somehow it seems slower on the wire than wireless. This computer o' mine.
Yeah. Well, what kind of
Oh,
question? What kind of Ethernet cord are you using?
Cat 6E blah blah blah.
So it's a
Capable
Cat
of
5.
10
A Cat 6.
gigabits.
Is it a Cat 6 or a Cat 5?
It's Cat 6. E.
The only,
Letter E. You always got to remember the E, even though they all have it.
well, the only thing I can say is check out your the speed of the wire of the Cat 6. I don't remember what it is because I'm all the way up to Cat 8. And I know it's my internet slow.
It could just be the
Because I can,
router, or it could just be me. Or maybe it's my
it could,
computer. I don't know. Just for horses, number 1. That's Elizabeth. Said on maybe yesterday's video. Show number 42. Yep, yesterday's. We were given a SWAT failed dog by a friend. His name was Prince. I remember the dog. He had given Patton to someone else, but that person was, the first one. We had 2. But that person was not able, due to travel, hospital time, Vietnam injuries, to keep the dog, so asked if I would take it. I needed a
yeah.
watch the kids guard dog, a professionally trained. The dog was still a little bit puppy, but trained fully. He was the greatest dog for those children. He understood his job to keep the children safe. Not one person ever allowed to touch them. He learned to let Annie's and Mom hug them. Very good. I'm supposed to reply to it. Otherwise, the YouTube will bug me and say, you haven't replied to these comments. So let's put a less than 3 heart in there. Reply. I know, I'm supposed to click the emojis and stop being old-fashioned. I'm old-fashioned. I'm old. Cool like that. Go away, bell thingies. Alright, we took care of bell thingies on the home screen. And I'm not keeping a log. So we'll
You're not
say
keeping. Oh, no.
03, 27. No, I didn't that far. Done with notification. On to YouTube.
So if you don't respond to people that make comments to you,
It
it bugs
nags
you
me.
about it?
Yep.
Okay. Something to know.
There's a better picture of that hat. Oh, that reminds me. Go to Clicky, view your channel. It is better with her standing all the way up. The thumbnail.
Yeah.
But that is a better close-up picture. Nobody got any really good. There is one, I saw it because I tried to screen grab it, where she kind of stepped out in the aisleway for just a second.
Yeah.
Where I thought, that's the one. Where in the
Well, I
world
like.
are you, Melania San Diego?
Well, she's being serious in most of them until after he's sworn in and they give each other a kiss. And then she has a smile on her face. Other than that, all of them she's looking serious.
Well, it's a serious mess. Baron looked kind of serious too. Maybe
Yeah.
there was security risks because I gasped when they were outside and they were allowing those far away, super big as a house lens, far away
Yeah.
photographers all had their flashes flashing. I was like, oh man, I'd have warned them in writing up front. If that thing blinks from way over there, you're gonna get shot right through your camera, idiot.
I'm guessing there was one picture of Donald Trump Jr., and I'm guessing the young man that was behind him is his son. Oh, he did not look happy to be there.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of jumping in ahead, but it's what we're going to talk about today, I guess. It's the news of the day. Yay, he
Well,
made it. Nothing untoward happened. Both ways. He made it out of Washington, being he Joe, and
yeah.
we have a
Well,
the pre,
I
the
wouldn't
pre,
mind talking about
a president went live today, just a little after noon.
yeah. I would not mind also talking about what day we celebrate today.
Oh yeah, we can talk about
You
that too. I looked up a page that had
well,
25 quotes of Martin Luther King. We
well,
might look it back up again later.
his most famous speech, "I Have a Dream," but all of his speeches, it's like the lefties have lost the message,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
the conservative, or those that are middle of the road to leaning towards conservative, are the ones that remember the message and try and recreate it. I have a dream, you know? Not the color of their skin, but the content of their character.
And that's what
Whereas
I that's why I use that. All great minds think alike, George. That's
yeah,
why I use
I mean,
that, the content of their characters, S in parentheses as the title.
but I'm just saying, look at the past 8 years. It's all about the outward appearance, not what they are like as individuals, which is the content of their character. And it's just, I guess I'm dumb because I don't get it.
Don't say things like that. I know you're being smarmy and sarcastic, and we have to. It's just because we're stupid. Okay, you're right.
And it's
Except that, and I got notes. Let's stay on Martin Luther King a minute and things on the face. But what you guess you're lesser than for why? What was your thought that you feel we must qualify our statements?
well, okay. Look at Black Lives Matter. It's black versus white, and they ignore the other shades of skin tone. Again, it's about the color of their skin, not the content of their character. DEI Harry, uh, DEI hires. It's about their outward appearance, not what they are capable of doing, not what they're qualified to do. Uh, the same thing with college entrance. The ones that have the hardest time using their hard work to work for them right now are your Asian, that they work hard. They work extra hard to get into those colleges to get those degrees. The whites work, the blacks work, but yet you need people that work hard for it, not people that just, oh, you fit this category, so you get a free pass. And they can't make it. They fail out. So that's a waste. That's a waste of money, resources, and now you've put another chip on their shoulder. They're going to blame everybody but the fact that they weren't ready for it, because not everybody's ready for college right out of high school. That's one reason I think we should have a national service to, so that from 18 to 20, 20, you have some growing up period. And when I mean national service, I don't mean military. I mean national service. You could do everything from reading to the elderly in nursing homes, digging a ditch for drainage and help clean riverways so we don't have drastic flooding, cleaning up storm areas, helping clean up the Indian reservations. And no, I don't exempt the Indian nation from this national service because they are U.S. Americans. They are
Citizens by
citizens
birth.
of this country and have all the rights and privileges thereof. So, and it would also, if you're having to dig a ditch for somebody, or in the lack for another word, being a foxhole with someone, you're not going to give a rat's butt what their sexual preference is or their color of their skin or what they identify as long as they identify as the person covering your back and they're willing to do it. It would allow people, because I'll be honest, when I first went to college, I was not ready, and I practically flunked out almost because my mind was elsewhere, such as young ladies. Um, what am I going to do on the weekend? No, I don't want to. I want to go party. I don't, or go play a game. I don't want to do homework. I had enough of that for 12 years. Just like I think they should shorten up the school system. We don't need 12 grades. Why don't we go back to the way it was, which was 10 grade? Once you pass 10th grade, if you had the credits and you could pass the test, you could get a high school diploma. That's where we had people that were 16 joining the military, going to work because they had already completed high school. And those that were considered dropouts generally dropped out at 8th grade. But I know a lot of 8th graders from that generation that are smarter than most of these college professors. Hell, some of them are retired college professors. And okay, and if they do 2 years of this national service, you've earned 2 years of college. We got something out of it. Now you get something out. You know, they get a paycheck as well, like we would pay our privates. You know,
I'm
in
calling
the
it GI
military.
Bill in the log.
Yeah, you can call it GI Bill,
Let's make
government service.
basically
That's
what
what
you're
it is.
saying is making GI Bill uh equal
Universal
to years
of
of
service.
service equals years of college paid for, right?
Yeah, right. You want 4 years of college? Okay, that's 4 years of service. You could do
Elizabeth
2.
said, my thought on Native Americans, all 974 plus treaty nations. A carjacker jumps out of the bushes and pleads, we need help. You help. They bring out guns and steal your car, toss you out in the mud. We got to get you on
Now,
the Discord, Elizabeth. Tell that no good roommate of yours to go get your little fob device. Get that headset working, the kitty cat pinky thing. Use your registration to find your home. The keys are in the vehicle. They jack. They take your things, come back and splash mud on you. Still trying to get up out of the mud they threw you in. I'm thinking it's gonna say. I don't. My mind races, and so I think to myself, I'll just be quiet
yeah.
because I would utterly have to make qualification statements and everything else. But
Oh,
hey, we're gonna. I'm kind of silly joking. Give the guy time, he's only been sworn in for 45 minutes. He's gonna fix all that.
well, I hope he did fix a lot, most of it anyhow. Um,
He didn't fix it last time. I'm just setting
yeah,
my expectations in reality. I
yeah,
don't
he did
I don't
say
think he's gonna wreck it, and he ain't gonna fix it. It's
Well,
above the president's power. We have to get. I,
he did fix some things, or helped fix some things by putting something before Congress, having them write a bill, and it got to him. He signed it, and he can do so much. He can do so much with an executive order. I mean, he can reduce the size of the ATF, and he can also recommend to Congress to write a bill that would merge all the federal law enforcement agency into one agency.
I'm not change adverse at all.
Hell, he might even be able to do that with an executive order. You know, all right,
No,
FBI. I don't. I said he may be able to. You know, FBI, DEA, ATF. You're all one thing now. You're with the U.S. Marshals under the Justice Department.
he has to get Congress, which they have a majority in both halves of the Congress now. It could get done.
And they're and there's a good chunk of your savings right there.
I'm just going to type
And
it
it
in the chat. Elizabeth said, I cannot seem to get that person to get me to the store so I can buy food. I said, I'm writing in the chat, LOE, LOL, even though Uncle, let me put the Uncle H would say, it ain't effing funny. Now, my uncle, I think I can say Homs here. It's all right. My Uncle Homs, whenever, even if he laughed at it, something that, even if it was like gallows humor,
yeah,
it's okay for him to laugh at it, but he would sure get serious in a minute. And he's a giant of a guy, like 6'3", 300 pounds, and most of it muscly. At least it was back
yeah.
then. And when you're a 4 foot tall kid, that 6'3" or 4 guy with the giant in every way, when he leans up close to you and tells you it ain't effing funny, you stop laughing. Hmm?
Yeah.
It's just one of his
But
sayings.
then again, I've met some of the toughest people on the planet. I'm gonna be honest with you. And when I thought they were wrong, I stood my ground. All I did was get their respect. Didn't get a pounding, didn't, but they got my respect because I was standing up for what I believed in. Or
Oh, I stood up to another Uncle Giant when he was turning his 3-year-old in a rather all right, we're gonna have to switch to the fictional world. Warning,
yeah,
warning, warning. More warnings. I put a warning in the log on the screen that those
yeah.
topics being discussed. Because they happen. Everybody else is averse to violence. I guess run away and say, "Wee."
I'm gonna go play with my Wii.
Yeah. When I was not very old or very big and an adult, I being the fictional, writing in my, there I was sitting in my detective's private investigator's office, and in she walked, dressed exactly like Melania Trump was today, and she crossed them gams, and she pulled out a white long cylindrical object and said, "Mister, you got a light?" And I said, "Hang on a second, I hear a noise in the other room." So I went to the other room in my space Dick Tracy story now. And in the other room, there was a guy holding a 3-year-old up by his neck and beating the living life out of this child. And something like lightning struck upon me, and I said, "Stop that, SHI, right now." So he did. And he said, "Or what?" I said, "Or you'll go to sleep tonight and you won't wake up." And then he said, well, I have to hit someone. If I don't hit him, I'm going to hit you. What do you think of that? I said, go ahead. You better kill me. And so, the fictional, of course, you wouldn't say, well, how old was the fictional? Well, the way it played out in my fiction, about 6.
Mm. Well,
Oh, I
the one I
mean,
was,
no one would believe that. So you got to say, well, 17 years old. Elizabeth said in the chat. Hours they had a webinar, talk with Trump. 3 weeks later, we had money in our account since T had made sure not one penny went to lawyers, chairpersons, and outsiders, and it was accounted for every month. I do have food. I have 2 freezers and 2 cabinets of food, but sometimes I just want. Yeah, I know. That's why I said we're laughing, but we're not laughing. Are the needs met? Yes. Do we have everything we could possibly want in life? No. It wouldn't be a thing if we were all super rich
or if
and we
we're
could
going to
just call the delivery drivers and pay them their fair due and a nice tip, right?
do, yeah. The one incident I was thinking of is there was this, I'm going to call him Cody, captain, U.S. Special Forces, old school, because this was in the 70s, Vietnam vet. He made a snide comment to Frederick, who was 10, about his mother, and the fact he was overweight. And Frederick told Cody that he needs to shut up about his mother. You might be able to kill me, but you'll know you've been in a fight. And when it comes to my weight, that's my business. And I'll give up my Mountain Dew when you give up your beer. And Cody just shut his mouth and goes for a few minutes and went, and you're right, you're right. And they've been very close now for nearly 49 years, to the point when Frederick's father couldn't be around, Cody was there for various functions, sort of like an adopted father. And when Frederick's father died, Cody stepped in, and Ben was the bigger man. You know what?
Elizabeth said, and again, she's playing her role in the fiction romance,
Yes.
or Dick Tracy. She's going to help us write. She's going to write all the whammon parts about objectifying men and until we can get others, your wife, my wife. All the women have to write the women parts because we're DEI like that. Because I can't really empathize with, I don't understand. I think it might have been around 6, but he knew better than to hit one of my sons. He truly would have never wake up from his next sleep. EL and I talked to him. He started crying and ran away. That's Aunt Eva, Aunt L. We're not going to say her name. Eva don't care. She's ripping. She's resting in peace. And he ran away.
Well,
He agreed to never hit or yell at his son again. Bring him to us and deal like a man. And he never did. Not an 8. He did,
well,
even when UCLA called to ask why is your son so materialistic and refuses to fill out his pro bono work essay. Yeah.
the funny thing about Frederick and his brother Heinrich, uh, their mother, after her divorce, attempted to date a few times, but they were the biggest blockers to the date, to the point Frederick and his mother was at a camping event party in Hope Valley, North Carolina. and this guy who had a air mattress deflated his mattress so he could climb on to Frederick's mother's foam rubber mattress. And as soon as he started to, Frederick, who was sleeping on the couch above her head, looked at him and growled like a bear. And the guy went, "Oops, let me see if I can't blow my mattress up." Frederick was about between 9 and 10 at the.
Back in the good old days.
Well, I mean,
Well, should we jump into the list or just keep rambling?
whatever you wish. It's your show.
Welcome to the show. America will be right back after these commercial messages. Go buy stuff, consume. We are free again, free at last.
Thank God we're free at last.
Uh,
Well, we covered the first two,
not really.
sort of. Well, I said sort of.
Yeah, there's.
We did say welcome back,
Yeah,
POTUS.
well, we can discuss that a little more.
Okay.
Maybe the rest of the world won't understand. Maybe they do. Maybe some others. I saw a headline, which I was like, oh, but I'd already taken like 40 screenshots today.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a text from Elizabeth. She said, I will keep trying. Our satellites just went out in huge windstorm. Huh, that's not good. Winds
No.
somewhere where winds are not being helpful to a certain problem, not doxing somebody on our streamery. Well, I hate
Yeah. I
that,
love.
but I
I
guess,
love. I love how they call them hurricane force winds. It's obvious those reporters have never been in a hurricane.
well, what's the bottom level hurricane? 75?
Uh, no, that's a tropical. That's at the
What
edge of
is
tropical
the
storm and
wind
hurricane.
speed of a Cat 1 hurricane? 74 to 95.
Okay, so it's in that
They haven't
category.
had any since the first 3 days. They haven't had any of that.
But those of us that have to live through these hurricanes, we really don't consider it a bad storm until you're hitting a Cat 3 or Cat 4.
Yeah, the winds are not the problem, but okay, well, you can have your word. I
Yeah, we'll let them
guess
have.
California. If we can have ours back, you can have that one. You're supposed to say California. Tropical storm force winds, not hurricane winds. Hello.
Or clarify it about a Cat 1 hurricane.
Well, they're talking, 40 to 50 maybe sustained in the
Oh,
last
that's barely a.
bad
That's
one.
even bare. Yeah,
That's
that's barely
barely
a tropical
tropical
storm.
storm. That's tropical depression winds.
Yeah, which our coastline lives has a regular basis. That's the reason it's so fun to go fly kites on the coast.
And besides, never mind all that. Get a category scale for your damn Santa Ana winds. I'm from there, I can say it that way. Because people who just live in hurricanes for a couple of months, maybe potentially every other year, don't understand that this is year round, all the time. When the wind comes at 50 miles an hour, it's very serious. And it happens a lot in the valley that is Los Angeles.
Well, then again, you also have to look at how California's landscape and terrain is. It goes from ocean, flat, desert, so you got some heat from the mountains. So it kind of as the wind comes off the ocean, it goes down the valley, up the mountains, and and makes like a cyclone in a circle where it speeds up. I mean, I know places in North Carolina that maintain those winds all the time too, but they're mostly up in the mountains or out at, or off the coast, right there on the outer bank. That's because winds, and earth movement, is what's caused waves. But I've also seen the ocean at a dead calm, where nothing was moving and everything felt hot.
That, force, winds.
Can you imagine how hot LA would get if all of a sudden they had no wind
Yes,
whatsoever?
I used to live there.
That's
It happens as often as it's a desert.
Yeah, but a desert with no winds hotter because there's nothing to it feels hotter because when you're sweating, there's nothing to evaporate the sweat off.
And then Elizabeth said, "Oh, it's the power. Just have to wait and hope it is not power outage due to the red. That's a different color conditions, like we used to have warnings in America.
Yeah.
Red fire conditions. The phone is on battery and has its own Wi-Fi. Very good. R something. Oh wait, she's been typing back in the chat. Welcome back, Liz. Welcome back. We were about to get into welcome not back, number 47.
Well,
Our Oh no, she didn't say
well,
anything. That was already there.
we can determine how well he does on his last day. That's the only time you can really tell how well a president's doing.
It's, I guess, in total understanding of the 99% of our country, and I may be speaking for too many percents, because I'm utterly apathetic and jaded, and I don't believe in that garbage at all. I believe there are more dash R's up there in the other half of government, or the other third, that smile to his face and are working absolutely 100% against him.
Yeah, they're smiling in his face as the knife is going in his back.
Yeah, and they're too chicken poop, to get close enough to do it themselves. They've
Yep.
they've convinced some other, and I guess if I'm being derogatory, I don't care.
Well,
None of
it's
you
just
care, because everybody that believes in this system religiously, when I say I don't vote, I don't care. I don't lend the lesser of two evils my voice.
it's just
They all
like the
say, well, then you don't get a voice. You didn't vote. So if I lied to you and told you I voted for your guy, then you'd be okay. I'm on your team. That just shows how stupid you are.
yeah.
And antisocial I am. I'm happy with it.
It's just I'm talking about the people that will smile at him somewhat, or Rosie uh couldn't got frustrated because no one was listening to what she said about him. So what did she do? She attacked his 10-year-old son.
No women, no children. They're
And
off
as
limits.
Melania's
I
Well, I
don't
like
talk
Melania's
crap
response
about,
to what Rosie said. You
yeah,
can
I don't,
attack me, but leave my son alone.
absolutely. Especially Melania. That's a communist Soviet era upbringing person Melania is. Under that outside, judging people by their
Uh-huh.
outside. Under that beautiful, tall model skin that you take no thought about
Yeah, I think she has a
is
person.
somebody who survived the fall of the Czech bloc stuff and the Soviet bloc stuff and all that, and made herself successful enough that she caught the eye of the most powerful man in the world.
She's
She ain't
she also
nothing.
kind of reminds me. I'm willing to bet she's the type of first person that if you attack her family, she'd be more than willing to shoot you in the face and smile at the same time as she's looking you in the eyes.
I don't know. She might have grown up hard. She might not bother with the G word because she's, yeah, fictionally in our fictional space opera, the Melania San Diego character. Go look at the thumbnail for today. Would absolutely barehand you. Why?
Oh,
Because it's slow. It's
the only
usually
ro-
on
ro-
auto
the only thing
sign in on the
Rosie
computer. I have no idea where my password is. Computer will not tell me unless modem is working, which takes electricity. Yeah, sorry. Getting the PMs from Elizabeth, who is still unable to chat. Oh,
uh
who are we talking about? We better bring the receipts. Rosie O'Donnell, right?
I okay.
Rosie O'Donnell comments about Barron. Why would I think this is possibly true? Number one, Google auto completes it for me.
It was back when he was running the first it was about the inauguration. She said he looked dopey and asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was only about 10 time. And she made the comment, he must be retarded or something equivalent.
According to IMDb's news, and it doesn't have a date stamp on it, Rosie O'Donnell berated for asking, is Barron Trump? And what they said, now they
They
didn't
say
write
opposite.
quotes around it. Rosie O'Donnell was under fire for sharing a video linking Donald Trump's 10-year-old son Barron to Spectrum, whatever we're allowed to call it these days. I hear that we're allowed to have our old-fashioned word back, but I'm not sure about it, so I'm going to say neurologically divergent or neurological diverse. I said all the things. George said it the other way. He's allowed. It's not his
Well,
platform, it's
that
mine.
was quoted.
Sub platform.
She used the R word. She said retarded.
I don't think so. Everything I'm finding says AU.
Well, I'll use a liberal expression. Well, that's not the way I remember.
Well, that's why I said we're bringing the receipts in there. So, well, okay, then I'll try to remember it that way from now on. Yeah, you don't bother
Either
saying it. Yes, we will try to do better.
either way, it was unfounded, uncalled for, and malicious.
Man, even the super lefts are like, hey, lady, you're not helping our cause. They're really down on her about it. The super lefts.
Just like that other
Here's
comedian.
Yahoo. Man, do you know how much your bias shows, Yahoo? I don't think you do, because I keep mentioning it. But because they are super biased the other way. I don't know what they call this, splainers. Like if guys do this to women, they call it mansplaining. According to The Wrap, on November 27, 2016, I'm only doing this because number one, I'm a glut for punishment, and two, trying to show that what I think is extremely generous. Rosie O'Donnell wrote a candid message to fans on her website Saturday explaining that the reason she questioned if Barron Trump has the A word, neurologics, is because her daughter was recently diagnosed with the condition and she recognizes the symptoms. What? Here's how
But
it
we're
went
talking
down, and this is in quotes. O'Donnell began, quote, my 3.5-year-old daughter, Dakota, was diagnosed in September with HFA, high functioning, can't say it. Oh, how dare you, doctors? Oh, I guess we didn't lose that word. Oh, yes, we had. We weren't allowed to call it that anymore. It was spectrum. On the spectrum, or spectrum. You weren't allowed to say that in 2016. I have been immersed in that world reality since learning, dash, reading, dash, asking questions. Did she say those long hyphens out loud?
no,
When people quote these, see how it's happening. This is happening. Asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
no.
Is that
She said
is
he
is
must
that
be.
kid
She put it as that he must be because he was dopey and leaning against his mama and not standing up and kind of wiggling. And what she saw was a 10-year-old who'd been up all day, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning when his father when the party brings his mother and father does his father saying you are our nominee, and they bring on his Donald's wife and younger son. His older children, they were perfectly fine, but they're adult. 10 year, unless you're a night owl and you've had a nap, you're not going to be functioning at 2 o'clock in the morning.
no,
At 10.
no. So anyway, she's just been immersed in asking questions. It's
Uh-huh.
all the tism word we're not supposed to say. All the time for newly diagnosed. As we try to grab on to anything to keep us standing in knowledge we are. Why did they do it like this? Did they use old fashioned? Oh no, they're quoting her what she typed on something on her website. Oh, so she did write it like this with the long dashes. We, letter R. We are not alone. There are, small letter R, others living this too. O'Donnell goes on to write. I still don't trust Yahoo. I just don't. I don't know that this is written in this exact order. Sorry, folks, not sorry. Why do I think that way? Because well more than 98% of the media that I consume from no matter what source takes bits and pieces and quotes, including the Supreme Court of the United States of America, and combines them in an unnatural, not true way. But this is a word subject. It had nothing to do with Donald. No, because you said it about his son. No women,
Yep.
no children, you cockroach. Though I admit he does activate me. That was a fair word back then, the GGER word. In all ways, I have no ill will for his children or any children. And if you, smaller you, knew anything about me, you, smaller you, would know that. This is such equivocation.
Well, let's put it this
The
way.
comedian came under fire for sharing a video linking Donald Trump's 10-year-old son Barron to tisms. Quote, Barron Trump tistic? Question mark. She tweeted earlier this week. If so, hyphen, what an amazing opportunity to bring attention to the all caps word. I'm not saying it again. Epidemic. Sick. What? Did she write sick herself? Meaning
No,
she meant to misspell something? Is epidemic misspelled?
she meant it as an attack because she has a running feud with Donald.
Oh, everybody knows about that.
But
And then the
she took,
video has been viewed more than 2.5 million times on YouTube since being uploaded on November 11th. Donald Trump's youngest son, Barron Trump, might be a word, and it's time for people to stop bullying him for his strange behavior. Let's follow Melania Trump and hashtag stop the bullying, the video description reads. What the F,
Well,
man? What in the F? See,
I'll put it this way.
because I don't keep up with drama, I don't care. I never heard about it. And here's another thing,
I just remember when it happened.
because I'm me, hell, I don't blame you. This is big. It is big to me. Hey, no women, no children. Donald Trump held himself out, especially, Trump Jr. and Eric are easy to poke fun at, I guess. A lot of people do. Because, well, they're the son of Donald Trump. We can say what we want. They had no role in government. If you want to talk crap about only
Donald, go
during the
ahead.
years that they got paid for by us, Ivanka and Jared, say what you want. But don't you dare say anything about their children, Jared's dad, all the rest of that. And you got no reason and you have no right to talk
Well,
ugly about Barron, Melania, or Trump Jr. I mean, if you
well,
want to go watch Trump Jr.'s live streaming and say this dude's an imbecile, well, he held himself out into the public eye. I guess that's fair. But the
yeah,
rest of it, and he's a grown
because
ass man.
he wasn't doing that at 10 years old. Brian Barron was not doing his YouTube videos and Twitch videos or whatever he does at 10. He started that while he was in high school. He's close to a man at that point at 16, 7.
I
But
don't care. He's
she is
still a
such a
minor. You can shut the
she
F
is
up.
I know. She is just such a lovely person
We went down
that
that road.
her Rosie's son, knowing that she's anti-military, promptly went and enrolled into Citadel in South Carolina, which is a military school, and joined the army. And the daughter she claims that is autistic has also done an expose on Mother Dearest. And yes, I said it the way I meant it. Exposing that Rosie's children for her are like accessories. Long as they're small, and are cute, she keeps them around her. Other than that, they get taken care of by a nanny and only drug out for photo ops, just about. That's that's paraphrasing what came out of her daughter's interview and write up after her son went to Citadel and is now a ring tapper. And for those that know, ring tapper is any military officer who's gone to one of the academies or military colleges, such as VMI, Virginia Military Institute, West Point, and there's another one I can't remember the name of. Sorry, people. It's traditionally a black officers candidate school.
Was it 2016 or 15? The Rosie
I
O'Donnell
think
garbage.
I think it was because he was inaugurated in
It must have been 16.
16, because it was that summer.
No, it was in November.
Oh, okay, November.
Did she
That
say
was
it when he was made
no,
the
it wasn't November.
Republican candidate or when he won the election?
When he was elected to be the candidate, not when he won the election.
Oh. And I
That's the reason I said it
I
was
was
that
only
summer.
half listening and updating all the notes and making everything because I really don't care. Did Barron Trump come out and say, "Hey guys, I'm fair game because my dad ran for president again"? I don't see that in writing somewhere, so I don't want to talk about him. I don't care where he's going to school.
I don't know where he's going. I was talking about her son.
Oh, Rosie
She lives in
O'Donnell's.
Yes, she
If
would.
she told about
Uh,
it, then it's fair to discuss.
No, he discussed it. He's the one that brought it up. He says, he's the one that went all the way across the country. He could have gone. I think there's a California military college. I don't remember, but he went to Citadel, which is a traditional Southern military college. The only other one I know of that still exists is VMI, the Virginia Military Institute. I mean, that's what he did, and his sister went, "Bully for you." Well, I'm just putting my own bully. Praised him, and then proceeded to badmouth or tell the truth, however you want to look at it, about Rosie as a mother. People forget children need more than just a roof over their head and mouth and food on their mouth and clothes on their back. They also need love. If you can't give that, don't adopt. She has just
Very-
proven herself to be a very meanful, spiteful person.
Oh yeah, she had long before that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just like when she invited Tom Selleck on her show that she had at the time, talk about a movie he was doing, and then started hitting him up with stuff about the NRA, and he basically hold on.
Her tweet was in November of 2016 after Trump won the presidential election against Clinton. Man, that's low. Hey, all of you. No women, no children. And I mean, meaning, I don't want to hear anybody else, especially because I don't care what anybody else says. With a decent amount of dignity, poise, and class, Kamala Harris lost the election, conceded, and never did her husband come out and say, well, talk junk about me. I'm the vice president's husband or the candidate's husband. No spouses, no children, no others, I mean significant others. No, if they don't accept a government paycheck, you may not address them. That's just me. That's how I roll. The only one who's going to lose their credibility about it is you, who can't stop gossiping and name calling and blah blah blah. I'll giggle. I'll frown. I'll look as serious. I'll try to. She has a very serious face. My wife was, her note was, wow, Melania looked very serious. GH on the BRB. Me discussing Melania looking good. I mean, oh, well, that's the president's wife. Shush. She identifies as his wife. Melania looking serious, according to my Mrs. But I had to ask my wife, is it okay if I say, Melania is not hard to look at? Oh, no, that's okay. You're allowed to say that. So I guess that's all I'm going to objectify. The great, who I have named today, see my thumbnail, Melania San Diego. There was something about the funeral outfit. See if we can find it. It was close, but no cigar. It's an old saying. Melania Trump, Carter, funeral. Show me the photos. I really like that outfit too. It's like a throwback to when Jimmy Carter was president. My wife called it some kind of pilgrim dress or something, or coat dress. I don't remember. Just the big giant thing reminded me. The big giant collars reminded me of the 60s and the 70s. And she looked serious there too. Maybe that's just her face. Maybe she has a serious looking face. And she's like, why did everybody always tell me I'm serious all the time? She's probably one of those people that there's a whole set of new social norms and rules about don't tell people to smile. You know what make you need to smile. Social norm. Telling people to smile. I'm sure we can find pictures of her. Stop telling women to smile. It's an angry thing. From the Huffington Post. Huff Post. I don't remember if they call it Huffington anymore.
I'm back.
Stop telling women to smile on Instagram. Don't tell women to smile. I'm sure Melania is like, don't make me put on my I don't care to you jacket.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my gosh.
the only reason I tell a woman or anybody to smile is because you do realize you're more attractive if you have a decent smile. Not a grimace, not a grin, but a nice smile.
Yeah, but George, you're supposed to learn. Hello.
I can't help it if I'm a hedonistic pig.
Well, make sure you tell them that up front. Hey, here, I'll make you smile. I'm,
Oh, I do that.
what
I
did we
do that
call
with my
them?
own wife.
What do we call them back in the day? Us.
Male
Male
chauvinist pig.
chauvinist pig. That's it. I'm a male chauvinist pig. It's how I identify me.
Well,
You can't
that's
fight
how
me now.
I hate to say it. That's how the women in my life raised me to be. Both grandmothers, my mother, my aunt, and then the men in my life were raised me the same way. Treat women with respect. You don't hit women unless it's in self-defense, and then you should be able to do it without hitting them. And oh, spanking's not hitting. You hold
Especially
doors
when it's
open
for
for them.
fun, when that's your thing. It's your
Uh,
thing. Do what you're gonna do.
you hold doors open. You pull chairs out. You push chairs in. You know, you let them choose first. You ask them their opinion, and you for gifts you get them what they want or what you think they need. It just they own the house, you just live there. You might buy it, but they own it. If that makes
Yeah.
any sense to anybody else.
Turn your frown upside down. Don't tell them to smile. Make them smile. There, I hear you, social norms.
Or
I hear you.
or look at them and go, things can't be that bad, can they?
You never know. They might be thinking about the long ago genocide of the starts with an A that nobody recognizes. Armenian? Is it that what it was? Armenian Geno. Yep. They have a whole museum for it. And everyone goes, do what? Yeah, it happened.
Well, she does
Well,
smile, and it's the very last picture that I saw that on the slideshow I was looking at. It says she's giving as they are giving each other a kiss on the face,
I'm sure if I
and
type Melania smile, it's going to show me plenty of images. There it is, all over the damn place.
she has a beautiful smile. I'll admit that.
I was
I don't
allowed,
think
well, you were away. I said on live, but I'll say it again. I asked permission just to say, is it okay if I say You know, she's not hard to look at. And my good wife said, "Yeah, you can say that, but nothing else."
Well, my wife has the rule: you can look, but you can't touch.
Oh,
Because
you be
I know there,
careful. Don't think
I know,
impure thoughts about.
I know there are guys out there prettier than I am,
He'll send the
and more
weaponized government after
muscular and
you.
in the. At
Oh
least
my gosh.
if I go to the government prison, I get, you know, 3 hots and a cot and medical care.
No, you don't. Those rights are for other people. You were born with so
Okay.
much privilege, sir.
And I don't mind admit I had it easier than others, but privilege is a strong word.
Well,
Well, because when I was born, l- at least for the first 5 to 6 years, and even some after that, I lived under a microscope because I was a minister's kid. And when I was born, ministers didn't get paid a lot of money.
yep, yep, yep. Well, I'm sure there
In fact,
exists plenty of photos, but of course she's been very popular for the last decade or so in
if
America.
you if you went to Fox, the very last slide I think it is where the picture I'm talking.
Well, I'm not worried about it. That
I was just,
I was looking for one. You know, it doesn't tell
I
me
mean,
how
look at that
many.
one in the middle. That's a happy face there.
Oh,
You already went scrolled past it right now.
yeah.
The
I'm
second page.
just try. I was trying to. You know, sometimes when you type Google stuff, it says so many millions of results in 0.99 seconds or something. It's not telling me any result. How many results are there for Melania smiling? Maybe it's something they've gotten rid of. There's plenty. I was looking for some. You know what? She was perfectly capable before she met him too.
Yeah,
Okay.
she has her own money. I mean, if you really want to talk about it.
She she overcame much. There. See? It's sort of serious, sort of smiling. So it's sort of like
Yeah.
Mona Lisa. Well, could just go replace the Mona Lisa with the Melania Lisa. I say make it so. I guess I should try to be fair and say, well, you know, Jill Biden something
Ooh,
or other. I have many personal biases. Someone else do Jill Biden on their channel.
yeah.
And no, I'm not
That's almost a
coveting
smirk. I
anybody's
hate to say it.
beef.
That looks almost like a smirk.
Yeah. She's probably thinking, yeah, hate on me. Say something about my son again. I'll smear a Joker smile on your face. Wink, wink, wink,
Well,
if you get what I'm meaning.
well, he jumped in with both feet. That's for sure. Going to work. Trump revoked security clearance of intel officers who backed Hunter's laptop lie. That's within his powers. You no longer have a clearance. That means you can't do this job. You're going to have to find new work, bud.
Yeah, I know. I got nothing to say about it. They should have really thought carefully before saying anything, signing their names to anything.
Yep. 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 I just,
And I can hear all of them screaming right now. So was that in a headline or something?
yeah, it's just a quick headline. I'm just, unless I'm super curious, that's all I read are the headlines. or if the headline doesn't make any sense, I figure out what they're talking.
I'm just gonna wrap it in quotes, or I'm just gonna say headline: Trump revokes security clearance. He's the president. He can to anybody he feels like it. And for all of you right now, anybody who ever comes across this and says, yeah, but don't yeah, but us. Number one. Number two, it's a
Another headline.
whataboutism to say he's got 34 felonies. If you have felonies, you can't get a security clearance. Security clearance is not a requirement to be the president. You are granted one automatically when the people have spoken. There. Don't twist laws and rules to run for your local congressman or your state mayor governor office
Well,
with the president of the United States of America. Get
well,
over
here's
it.
a question. Here's a question / statement. If the Bidens were so innocent, why did Biden, the president, pardon his siblings just minutes before leaving Oval Office?
Hang on.
If
We'll
they
get to
did
that
no
one
wrong,
too.
he has nothing to pardon them for.
We see what we want to see. No, the New York State felonies do not
No, never have.
disqualify any POTUS from a
But
security clearance.
it doesn't. Okay, I will make this statement. A felony does not secure anyone from a security clearance. The only time it's been known to prevent someone from getting a security clearance is when they lied about it and got caught in the lie. Because as security clearances have shown, if you lie about something you did or do or whatever, that means someone else can hold it over your head. If you're truthful about it, no one can hold it over your head and force you to uh, relinquish secrets. See, from World War II on to now, when you used to be convicted of a felony and the judge gave you a choice of jail or the military, or World War II where they emptied out prison to put people in the military,
If you
except for
saw
the
the
extreme.
email,
Pardon
yeah,
me.
go ahead.
I was going to say, except for the extreme or those that would not join the military. It's still voluntary, which they were in prison, but because you couldn't draft them while they were in the military, but you could give them the option. We will release you, and upon fulfillment of your military obligations in World War II, we will pardon you.
We'll put an X in that one. But if you look in the description or if you saw the email, George, Biden's last minute pardons is on the checklist for today. We just got to it.
Oh, okay.
Everything's
I thought
happening
it,
organically.
it's one of it was the last thing. Barden.
Yeah, and he did it after Trump was already sequestered and in security.
Yep.
The ones for the family. I didn't know when I wrote it in today's to-do list or checklist. I was talking
Uh-huh.
about the ones yesterday where he pardoned all the Congress people that were on the January 6th committee, Fauci, General Milley.
Okay. Here's my question: how can you pardon someone if they didn't break the law? That's not a pardon. A pardon is they broke the law and you put in there why you're pardoning. Pardon
And
them.
The Trump administration or the Congress or anybody else or a third party, an American citizenry or lawful resident alien, citizenship is not required, with enough money to pay lawyers could fight that all the way to the Supreme Court and finally have it decided. Do they have to be accused or anything else? And that's the point. It's just a me thing. Here's what you started
Here's
the
what it
other
says.
one. Like if they're not guilty of anything, why would Biden pardon them? Well, before
Yeah.
you run off doing your own special thinking, why don't you go read what he said? Because he wrote it in whatever they call it, a memo or a statement from President Biden at the White House. Because
Well, it has to be
he
typed up to
truly
be.
fears that based on his many, many, many verbal and written statements that Donald Trump is going to use the government to persecute these people.
Why not? That's what Biden did, but I think he's a bigger man than that,
Well,
or he'll be more subtle about it. But it's other headline is Trump asked about Biden's last minute pardon as he signs the first executive order. I'm going to go see what the first executive order. No, takes me to a video, and I don't feel like.
yeah, I don't. That all
I
could
was
have
hoping they
been.
would say what his first executive order was signed. It's a curiosity.
Yeah, and we got all afternoon and evening. I'm sure they're gonna start showing up at whitehouse.gov. As soon as the president signs it, they run down the hall and get it uploaded.
Okay, now
All executive orders.
here's a question, a weird headline. We're dealing with Trump's inauguration. Is what, and the headline is why Obama was forced to attend Trump's historical inauguration by himself.
We just
Uh,
discussed that yesterday about the dead deputy. Who the hell forced Obama to do anything? See how they're twisting that? Because Michelle already said she wasn't going.
well, then he did. I mean, he did. He could have did not gone, but that had made him look bad, not Trump. But he still could have. He didn't have to go. It's expected of him, but he didn't have to go.
I guess he was for him to be there. Doesn't he have to be invited by the incoming president, or maybe he gets
It's
invited by the outgoing president? I don't know.
No, it's expected that all former presidents, are invited to the new president's inauguration. That's where Clinton was there, and Bush and Obama, because those are the only ones left living.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
and
fine. He
Biden.
was invited. I'm sure Michelle was invited with him. What are they trying to say?
Yeah,
That Trump said Michelle
Hillary.
was not invited? Are they trying to
Hillary's right
twist
next
it
to
that
Bill.
way?
Hillary was right next to Bill.
Yes. Obama for to
It says
inaugurate.
the Obama's statement did not provide reasons as to why the former first lady was skipping the event. Michelle Obama also skipped the
Oh, that's from the Daily Wire. Never mind. That's Ben
for
Shapiro.
former President Jimmy Carter's funeral earlier this month. She could be under the weather and just doesn't want anybody to know that she's under the weather.
Oh, she said long
She could
ago
be
she's
just,
not going.
yeah. That's a good enough. Okay, you know,
Yeah, it's
you're
just
not going to be
Ben
that missed.
Shapiro and the Daily Wire is a bunch of, and they're flip
It,
floppers. You can go back 4 years ago and look at them talking absolute trash about the insurrectionist. Man,
well,
they were the far worse. The same ones that are at the Daily Wire were all about they better impeach Donald Trump and convict him for
well,
January
I will say
6th.
that about some of the Daily Wires, not all of them, because the comedian that has his own show, I'm trying to remember his name. Uh,
I hate that dude.
he does that mug club thing,
Yes, and
and I don't find him that funny, to be honest with you. But
I don't find him funny at all. I find him quite the annoying, and that's just My
But
good wife,
I
who's
do,
a better
I
person than me, really likes him, and every now and then she'll show me something and say, "Forget that
well,
it's
there's certain,
him, and listen to
okay,
this. You'll think it's funny." And she's right. He says some things I can laugh at.
yeah, and I do like he makes a statement and goes, "Change my mind," and carries on a real conversation with anybody that wants to come up to attempt to change his mind. I
Yeah,
like that.
that's an old meme.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, he does those interviews.
Hmm.
His standard show, it's like, okay, it's sometimes it's, "Let's keep beating this dead horse." Ben Shapiro is the same way. He would be a lot more likable if he'd slow down, uh, on his speech, but that's his speech pattern, that's on him. I agree with some things he says, and I disagree with other things he say. Their boss, what's his name? The person that actually owns the Daily, can't remember his name. Beck, I think it is. Is it
Respect.
Beck?
Who owns? I think they're all partners in it officially. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And I always, once upon a time, and I think you've been in classes where I said, Ben Shapiro is the first time I've ever seen the true life typewriter talking guy. Or for some
Yeah.
reason, they took typewriter out of our state's training and left in, oh, because it's police training, they can say the G word. Machine G word. If we just
And
had the
like I said,
dings, he would be a typewriter talker.
I can smile at some of the things he says, and he has the right to say them, but
Sure.
others I disagree with.
Once upon a time, including when he was ranting and raging about the Senate better damn well convict Donald Trump and impeach him for January 6th, even though I disagree with that. There's other things I think, yeah, they should have got that done about the false elector documents, not about the crap at the Capitol. But ever since he's become popular, I have stood there and said I make fun of the way he talks, and I cannot. It something in
A
me. I
great
can't
time.
listen to
It's
his podcasts and his speeches, Ben
oh, those
Shapiro,
are,
but I
yeah,
love to read the transcripts. That dude is so smart. And
yeah.
then I don't know what happened.
Well, there's
He
another
got
guy,
COVID brain. He got something happened to uh,
he might
Ben
have had a couple
Shapiro
of
where now he's just another Trump bootlicker. He's nuts.
well, there's another guy that does those he does like it's like reading the news or talking about it. I don't remember, he's bald, older man bald, but it's something about his voice. Cannot, whenever he does these reports on YouTube, I can't watch him because there's something about his voice that hits that nerve in the back of your head. And he goes, it's like, for some people, nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
So I don't listen to him.
Yeah, I've way back a long time ago. I can't think how far along. And I agree. He can say whatever he wants, but I will never. He dived himself into that well full of crap. I will
Well,
never
anybody that's not,
listen to anything Ben Shapiro has to say again. He threw all his credibility in the trash.
the way I
Especially
look
when
at
they
it,
sit there yakety yakking for 20 hours about, well, Kamala changed her position on this and that, and dude, gas and fracking. And wait, dude, well, the rest of the country was screaming, hang Mike Pence. You were screaming, hang Donald Trump, Ben
yeah.
Shapiro. And then, oh, damn, Trump's the candidate again. Love the dude. He never did any wrong.
If a president I didn't vote for does something right, I'll acknowledge it. Just like if a president I did vote for does something what I consider wrong, I will also point it out. Like I do not like GW's No Child Left Behind because the way it was written, it was, and the way it was implemented, It was leave all children.
Conceived by Ben Shapiro and Jeremy. It's not boring. It might be boring. I, I I apologize, Jeremy, whatever your last name is, Boreing. And no matter what I say about Ben Shapiro, I'm not gonna be disrespectful to your company. And you guys are famous. Give me a job.
Yeah.
I'll fix those daggone CCs so that we get a good transcript of what Ben Shapiro says for money. Because he's still smart, I guess, unless he's got a bump on his noggin or a tumor or something, an excuse for this craziness that happened to him. Conceived by Ben Shapiro and Jeremy, starts with a B, the Daily Wire was meant to be something unique in the right of center media landscape, a truly for profit business with an emphasis on distribution and marketing. Good job. In partnership with Kayla Robinson, the team launched the Daily Wire in 2015 with an initial investment 4.7 M's, that's millions, by Ferris Wilkes.
Well, the other person I was trying to say, Steve, because the channel that Steven Crowder's on YouTube is owned by Beck. Beck, he just spouts nothing but conspiracy sometimes. But if you throw, as you know, as someone used to tell me, you throw enough fecal matter at a target, you're bound to hit it once. You know?
Yeah, and when you get like I know who Crowder is, it's Louder with Crowder, right?
Yeah. And
A
can't
lot
watch
of
the
that
whole thing. I
stuff,
do a lot of skipping.
a lot of
I
that,
do a lot of skipping.
yeah, a lot of that stuff sitting around, sitting on the sites,
Yeah.
trying to stay awake. Uh,
Yeah.
Listen to the Latin, Hispanic, Mexican music that's very popular on our radios now, horrifying the new country, or the talk
Yeah.
radio people. Well, I'll listen to the UFO people before I'm gonna listen to
Well, just some of his jokes I don't find. Actually, a lot of his jokes I don't. I do find some when he's trying to have a candid point valid. A lot. Um, but but then again, where they do we're gonna watch this, and every time something like this happens, we're gonna take a drink. Okay, I don't respect you for doing that because that's stupid.
the
I
drinking
don't.
games.
I, yeah, I don't like drinking games, and I don't want to watch someone have a drinking game.
No, me neither. All right.
That's what I call it, stupid. Why I don't like drunks to start off with, just ask my brother. Why would I want to watch a drunk?
Yeah, exactly. Me too. 3:46 p.m. I gotta go pee. Eastern.
All right, put
Let's
bubbles
grab a
up.
little break. Slide that down. Find her and put her up. And there we go. Be right back. All right, I'm working the way back in. I realized looking at Be Right Back Girl, Skirty, that I probably should have wasted some time. Started a little later, I guess, because I was already late. And taking a big zoom of Melania in that fantastic outfit and used her picture. But then she's a model, just like a Marine. There's no such thing as former or ex. Once a model, always a model. For life.
Yeah, look at Kathy Grither. Griffith.
But I should have got a photo of model Melania and stuck. We'll be back on that. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't. So there. It would have been very fitting. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. Wow, wow.
Yeah, because I need to eat that salad before it turns. Your
Besides the fact that she probably has 1 million followers for reasons. One of the headlines at the YouTube is from Deep Focus Lens. Remembering David Lynch. And YouTube is telling me about this because we did our Remembering David Lynch stuff the other day. What do you suppose this YouTuber gets 37,000 views in two days? Besides hard work and short videos. Wouldn't have anything to do with what attracts eyes in the human species, could it? It's the perfect lighting in that person's videos. I know what it is. I gotta get better lights. Ha ha ha. I'm being a goof. Pacific Palisades firestorm 12 days ago. I don't need to know about 12 days ago. I don't see anything important about. There is a new Audit the Audit video. Cop gets sued after arresting man for drinking in his own apartment. Looks like he's out in the
well,
hallway to me.
he is in the hallway, but it's a secured out apartment building where you need a key to get in. One of the police off. Oh,
Oh, did you watch it already?
yeah, but we're losing signal. Or you are.
I'm not showing any drop packets
Well, I'm
or
seeing the
delayed
little
or.
circle. I'm seeing the little circly thing on on the YouTube.
Oh, well, it's not buffering at my end or whatever they call it. Having packet loss. Refresh the page. Yeah, the packet counter and the network monitor and the YouTube's all working on my end.
It must be my end because it's taking its own sweet time.
Yay! Yay! Internet's thanks. Technology.
Yeah. Okay. Now it pops back to being good. I'm on your main. Are you on your main page?
I was, yeah. I went and refreshed it. It says one watching, so we definitely lost Elizabeth. Oh, holy cow! I didn't even notice.
What?
Between last time, see, YouTube doesn't tell you. Thanks for refreshing the page. I don't remember when the last time my eyes really set upon it. Bling. And then you click the mark up. And then it pops behind Winders. Holy cow. We got 2 more subscribers.
Yee.
Save. Save. Yes. Close. We're doing good. In 10 years, we'll have enough to get monetized. And there won't be YouTube
No,
anymore.
we just need to do a few more of our specialty videos that are short. Like one I was thought we could do would be going through get a horse if we can find one, and go through all the tools that you use for grooming horses, the different brushes and what they're for and how you use that. I don't know what it is, but it looks like a round spring with teeth. I think it's for scraping mud off.
Oh, yeah. It's called a curry comb or a different type of. Yeah, it's just a comb.
Well, I'm just saying it. I just can describe it. The ones I've seen have a wooden handle and it's got this round spring-like thing with teeth.
Yeah.
And I'm having problems at my end with.
It's called a spiral galvanized spring curry comb. I got it coming up on the screen. Maybe.
Well, it'll take me a while to see it because I'm gotten a little circly thing.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. It might just be your YouTube. Let's see what happens if let me hang on. I'm trying to find it. Go to Discord, go to the text channel in Discord, and paste a link. I'm not trying to paste that super long, crazy link into
Okay, now I see it.
YouTube chat. Yeah, it's called a curry comb. It's to scrub their
Okay.
loose hair and dirts and soils and spread their oils around.
Like I said, I don't know horses.
Yep.
I used to barely know how to ride them.
Sit up there. Don't fall off. Curry combs. Mm-mm-mm.
I'm just saying those I think would be very watchable. Call it tender loving care of your horse, or the best ways to keep a healthy horse.
Sub skirt. Sub. Damn it, keyboard. The new one says it shipped. It's 387. Yay. Yay. And thank you. And now somebody's trying to call me. Sorry, can't answer you. I'm on the internet webs. It's amazing how when people get a holiday, even at a private company, they're not a government employee. They got a day off for Martin Luther King Day, not for Donald Trump Day. I mean, Inauguration Day. All of a sudden, they're calling you. Huh. You know where to find me? Yeah. Man, we do good. Like, look at the recent numbers. Yesterday, 60 views, 3 likes. Day before, or 2 days ago, whenever the other one before that was, 50 views. Probably some averaging. The view duration is less, but so what? Let me get a screenshot here. We know that. We know it's going to happen. People don't like the law.
Well, sometimes it's our subject matter that the reason we get the more views.
All good. And, somebody, even if they, like the one guy that the fact that he got to get in there and interact the other day and we didn't tell him, shut up, Cheddar, and all that other, yay, a visitor. Somebody ask us a question and we could have an answer. Having good interactions. It only takes a while before two tell two and they tell two friends and so on and so on. Yay.
Curious, our review of the North Carolina, the gun law one. How did that do?
Mm, go to your videos. Because of talking about it in other live streams and providing links back to it and putting links or sending out emails elsewhere.
Yeah,
Wow, we have more than one page of videos now. It's had 44 views.
well, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. In 2 months.
We might hit the right topic at the right length to boost us. Quite been known to happen.
It sure has. 23, 10, 32. Greta. We had 32 like today at thing. Everybody likes to click on Greta's face. I should just use her every time. We got to get some shorts up there. Get some shorts. Eat my shorts. I'm going to make me a short that says exactly that, and I'm not going to put the TikTok style.
Just like your Declaration of Independence video, I think we should do a couple of them like that with discussion, but for the Constitution.
It's all supposed to go in order. It's Elizabeth that laid that thing out. And I thought about trying to record the next section of the Declaration the other day, but then I was like, you know what? This was someone else's idea, and they said all this and that was going to happen, and just do that much, and they were going to we would do the reaction based on they were going to drive all these people to it and make them ask questions or type comments. So I still don't know where exactly we are going with that.
Well, I like the
I
fact that I listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I listened to 100% of what you when you were reading the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, I tried to read it without any inflections or intonations. I messed up on one word where I like duh duh kind of stuttered the D on the beginning, but not
That's
enough to care enough to record it over again or edit it. Not that big a deal. And damn, it took forever to go back in and fix the auto generated CC subtitles.
yeah.
Well, it's done. Yeah, I thought we were supposed to, or I don't know what's next. The to do list never got done. I sent several many emails and got very frustrated with not getting answers. Like, are we supposed to make our own react videos to this and then link them and I'll add them to the daggone playlist? And some crazy answer about this is a yes no question. Are we going to do like a group react thing? Or should we all be doing our own react videos and adding them all, or thoughts or commentary videos? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Say off on some other topic. Communication breakdown. I think that's the usual problem with America. So yeah, we I guess we're gonna come back to it someday. I really don't want to read it. I can't convince somebody else. Hey man, I'll make the PDF file.
I get-
I'll do this. I'll upload it to my channel. I don't care. Mm. But help out, read the thing. Nah. Okay. 42. Oh, oh. In the meantime, we talked about more ideas like horse videos to add content and improve all the YouTubes. Because eventually this ain't got to be all about my YouTube. Somebody might make a better, smarter other channel. And I can just sit over there and type the logs. Hold on, 42. I do have a thought I want to finish up on. The Biden pardons thing. And everybody that thinks that Trump can do no wrong, then tell me why. Not that I'm wrong and I'm the bad guy and I don't understand. And that this is all valid because Trump can do no wrong. He is the sovereign. No, you're disrespecting my office of president because Biden's also my president. Thankfully, not anymore. And I won't speak so disrespectfully about
Well, anybody that
finally
thinks
retired from my GD government after 5,000 years, Joseph R. Biden. I like nothing about him as a representative of my government and employee of me as a taxpayer. But now he's just another Citizen Joe. I'm so glad to be rid of him. The reason that Biden felt compelled by fear, whether that fear is reasonable or not, is because hundreds of times Donald Trump says he's going to weaponize the government against former government people. He says it, he writes it, he everything's. All I have to say is, who could have put an end to that? Donald Trump. He could have said, hey, Joe, that was all campaign crap. But nope. Whether he's just being goofy and telling jokes, and he always has an excuse for why he doesn't have to be presidential or statesman-like. So much so that the most powerful man in the free world, Joseph R. Biden, as of prior to noon today, felt compelled to test the power of pardon without accusation. And what is been spoken aloud as accusation by Mr. Donald J. Trump, now POTUS, and all of his cronies and sycophants is lies. It's craziness. It's insanity. So that's my opinion on it. And that's how I read it. I read both of Biden's full statements. How is that? You scared the President of the United States so bad. And I know you think that that's win-win winning. P word. I know. But that's the facts, Jack. So that's the end of my thinking on that. If you want to say you're thinking on it, George, I have no arguments for anybody and their thinking. I feel
No,
compelled.
I think he's a combination of afraid of what um, Trump will do, and most of that is projection because of what he did and his government. If there was no wrong done, there are people that then he shouldn't have pardoned, like Fauci. If Fauci actually did no wrong, no reason to pardon him. Same thing with that general.
Yeah, and
And if
I
Trump
think
does something wrong in
the
office, I'll be
general
the first.
got, in my opinion, again, I'm probably wrong. Let me give all the disclaimers to the other side of this. Talking, a member of our government talking in secret to a high up member of what we call a semi adversarial, at least in finance, country, and making military assurances to them, he might have needed a pardon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He did something wrong. Fauci lied under oath, so he needs a pardon. When it comes to Biden's siblings and his son, did no wrong, they don't need a pardon. His son has done lots of wrong. That's the reason he got a pardon. Siblings, okay, they they haven't been proven, but there have been questions about their siblings. Therefore, he pardoned them.
Um,
The one person he hasn't pardoned or didn't pardon was himself, and we know. But no one's going to go after Biden because he's on his way from the White House to a nursing home. The ones I'd go after are the ones that packed up his senatorial stuff and sent it to his house because they packed up confidential or top secret documents and sent it to someone who had no right to have them outside the Capitol building. And this is before he's vice president and before he's president. All you have to do is look at the dates on the paper and the dates on the boxes where they're packed. But if Trump does something wrong while in office, I'll be the first one to point it out. Banning bump stocks on the condition that when they banned bump stocks, the way he did it, I thought was wrong.
and so eventually, so did the Supreme Court.
Therefore, but then again, I think that whole from when it was conceived in 1936 to now, laws need to be scrubbed, done away with.
You and me both. Without timestamp, I'm just going to say G word laws need a scrubbing, which by that we mean deleting. And or, don't get upset, people, a serious review with the latest, I don't even remember the name of the case, I don't care, SCOTUS ruling in mind.
It just,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just speaking hypothetically. Also, if you automatically made automatic weapons legal, you're not going to have machine gun fights in the back alley. You already have those. They're already illegal. It's
Right.
not stopping anything.
Yeah, the idea that that vague sheet of paper somewhere or a sign up, we all talk about, those signs and those sheets of paper, we make the jokes about sheets of paper being restraining orders or no contact orders.
Yeah.
Well, hold that up and see if it stops a projectile. No, it doesn't.
Because we also got to look at the history. Why was that law put into place when it was put into place? It was to give the law enforcement at the time an extra way of getting gangsters because they
Yeah,
weren't finding the evidence in which they needed to prove one thing. That's the reason they got Al Capone on tax evasion, not murder. Though,
or bootlegging or any of the other stuff.
though we know today, because of papers and his own confession after he was convicted, of stuff he did that was released when he would died. I mean, technically, you could hold a corpse up for a trial, but why? That's a waste of money. He's already dead.
DOA'd. Oh, man, that movie was so bad, it's good. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right, we got the
What, your
Biden
lava
done.
spider?
Yes. Holy cow. And it answered the question. That's why Bill laughed when I asked the question. If the guy that makes the noises with his mouth is still
Uh huh.
around. Oh yeah, he was in that movie.
Well, I remember going because I watched one of his comic routines he did, as well as he appeared on America's Got Talent. Why? Because he could.
Yeah.
He did. As he said, he did it because he wanted to let people know he's still alive.
I really did enjoy it. Objectively, within mind. And man, as soon as I don't know, 10, 15 minutes into it, maybe not even that much, I was thinking I would like to take this far and use it as cutscenes in a video game. Because wouldn't that be cool to play a video game where you run around and fight the fire breathing spiders? But yeah,
No, I
man,
thought
it
the
was.
movie Tarantula, William Shatner, that was hilarious.
Let's look it up. Lavalantula. But
And
it's
just
a
like y'all
made for
were,
TV movie, is what it's
yeah.
reported as.
Hmm.
So always keeping that in mind that, those don't have the big budgets and the extra specials or whatever. It was a real giggle fest to me. So there was so much that's like purposefully supposed to be comedy that it turned out to be okay comedy. And then some of it that they just knew they were making a cornball movie and they did it so well that it was just laugh out loud. Wow, that was cornball. They did a good job. Objectively, if you compare it to, the big budget, was it on scale or on par with Lord of the Rings? Come on now. So don't make apples and Saturn comparisons.
I was watching a video the other day where they were asking if one of they started off with asking what kind of movies they like, horror movies, that, and then like, do you believe in ghosts? The only way I could answer that question is way I always say, if it can touch me, I can touch it just as hard. That's the reason ghosts don't scare me. And I think most horror movies are stupid. Not all, most.
Yeah, I have a problem with the definitions because like a true horror slash psychological thriller, like that's not just a stupid lots of naked people that end up stabbed or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call that. You said blood porn the other day or something.
Yeah, slasher movies are blood porn.
Yeah, that true. You know, the Friday the 13th and whatever. Halloween, the first one, wasn't that bad, even though they did show a mighty fine looking PJ Souls. Hey, baby.
Oh, the Howling movies were meant to be comedy.
Yeah, the
They
Howling
weren't.
was, but yeah, I don't think of slashers as horror movies. And most of the goofy ones, like all the sequels, well, the first sequel was better than the original to me. You know, we had the 1968-ish Night of the Living Dead, the big one.
Yeah.
And then sometime in the 70s, I think we got the sequel, Dawn of the Dead, at the mall.
Yep.
That is one of my 10 out of 10. I love everything about it. Great movie, Dawn of the Dead.
Well, just like a few years ago, the Blair Witch Project. I tried to watch it. I honest to God tried to watch it. All I could think was, how stupid could they be to get lost in that such a small area and keep going around in circles because they had to cross that one creek so many times, and all they had to do is follow it.
Yeah.
But then again, I was taught how to navigate through the wilderness. And to me, it was just common sense. The water's going to go somewhere. It's going to cross a road or something else sometime. Follow it.
Yeah, and that's always subjective. What suspends your disbelief? And we talk about it in terms of the defensive stuff that we talk about in classes. You know, if you
Yeah.
go in expecting something else, then you're going to have a failure. Or if you go in expecting something at all, then you're prone to have a failure of expectation. And this is why, are we talking about a movie or real life?
Yeah.
Both. Aren't movies part of our real life? So
Just
you
like
won't
the
encounter the psychological phenomenon known as failure of expectation.
Nightmare on Elm Street shows. Like, I don't think Freddy wants to enter one of my nightmares. It might scare him, and I don't have that many. And if he enters my dreams, like it was Dream Warrior or something like that, where they were able to summon up any skill or
Yes.
power in their. I'm like, what I can imagine, because being a gamer, computer gamer, and tabletop RPG role playing gamer, I can imagine quite a bit. I'd keep him on his toes. Now, when it comes to Freddy, most people I know would have blown Freddy clean in half and keep repeating if need be until he was nothing but a pink mist.
Yeah. I don't know what else. What else do people call horror?
Well, cat people. I like both. There's two. One made in the 40s, I think it was the 30s, and one made in the 70s. I like both of them for different reasons. For horror factor, the older one in black and white, I think, was scarier because you never saw the cat. You just saw their shadow.
Wow, that's a bad photo they got on the poster. She looks like she got sleepy or drunk eyes. The 82 version.
Yeah.
Natasha Kinski. Back in the
It-
day, Miss Natasha Kinski. I know how to say her
that's,
name, but
I hate to
everybody
say it,
said Natasha Kinky.
that was almost more of a love story.
I know. Huh. He. Here we go. Here's what I know. There used to be a thing in America. I don't know if it got as far as the rural South. Z Channel Wiki. It was a paid service,
Well,
sort of like
Malcolm,
cable. The Z Channel was one of the early paid television stations in the United States. best
No,
known
we
for
didn't
its
get every episode.
devotion to the art of cinema due to the electronic choice of films by the programming chief, Jerry Harvey. Well, that was playing on the Z channel, and everybody was so excited for the first run of Cat People,
I saw.
a much older woman than me. Not old enough for her to go to jail for it, but old enough for, I don't know what. She wanted to go play kisses out beside the building we were staying at. So I was like, cat people, or go kiss the pretty girl. She wins. I
Yeah.
never saw Natasha's kinky in cat people. Oh no, boobs in the pool.
Oh, I've always liked Malcolm as,
Yeah.
as a movie star.
Catch you later. He was in Blue Thunder. One of my favorites. He's been in so many. He did the first, I think it's him that did that first full frontal male nudity that everybody was so shocked and horrified about.
I don't know. He was in Clockwork Orange, which we used in criminology.
Hey, Clockwork Orange. Look, there's a Black Panther. That's a really cool Black Panther photo.
Yeah, the Black Panther is supposed to be the female.
Yeah. I have never seen. I'm looking at some pictures now. I probably won't ever see. I've seen the pictures. That's people. Cool tree photos. That's a lot of good photography, especially the kitty catty.
Yep.
And the fine looking actors of all genders and sexes. Donald Trump declared there will be officially two. Guess how many there were officially yesterday? Two.
Well, no, you got. They started putting things on different state IDs, such as non-binary.
Yeah, but anything he declares would only be for federal employees and federal paperwork. The states can still have whatever rules they want. That's fine.
Yep. See, that's not a leopard. That's a jaguar or mountain.
Yep.
Tell by the white on the nozzle.
Oh, yeah, the kitty catty. I was looking down her shirt. True story. I thought I saw a little mouse run in there to hide from that big giant puma. That's another name for mountain cats, bobcats, other types of
Not
cats.
bobcat. Bobcats are smaller. Mountain lions, pumas, cougars.
Jaguars. Jaguar? She has very pretty eyes. She has a very pretty mouse rodent hidey hole down there in her shirt, too. Just saying. I did
She also has
notice.
pretty. She also had pretty eyes.
Yeah, I said that. Pretty eyes first. And then I degraded myself. I went full, what did we decide earlier? Male chauvinist pig. I'm allowed. And she's another one. Back then, I don't know. I'm not looking up now. Not hard to look at. I can see why everybody was like, wow, she's all this and that. And then some, yes, quite easy to look at. Probably too athletic and small chested for most American males. But I do notice with her belly showing, she's very muscular and like swimmers or runners' body. Back then. And so is Malcolm McDowell. Look at him. Not so
Yeah.
much. He's slender, but he doesn't look very fit and toned and muscular.
No, he's skinny.
And he was in which one of them video game movies or series of movies was he in?
Mm.
He might have been in plenty.
Yeah, Time After Time is one of my favorite. where
Malcolm
he plays
M- McDowell.
H.G. Wells hunting down Jack the Ripper
Yeah,
through time.
let's look him at the IMDb. Here's the timestamp. 02. Well, we didn't go on that long of a tangent. Mr. Malcolm McDowell. We'll do a, hopefully, man, I can't spell today. And then when I can spell, the freaking keyboard misses the key press. Press it several times. It's a doorbell. He has been in a lot of strange stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but cool stuff. He's been in a lot of movies I like. He's known for A Clockwork Orange, Star Trek Generations I've never seen, Time After Time, H.G. Wells, 1979, Halloween 2007, they rated it 6.0. I give it far less than that. Do better with your remakes, Hollyweird.
He played
Wow.
Caligula.
280 movie shows he's been in.
He
And
was
it's still
well, the
working.
weirdest.
How old is this dude?
Um,
Born
he
in
played. Wait, he played.
43. What does that
He
make him?
played Caligula,
81?
which was made by Penthouse of all things.
Yeah. Videos.
And depending on the which version you watch of that movie, whether the R version or the what was the X version, now NC-17, is to how weird it really is.
He was in Castlevania, the TV series. I'd heard once upon a time, oh, they're making a series out of that goofy old Nintendo game, I think it was. No, don't really care. Free Lunch Express. I haven't
Find
seen
out they
any.
made a movie out of Duke Nukem,
Yeah.
or Doom rather.
And I think they've rebooted that again lately, or I don't know what they did. I don't care. I like the first one because it's Doom and The Rock and that other guy. He's a good action star. Star Wars Rebels, he was a voice in the game. Oh no, the TV series. I'd heard he'd done some Star Wars work in games and TV shows. American Satan. I don't think I've seen it. Death Race 2050. I wanted to watch it, but then didn't. I think I bought a whole set of like the first 4 seasons of something for out of the same dump bin once upon a time.
Yeah.
This goofiness, and man, it's rated poorly. I'm never going to see whatever. I saw it for free the other day on one of the free services. The Black Hole. I don't even know what it's about. There's only one black
Yeah.
hole to me. That's the early
In
80s Disney
1970,
movie.
yeah, 1979 Walt Disney.
Oh, man, was that in the 70s?
Yep.
Well, cool. I love it. I don't just it may not have anything to do with anything, but just in case it is another Disney restart or reboot full of all that modern Disney wokerism, I don't want to see it.
Um, it was considered the first film to use computer animation. It didn't use a lot of it, but it did use some.
Nope. And it was great, great, great. I've never watched it again in my adult eras because I have such a fond memory of it from being a kid, and I guess it was made for me as a kid's movie by Disney, and they did
Yeah.
good. Don't ruin your stuff.
It's still good. I have it
Zombex
on DVD.
2.2. The Employer, Community, Sanitarium. I think I tried to watch Sanitarium once and was like, nah, watch something else. Vamps. So that girl that grew up and got in that show with oh, I forget what it's called. Yeah, that's her. She was the girlfriend in the school teacher gets cancer and starts dealing drugs series. Kristen Ritter. I remember Malcolm McDowell in that. What is she known for? Breaking Bad. That's the TV series. Vamps. I saw it. Not good, not bad. Just a movie. Man, he's been in everything. Kung Fu Panda. Legends of Awesomeness. Haven't seen it. Oh, that's a TV series. I know I haven't seen that. Excision. Nope. Nope.
I think it's funny that the modern actresses blame the moviegoers for their movies not making money.
Yeah, go check out those EFAPs and because they tear them apart in React content for
Yep.
blaming the toxic fandom, which usually means white males. That's what is otherwise known as the toxic fandom. Easy A, I have seen sometime. I've seen. I've not played. I've watched other people talk about the God of War series of video games. Not my style of game. Command and Conquer Red Alert 3 Uprising. I've played all the Command and Conquer games. I thought about digging harder and searching. It's in the original one I sent you the text file about what things we might do on this thing because they are low usage on a modern computer.
Yep.
Fire it up and play the Command and Conquers. I'm on it. Man, he's been in too much stuff. Yep. Hello, Internet. I'm still scrolling and trying to figure out stuff. Hidalgo, I've seen. I liked it. He was Major
Well, when you do
Davenport, uncredited. I'm sorry, what?
when you do so much in 1 year, look at just what he did in just 2007.
Yeah, I know. He is busy. He's a working guy. I would be too. He's got a big name. I'm sure he don't work free. Oh yeah, I'll do that just so I can have a credit on my resume. No. Ha ha, no. I think I've seen the company too. I think the company, 2003. A young ballet dancer is poised to become the principal performer in a group of ballet dancers. Yep. I'll sleep when I'm dead, I saw. I spy, I saw. I don't have anything to say about them. Not good, not bad, not movies. I don't remember any of the lines. I never watched any of the other stuff. The original Firestarter with what's her name, the blonde haired and became a superstar.
Drew Barrymore.
That's it. Don't care about anything after that. South Park. He played a British person on South Park.
Wonder why.
Yeah, I've never seen much of South Park either. Love Lies. Love Lies Bleeding 1999. Yeah, it's Fantasy Island. They redid Fantasy Island 1998 to 1999. They sure did.
Yep. Not that good. It didn't last. The plane, the
Yeah.
plane.
The plane. Star Trek Generations, the video game, 1997. Never played it.
Either. Just like I never saw Mr. Magoo. I didn't want him to ruin my cartoon for me.
Yeah, I refuse to watch that stuff. You and me both. Wing Commander Academy TV series, 1996. I have never seen not one snippet of it. If like a trailer for it came up, I would stop it, skip it, next chapter it. I, I like Wing Commander the game. Loved it actually.
I like Wing Commander the movie. I thought it was entertaining. It was too short, not enough story, but it was still entertaining.
I don't remember him in Tank Girl. And that's another one, objectively, I have to watch it again, but I probably won't because I would like it less. I really like that movie, Tank Girl. It made me laugh.
I've never seen it, to be honest. But because I was like, what is it about? It looked goofy.
Yeah, it is goofy. Tales from the Crypt TV series. I used to play in a band
Now I did
with
see
a guy that had that weird scruffy hair with mostly bald up front but long in the back.
Yeah.
So we used to call his name was Dane, Dane, and we used to call him the Crypt Keeper.
Oh yeah.
In the Eye of the Snake. Class of 1999 and 1990.
I used to like the Crypt Keeper, to be honest, or Tales from the Crypt. I thought it was neat. But then again, I like the comic that it was based
Yeah, me too.
Illustrated magazine. How are you?
The Caller was not good. Not to me. 1987. Fairy Tale Theater, 1983. One episode. I don't. I know I saw some of them because it was on TV for free.
Yeah.
Arthur the King TV
Oh, he
movie.
played a great antagonist in Sunset.
Sunset. 1988.
Yeah. Played the antagonist.
I'm gonna look at it and see if I remember anything about it. Who's in it? James Garner, Mariel Hemingway,
Oh
Bruce
yeah.
Willis.
Yep.
I don't know that I've seen it. I don't
Bruce
remember it.
Willis plays Tom Mick.
Tom
I like
Mix
the
and Wyatt
Hemingway.
Earp team up to solve a murder at the Academy Awards in 1929 Hollywood. I don't think I've seen it.
I always liked the Hemingway girls. I always thought they were gorgeous.
Was the young one?
There, yeah, her sister committed suicide.
Oh, that's not good. That's sad.
They both. She admits to dealing
Mm.
with depression, and other things because her grandfather offed himself. I think it's either father or mother offed themselves. She's the only one that hasn't,
Mm.
but she's still working too. And she said sometimes it's a daily fight.
Yep.
Remember Blue Thunder?
Oh yeah, I love it. I could probably just sit here and tell you the whole thing, scene by scene and line by line. Love it, love it,
Yeah.
love it. Strangers in the
Like I said,
barrio making trouble.
1979, time after time, 1979,
Yep.
Caligula.
Caligula was great. How it's a
It should
conspiracy.
show it shows you how
5.3.
warped Romans were.
And you know there's a dramatization of the ascent to Caesar and subsequent reign of Caligula, one of the most notorious leaders of ancient Rome. And see, it's got all the famous people. It's harsh and it's tough or whatever. Man, Helen Mirren, Peter O'Toole, Malcolm McDowell.
And it's also a matter of which version you saw, the R version or the X version. Because you all realize it was put out by Penthouse magazine. That was one of the big backers.
I don't know, you might call almost anything. But see, this is so low rated, 5.3. Now I have to look at
That's because most of the people that watch that are old like us are dead.
eras. Eras equals Caligula, 1979, 5.3 at IMDb.
Dark comedy. I wouldn't exactly call it a dark comedy. I wouldn't call it comedy at all. Drama, maybe.
Then let's look at, what is it called? Spartacus? Spartacus?
You talking with Kirk Douglas or the new
No,
one?
I'm talking about the new one. And I really like it. The TV series.
I haven't seen it.
See,
I've
it's
seen
got
bits and pieces of it.
8.5. And this, man, if you don't like very controversial, there's a lot of shock value stuff in Spartacus, the whole series. You know, I don't know, how are we allowed to say it? Homosexual stuff happening.
Yeah.
The R word. Huh. A lot of blood and guts. Slavery. All those, if you can't handle all those things, then it's not for you. But it's just that's what made me think, man, how could Caligula be rated so low? But Spartacus TV series. Spartacus TV series equals 8.5. Makes me question, 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 question. When I started seeing Spartacus, all I could think was, man, this is a good expansion or tribute, kind of an homage to back in the day.
Yeah.
And hey, she's a little older, but whatever, Xena Warrior Princess, you can see her
Oh
tatas
yeah.
a lot.
I just think that the latter season they took it in such a weird direction.
Yeah. Mm.
But you also got to understand, she also Lucy Lawless also did those scenes while she was pregnant. Now
Oh
she's doing
yeah.
she has her a TV show out of her out of first it was Australia, now New Zealand, murder mystery. That's pretty good.
Voyage of the Damned.
Not bad.
Of the SS St.
Ace High was
Louis.
pretty good. We already talked about Clockwork Orange. The Royal Flash, that's hilarious, but you gotta like historical comedy because it's based on a book.
Everybody's always on and on and on. You can't like movies without liking A Clockwork Orange. Well, I guess.
Well, I liked it, but I also thought it was weird. It was
It was designed to be.
Yeah. And I'm being honest when I say we used it in criminology on viewing criminal behavior as well as some attempts to reprogram prisoners uh in the 70s that they using psychological reprogramming that doesn't they later found out does not work.
Well, it's a shame his scenes were deleted. I wonder if they have a new modern extended director's Criterion's collections of Poor Cow with his scenes added back in. Love Story, the TV series, I have no use for. Knock on Any Door TV series. I don't know if that was American or overseas
No,
somewhere.
no, that's British
And
BBC.
Crossroads. I've seen some because it ran forever. I've seen some of Crossroads, but not enough to remember. By the time it went syndicated later years in America.
Yeah.
Well, we covered Mr. Malcolm McDowell.
Some of the stuff that gets syndicated from them to us is good, and some of is boring.
Yep. There's lots of
People rave about I think it was Boys into Something where it's about these guys that share an apartment. One's a punk rocker, one's almost like an emo and a normal guy. I think it's stupid. They have a comedy that's loosely based or similar to uh Am- America's Greatest Hero. It's like that, but it's not
mm-hmm.
based off of that. It is funny as hell. Um, was it Red Dog? Red, where you got these guys lost in space, basically. Pretty fun. Whereas Lynx is weird. It's a it's normal for over there, but at the time when they brought it over here, it was almost considered porno in space. There's no it doesn't go any hard more than R, but I'm just saying that's what they called it at the time. Came over here.
Yeah, England's always been less
They've gotten weird.
pretentious and goofy and
Yeah,
more.
but they've gotten weird. The BBC's gotten definitely weird.
Well, I don't see any
Even
vital headlines popping up right away.
well, they're still the same. Trump.
Refresh this page. And don't be showing me. Uh, well, football, underdressed girly girls that I don't want to see. Stop showing me that.
Like Ian McShane, I like him as an actor, but I started watching him in his early days when he did the Battle of Britain, and then I really started liking him. Did a TV show called Lovejoy about an antique dealer who gets in trouble but solves these mysteries. But I hate to say it, it's one of those shows. If you pay close attention, you'll learn something because when he talks about antiques, time periods of antiques, stuff like that. But it's part of the show. It's like it sneaks in the teaching of knowledge.
Oh no, it cannot be. You're talking about Ian McShane?
Yes.
Yep. He's been in much, much, much.
Oh yeah. He did a. They said they were copying Harry Potter when he did. Trying to remember the Sign of the Seven or something like that. Seeker. He did Seeker, but Seeker was written like 20 years before Harry Potter, the original book series. So how can you copy Harry Potter if it's written 20 years before Harry Potter was written? Because it was written in the 60s.
See, it cannot be. Many more famous peoples.
Yeah.
Miss Macbeth. This looks like some of that crazy British stuff you were talking about.
It is. It is a BBC made show. And the funny part, I'm just talking about life in general. They had a huge break between season 1 and season 2 because he came, filmed season 1, and then he went off to do movies because they said they weren't going to renew it. And then they had such positive response, but not only from England, but from America. They said, "Oh, we need you to come back," and they upped his pay because they needed him to come back.
Well, that's good. And it's got pretty good ratings.
Yeah, I periodically rewatch it because I like the character. And when he talks about antiques, some of the stuff I like to pick up. It's also about history. That's the one I was telling you about where they're filming. It's supposed to be in Lovejoy, North Carolina, which there's no such plane, and they keep going. They're showing him driving from Charlotte to this Lovejoy place, and they keep passing this part of Charlotte. And he's driving one way in one scene, and he's driving the other way in the other scene, and he just keeps going back and forth on this run road. And you can tell because of this, the background, the road sign. He's not going. He's staying on that 1 mile stretch of road. They use green. I think it's called Greenfield Park now for the swamp scene.
Yep.
And I can honestly say, well, there are very few to any alligators in Greenfield Park. The park people make sure of that because kids go paddle boating out there. It it's one of those parks. When I was living in Wilmington as a kid, I used to go to a lot, or when I visit my grandmother, because they had a little zoo and a little playground and some rides, picnic area. All the high schoolers, when my brother was growing up, would go have their senior pictures taken over there.
We're just listening and getting a checklist item crossed off in the background. Yeah, it
No problem.
appears Vivek Ramaswamy. Because I haven't seen the show, I don't know anything about it. I was just okay. Because I probably won't. I can't commit to watching many seasons of an hour or 48-minute per episode show.
Yeah.
I don't want to start into something like that I might want to finish and then be doing it, life getting in the way, and where was I at, and I don't remember what was happening. 36, 30,
What is he reading?
Vivek, Ramaswamy is leaving Doge. Confirmed. Huh. Semi confirmed. Mostly. A lot of real news sources are saying he's leaving, like NBC says he's leaving to run for Ohio governor. And
Okay.
that's all the ones that say that don't say he just irritated Donald Trump too much. Or the one I saw this morning said that Vivek or Vivek or however you say his name. Sorry, sir. Make us a pronunciation key, sir, please. Was that he was pissed off about the Elon Musk meant it when he said you're going to give 80 plus hours or get away from Doge. That there was too much time commitment necessary for Mr. VR.
It might have been, but
That's fine. He didn't. I don't expect anybody to give anything of their time to anybody. He did good. He got it started.
so what do you think of the Gulf of America?
I don't care. I think it's goofy, but it's. I think that I hope I don't offend, but I'm not real worried about it. I just say things my
Neither am
way.
I.
I
I just
well,
find it
I
funny, that's
think
all.
the the MAGA hot wearing seals got to have something to clap their flippers together about. So
Well,
there we go.
and
Yeah.
they have to have something, the other side has to have something to scream about. 'Cause the other one, Mount Denali, tallest mountain in North America,
Oh
to
yeah, the
Mount McKinley.
renaming, and that's a renaming back. It's that mountain in
Yeah,
Alaska.
yeah. Oh, I never knew it. They changed the name. I always knew it as Mount McKinley.
Oh no, he said it's gonna get changed back. Yes.
Just like he's supposed
Uh,
to also change Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg.
and I'm gonna put it up here
Why?
every single time I write it. POTUS Trump changing the names of things.
Well, it was stupid to rename Fort Bragg, which cost millions of dollars to name it Fort Liberty, when they could have just rededicated it for a couple $100. Did a rededication. It's no longer for Braxton Bragg. It's for the other General Bragg that was in the Union.
Yes.
Because the thing I find funny, the reason Camp Bragg was named Camp Bragg was to appease. They thought they were appeasing Southerners pre-World War One for having federal troops in the South. But the people of North Carolina, none of them liked Braxton Bragg. They all, I mean, everybody I've ever talked to who's a historian thought he was a moron, a braggart, an asshole, Todia. And he's the reason that we lost Fort Fisher. Because when they requested reinforcements, he refused to send them because it was a lower ranking commander of one area, and Braxton thought he commanded Fort Fisher, and the fort commander reminded him, "No, you command this area, not here." But that's no reason not to send reinforcement when requested. And when time they finally started to get around to gathering up some reinforcements to send there, Fort Fisher had already been surrounded and for the most part beaten. It held out quite a long time. Hell, even my grandfather wanted to bring him up on charges for dereliction of duty, cowardice in the face of the enemy, and there was one other it's written down in my grandfather's notes. Can't remember, but those are the two biggies I do remember.
Yep. The one thing that I give POTUS Trump, right? Most of what he had to say, and my Priscilla and me both agreed, sort of, with the whiner, even the worst whiners afterwards, the news talking heads
Yep.
saying that, well, it just sounded like his last campaign speech. Whatever. He ain't speaking to you. He is, but he has to give some consideration and airtime to the people that voted him there, right? They voted him
Yep.
there for reasons. Sounds to me
Well,
like he
here's
was checking off the list.
here's a headline for you. Ilhan Omar spotlights the hypocrisy of politicians who criticize Trump but are attending his inauguration. If they don't attend, it's going to make a bigger statement than they do attend. And they don't want to make that particular big statement because they want to be reelected.
And they don't want, it's just how American politics work. How many Republicans went
All of
to
them that I
Joe
know of.
Biden's?
All of them that I know of. Because you're also not only you're representing your state at that point, you're representing your office. Okay. And if you're so petty to not represent your office and your state on something like that, you're not going to get reelected. And it's going to come out that you were so petty that part of your duties is to attend these ceremonies. Hell, if Omar's, you wouldn't have ever gotten elected if they would make those drop boxes for absentee vote and so public where people could just stuff them. She'd never be elected.
Ann, is that her name? Ann?
That's yeah.
Oh, oh, no, I misspelled it. I apologize, ma'am. I don't think she was in office the first time he got elected, was she? I don't think so. 10, inauguration. Hypocrisy of politicians. Criticizes politicians. 60th. Yeah, whatever. Facebook, ABC News, through their Facebook, says that she sent out a blistering X post. X marks the spot, I guess. Trump is a threat to democracy. No, he's the result of democracy and a representative Republican democracy sort of way.
Well, phony help. See, couple with fake fire trucks bursted of the impersonating firefighters near Pasadena fire in Los Angeles, quote, or colon, sheriff.
Oh, Lordy.
Or my question
Goofiness.
would be, were they trying to put out the fires or were they looting? If they're trying to put out the fires, leave them alone.
Okay, I guess the thing to ask would be, did any Republican Republican representatives vote today? Skip Joe Biden's election. No, not election. Duh. Inauguration. Inauguration. Oh, they got a whole list of people who skipped Donald Trump's. According to Newsweek, on January 20th, 2021, 6 Republicans will not attend Biden's inauguration. All 6 of them? All right, well, tag them on your X's, I guess. Ilhan, Madam Omar, whatever you call yourself.
She
Just
is one, I think,
remember,
because she lied on her visa application, become a U.S. citizen. I think her citizenship should be or resubmitted. She's no longer a citizen, therefore she couldn't hold office until her new paperwork clears.
I don't know about all that. I thought she was part of that. It still pisses me off. The refugee airlifty whatever out of Somalia after our Black Hawk got shot down.
She was. And she supposedly came here and was child of one person, and she wasn't. Not legally, not adopted, nothing. It was her uncle. And at the time, she also was. She married her brother, which is fine in Somalia, not so much in the United States.
Oh, early life. Oh, she was born, well, it's the day after, but because they're ahead of us on the clock, we really got hearing about. I don't remember if that was that 92? Yes.
Yeah, 10 years before
10 years
Black.
prior. 7 siblings. Her father, I didn't care about all that. Of course, it's not just secured asylum and arrived in New York in 95. Then lived for a time in Arlington, Virginia before moving and settling in Minneapolis, where they all went to the Central Corridor. Her father and grandfather emphasized the importance of democracy.
Then why did she fight it?
Somebody pressed gum into her hijab. She was pushed downstairs. So I don't care about this. Omar became a U.S. citizen in 2000 when she was 17 years old. Okay. Then those are the sins of her fathers, I guess. She was a minor child. She couldn't do that on her own.
True. Lied about her application to college. From my
Humphrey Schools. Omar was a policy fellow at the, I don't know, somebody must be saying stuff. And I don't fully trust that it hasn't been stated or that something might have been marked on the wiki. I'm not a dedicated wiki warrior. I've said many times I really don't like the wiki. It's just a summary place. If I really cared, I'd be over here looking at the view to source, view to history. How come she doesn't have a conversation page? Oh, there it is. Talk. I would, if I really cared that much, I just don't. Whether somebody typed something up there like here's a link to an article that says something about, like she'd been caught or accused of plagiarizing, just like Joe Biden had. Then I don't believe for a second that some 12-year-old didn't jump up on their wiki and say crap and delete that from the wiki page. I know the slant this goes, or congressional staff that we pay for that work in her office going up there saying crap. I don't see any controversies or questions. They are being honest about she has some issues with her financial transparency stuff. Elections, legislation, committees, whatever. This is all made to make her look super democratic and super whatever. What do they call it? That group of giggly girls? The squad. And I know
well,
I
it was
just highly
giggly girls
offense
and one
them.
giggly guy.
Super young women.
No, there was one guy in the squad.
For real?
Yep. The
What? Hey, dude.
the supposedly school principal who thought pulling the fire alarm bell, this is his words, would unlock the fire door.
Oh, I remember that guy.
Yeah, he didn't win his election.
All right. Tampa Bay Times. FBI was investigating, according to Yahoo, January 27, 2020. The FBI is looking into reports that Representative Omar married her brother in order to ease his immigration status. Okay, well, that was 5 years ago. FBI, is there a result?
Not the one that they were allowed to put.
News Radio 840 says back in 2020, in all caps letters, the did is in all caps. Everything else is spelled normal. Reddit says no. No, Reddit doesn't say no. Reddit says there's no evidence. Be very careful with the Reddit civil attorneys speak. Fox News a whole year later and a year and a half later says DNA evidence reportedly proves. But then they say New York Post's somebody joins Tucker Carlson to discuss details. Well, we know what that amounts to. More political speak. Married to her brother, Hindustan AP, 19. Oh well. According to Yahoo, the FBI has launched an investigation and there's nothing else about it. FBI. Enter. 2021. 19, 20. No results with FBI. Okay. It's neither proven nor disproven. And obviously, if it was OH no, she probably would have X'd about that too. I think it was Twitter back then. Or be discussed at all on the Wikipedia page. They're like, crap, crap, deleted, deleted, deleted.
Maybe it's me, but I swear these photos from today that show Biden in them, it looks like he's had a stroke.
He sometimes just does. I was kind of offended at several times. Donald Trump was saying whatever Donald Trump was saying,
Yeah.
and Joe would just laugh. And then he'd cover his mouth a little bit, but leave his hand down enough you could see he was still smiling. And he'd lean over to Kamala, and they'd both smile, making little chuckles behind Donald Trump's back, but in front of the camera. They knew where they were sitting. Pretty what? Oh, wait. Should you really have to tell 82-year-olds to grow up?
Why? It's by that point, who cares?
Yeah, I don't care. As soon as the thing was done and it was all official, hey, bye bye, dude. Here's your legacy. You couldn't even sit there and behave yourself. Well, I know it's so much bigger and more grown up of Joe Biden to go to Donald Trump's when Trump refused to go to Biden's. I know, I know. Oh, Biden, Trump, Omar. Disgust. I need a break for a minute or three. Is that all right, George?
Yep, put bubbles up.
I'm gonna. I'm a gonna scroll that down. I should make it bigger, but I'm not. And then I shall be right back. Okay, easing back into it, not fully back yet. Oh, 03. 03. 20. Easing back in. I just sent a private message to the person who ran out of power, lost their internet connection, making sure they are safe. They're in a red alert. Caution. Danger, Will Robinson. Hot girl. Scroll list. So far, so good. I'm going to mark an X on the checklist. At least as far as for right now. Yes, that's me trying to laugh with or homage current president of the United States, Donald Trump, from his apprentice days. It's huge. So we'll just X off the news and stuff. We will go back to more throughout. We've done some goofy movie tangents and shows and whatever. A longer sail. I thought I put question marks all in that. I meant to. I meant to put question marks all in that. Okay. Then I guess I'm going to jump into why I don't say welcome back. Because he's not Cotter. That's why. Yuck, yuck. I don't say welcome back. I say welcome, President 47 Donald John Trump. Let's talk amongst ourselves. Why I don't say welcome back to 47. Because we are not the same person we were 4 years ago. It's a thing I have. Why I say several times, even in this thing, why don't I go back and look at, especially like movies like Black Hole? George says it was 1979. I'm taking his word for it. I'm not even going to look it up. Maximilian Schell or something like that was the star of it, or one of the stars, actors. Another famous back in the day, because every day we experience something, even if you didn't, if you somehow, other than comatose, if you experienced total sensory deprivation for a day of your life, that is what is used as enhanced interrogation techniques, or it's used for mind breaking. The terrors that you would have happen to you in your own brain if you tried to sensory deprive yourself for 24 hours would make you very different tomorrow, the tomorrow of when you started that. And because I have this theory about me, we, us, all of us, I don't think Donald Trump is the same guy he was 4 years ago or 5 or 10. He's older. He's had experiences. He does. He's stuck. A lot of us are stuck in our ways. He says a lot of the sillinesses. But he occasionally says things like, politics is showbiz. You have to tell people a certain thing or they're not going to donate to your politics and vote for you. Two types of donations. You got to do the show. He's very clear about it occasionally. And maybe I'm just hoping especially since he got bee stung on his ear. That it has changed his way of thinking, maybe just a little bit. I wrote 4 years ago, meaning him. Or even yesterday. You never know. How do you know? Late last night. It's somebody he trusts or whatever said to him, sir, dad, dude, this or that. And we'll never know because maybe they told him reviewing the speech for today. Okay, we'll let you have the rest of it, but you've got to take this thing about something out of it. And he said, okay. Even if it was just barren, it's not nice to say. Only daughters can do the pouty lip. Sons can't do it. But so let's say Ivanka did it. Daddy, please no, and stuck her little girl's pouty lip out at Daddy. Then,
Back.
I was just talking about why I think welcome Donald Trump 47, not welcome back 45, and it's up on the screen because we're not the same person we were 4 years ago or even yesterday. We meaning everybody.
Yeah, it's true. And he's proven to be a different person since he got shot at.
I already said that too. He got the great big bee sting back last July. And I saw a photo and I didn't screen grab it. Many times living life by the screen grab, you realize you talked yourself out of it and you should have took it. Because I paused the video and then did my little arrow keys back and forth that are not arrow keys. It's the period and question mark or something on YouTube that does frame forward, frame back. Elizabeth said she just got the power back. So she fell asleep and took a nap with nothing else to do. Hop back on, Elizabeth. If you hear it or you don't. But yes, we used to be able to say it out loud. Near death experiences. NDEs. And it doesn't have to be someone took a shot at you and it hit your ear. He acknowledges, I acknowledge many more miracles than he could possibly acknowledge why he didn't get unalived that day. Good and bad miracles. The bad one is that foolishness was allowed or got, and I don't mean allowed, there's no conspiracy. It's a negligence, pride, stupidity. Go read the whole report. Incompetence, and go find my previous statements a million times. Who's in charge ultimately of the protectees' security detail? The protectee themselves. Especially when it's the President of the United States of America. So the bad miracles are all the failings that allowed foolishness to get up on that roof and hurt Mr. Trump and those others and unalive. Mr. starts with a C. I can't remember his name. The good miracles are that no one else was unalived. The crowd didn't stampede. Mr. Trump wasn't KIA'd. Everybody says, yeah, but, yeah, man. Then who would the Republicans have picked? It could be
Don't
worse. It
Don't
could
mess with
always
Trump.
be worse. Because then they'd have been coming at you with a vengeance that maybe you Democrats don't deserve. But that's how we do. Anyway, so yes, I believe he is a different Donald John Trump. He wears the same skin, But you're never going to convince me, like you're not going to convince me I'm the same guy I was yesterday. I've had thoughts since then. Life has happened. I am molecularly and cellularly a day older. So was he. So I guess that's all I really got on that. That's my thinking about why I say welcome and I don't say welcome back. And if I'm giving him too much or giving anybody too much, I said welcome to Joe Biden as well. Blah blah blah. He's gonna ruin democracy. Yeah, okay, okay. Like he didn't last time. Greatest predictor of future behavior is past behavior. He's gonna say things that hurt your feelings and make you say "ree," and then he's gonna say, "I was just joking." They just can't take a joke. It wouldn't matter if he said so and so name dash D. I'm sorry for everything I've ever said to you or about you, and I realize the error of my ways and have repented. And I would really like you to earnestly hear my apology. You know what they'd say? He's lying. Ree! He can do no right. I'm well aware of this. That's just politics. So my other thought on then, well, then maybe shouldn't we reconsider term limits? That's where logic brain went. Well, if you really believe that, I'm asking myself, me, myself, and I having this fine conversation, and I had to look it up. Is that really an amendment? Term limit? Yep, it sure is. Well, we've unamended it before. See prohibition. And as of this one, at least they're finally being open and honest, except for Vivek. He's out now. Doesn't stop this whole government efficiency thing. Well, if they won't let you run another time, Donald John, and you still feel like you want to give of yourself to our government, just go work for DOGE. Volunteer. Because you volunteer as president anyway. I agree. We, meaning everyone, are different today. Americans have hopefully changed as well for the better. Yeah. Yeah, I hope everybody changes for the better. Wiser, smarter, more experienced, stronger, faster bionics. But at least now that we're all just, I guess, for a minute, until there was, how do I say this? I still have no confidence at all in who now has the majority of our Congress. I think they're looking for a way to impeach him or do something else, or but nothing is open and honest. Is grab up those freaking indictments, bring them up to the floor of Congress, and say, "Well, I guess we can impeach him on this, can't we?" They're all too scared, too politics, and they don't have the votes either way. It's good. Be careful how you try to undo the will of the people in our not democracy. It's another paradoxical set of terms. Yep, yep, yep. That's why I don't say welcome back. But I do say welcome. I've been for days, I know. Poor George, poor Elizabeth. You're tired of me saying it. I breathe a huge sigh of relief. Donald Trump is in there. Joe is out. We've got an awake president instead of an awoke president. that are just me. Any other? I shouldn't have mixed those up. When I wrote Inauguration New Neaser, I probably meant that to be a different checklist item, not under the welcome. I meant to discussion of inauguration topics. Things that happened, things he said. We've already covered some. "40 react content to the help me spell it, computer. Dang it. Even when you think you need the computer's help, and then you do it right. React content to the inauguration content. We covered, well, you were offline, Elizabeth, the silly little things like renaming oceans and mountains. It kind of bugs me. It kind of doesn't, because all it's going to do is force us. You mean can I still call it the Gulf of Mexico? Because that's how for 55 years of my life what we called it. I don't care what some dude in Washington says. Or do
You
I
can
have
call
to
it the
go?
Gulf of Florida, because that's what it's originally known as.
Yeah. Or do I have to now learn the new language like this whole BC and BCE's rip off of BC and AD? CEs and BCEs. I'm kind of I'm kind of on
What
the
is up with you?
I'm kind of blah about it, but then it pisses me off. Don't reduce yourself to their level, Donald Trump, unless you want me to talk as bad about you as I do about Joe Biden. And at for a long time, and this is the thing. How do you know? I woke up today thinking, please don't rename Liberty brag Liberty blah blah blah. Why? And don't mention it, please. President Trump. Huh, I jumped the gun. I was calling him President Trump this morning. Because it just costs our government money, which means it costs our taxpayers money. Just leave it alone, and he never mentioned it. He might go rename it. That's fine. They're gonna waste the money somewhere or steal it. At least if they fix the name of something that
McGregor, get down. You turn that thing back up again, Nimrod.
whoever that was, George was just writing in his script. So what else happened in the content? I don't want to show my notes on screen. Hang on. I have to shrink this and then grow the font. Oh, I remember one thing.
Go away, Blue Curl.
I remember something. The Trump content. I gave a clap. And I may misunderstand. Maybe he was just joking. 4D dimensional chess and all that jazz. I gave a clap, and I was keeping them scores. Like, let's start him at 100%, and then take
No.
plus and minus percents. He could end up over 100%, which we would round back
Now, while you're
down.
up, if you wouldn't mind turning down the filter again.
Uh, Term limits are good. What if we had been stuck with Biden? Vivek, and he was asked to run for Ohio. Yeah. Well, Biden wasn't term limited. Biden could go right now and run for Senate again or rep. Biden could run for president again. That would be cool. Democrats do that.
I don't think that's going to happen unless they run him from the grave.
Just announce it. Go for it. I think they would. They'd be like, well, he would have beat Trump in 2024, so term limits would have gotten rid of Pelosi and Biden long ago. Yeah, these are different things. I'm talking about term limits for the White House, for the president. I've always been an advocate for they've got to term limit. Without term limits, total time. If you got to boot someone out midterm, like the ones that have odd number years, or I don't know how all that works. I don't care. They get 7 years. That's it. Total. Out. Because seven's a lucky number. Just set a number, and that's it. You're done. Term limits would have gotten rid of Pelosi and Biden long ago. What does long fall do as her hobby? Is this really you? What? Forget that. It was meant for my phone. Oh, okay. I don't know. It's a mystery. Back to Trump content. I missed a bit of that due to the power as well. Yeah. We purposefully went on and talked about movies and movie stars and TV shows and stuff, trying to wait for your connection to reconnect. Anyway, I gave a serious clap clap and plus 100 true story for the cartels. I think he said declared cartels as foreign, yeah, terrorist organizations. And maybe he's just that smart, or maybe he's not. I don't know what that says to me, having being very familiar with that and what that means in terms of intelligence and access to military and certain other alphabet soups or such things, including our international intelligence agencies. Hmm. To me, that says, and maybe he's got told wrong, but I'm waiting. I'm going to search in the next week or so for the published order declaring that. Says to me, it's open season on some overseas bad guys. And we'll never know about it if the control intellectual argumenters think hard about those letters at the beginning of those words, decides that they might need to vanish some cartels as terrorizers and, ask them questions at Guantanamo Bay. They are now authorized, empowered. And if it turns out I was wrong, he was wrong, he said the wrong thing, he was just kidding, just joking, collusion, it'll be okay. For this moment, I thought, bye bye, bad guys. Peace out. Even though I know that today's Central Intelligence people are not when I was growing up style. I'm aware, I'm aware. George or Elizabeth, did anything stick out? Elizabeth said, to us it means stay inside, stay safe, and do not get involved with what the ICE people are doing and the FBI people are doing. You have no idea what the cartels are doing here. It would be, see, you just, I tried to discuss this yesterday. Maybe it's just a habitual saying. You totally de-something me and discredit me. And I find it highly inconsiderate of me when you say, you have no idea. How do you know I have no idea? I do have some idea. And what I'm saying is, if now, south of our borders or outside of our borders or even overseas, if now our military can turn them into dust as terrorists, or those gangs that are part of those, we had one next door with 3 nurseries of pot and it, yeah, if they are terrorists and our agencies that handle the nitty gritties and the details of Patriot Act stuff decide that they are foreign terrorists and they're using those gang and organized crime activities to sponsor foreign terrorism, then a lot of our other heavy hitters might be able to operate here with a heavier hand and put some fear into these goons.
Well, I all I gotta say is if it gets known under the present what you were talking about, Dean, if it's and gets known to the U.S. Marshals, Elizabeth's neighbors might be out some money, and
The cops
U.S.
are in
Marshals.
on it. The cops are bought off.
But that's the reason I said U.S. Marshals.
They're bought off too. Cops are easily buyable. Especially because this is international organized crime at levels that I don't think Donald Trump fully understands. But I think especially, that's why I clap in 100. Because no president even hints at this. Nobody in government at all. This is the first time anybody, before, during, or after September 11th, has said these exact words come from the Patriot Act. Before that, they came from international terror that also included certain letterings and stuff, but it didn't enable, under Patriot Act, it enables serious interventions. So yay, I clapped and put plus 100. Everything else he said that if I might have made minuses off his start at 100%, he got it back. He finished the day at 100%.
I don't think he's finished.
No, I just mean from the speech.
Oh, okay.
I started him at the speech at 100% and took away when he said things that I had questions or didn't like. I took away certain percents. Minus 1%, minus 5. One or two of them I took away minus 10. And then he said, declare the cartels foreign terrorist organizations. And I said, clap 100. No point keeping up with any more minuses. He ends the day at 100. And if I get proven wrong, it'll just be because the deep administrative conspiratorial space invader Democrat state wouldn't allow him to save the world for democracy. I know. It's all good. He still gets to clap and 100 for today. The person I called the peach boss with huge G words. And the peaches were strangely looking like caught, and it was filled with guys in huge white trucks, brand new ones, filled with armed workers. My neighbors are DOA'd. Yep, I agree with Trump. Has no understanding of how big this is or who is behind it. I do not even think Stupid Hill or Dick had any. See, they don't care. Yeah, I don't think the Clintons or the Bushes or anybody else, because they sell arms to the cartels. The only thing that got anybody upset about Barack Obama's presidency under that goof is that they said, well, let's give them. And that's what started that whole named after the car movie saga that ended up with our just regular good guy cops. And I know there's only one official, red rummed. But somewhere somebody, or maybe he divined it all himself. It made me very happy just to hear the words. Good job, Donald Trump. And it allows us to put some heavy hitting on, like if they can say that the cartel's muscle is MS-13 or other started, everyone says, well, if that's at whatever, some South American country. No, they were born in Los Angeles. They
But if
were
they're
able
operating as
to,
terrorists, I mean, I hate to tell you that due process of law is going to get a lot easier with a bullet in their head.
yeah, if they should actively resist or whatever, and I'm that way about it. They put, especially when they put fear in my mother. Get them to Guantanamo Bay and pay me a little bit to go over there and let me ask them some questions.
I'm talking about then they might not even make it to Guantanamo Bay because I mean, if there's one thing our military know how to do, it's heavy-handed.
In our fiction storybook, we're working on the fiction storybook, internet at large. Yeah, exactly. We just keep using the name of the current president because it helps us stay on page. Several books by CIA past agents that say this. I did not make it up. Yeah, they just don't care. I'll 100% guarantee you, because when, what was that stupid program called under Barack Obama and his stupid guys where they tried to take the spring or the firing pin and break the firing pin out of the arms and ship them down to the $1 trillion drug cartels? And see, you know what'll happen when they try to pull their guns on us? Their guns won't work. Like they don't test fire or teach or train or practice their people with G words. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
No, we
Only
need to send
only someone who
those
lives in a box could think of something that stupid
true. But
or on a cloud.
when those cartels start seeing those black C-130s flying over their house, the ones that look like they have extra antennas out one side rather,
Yeah.
and it starts flying in a circle.
Or they hear a strange noise that they sit up in their bed and then Earth and them evaporate because the
One
radar
round every square
proof
inch.
stealth things flew over.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Spectre can put a 50 cal round every square inch. Boop 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 boop.
Oh no, Elizabeth said her power went out again. Oh well, it'll come back. You and I'll keep talking about this fantasy space war because I really like it. I have all kinds of great ideas. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. You helped me with my script.
Oh, and I forgot the name of it. There's a missile. We those that don't remember we call it the Ginsu missile, and it's a missile, no explosives, but it's designed to take out a single target. What happens is when you launch this missile and it finds its target, it's homing in, these uh 3.5 foot blades pop out, 5 of them, and start spin, and it hits the target like a Cuisinart.
Yep.
I mean, we got some nasty stuff. Oh, you buried yourself in the ground. Okay, we have this missile that we turned. We took a cannon barrel, filled it full of high explosives, and it weighs a ton. And we aim it at your hole in the ground that you're hiding in, and doop, is your hole more than a mile down? It better be.
Exactly. Don't make us send a small moon. That's no moon.
Exactly.
Built by
I mean,
Elon Musk under a federal government contract at SpaceX.
oops, I missed catching that rocket.
Somebody play they either call it the empirical theme song or, when Darth Vader's theme when he enters the room. Dun, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun.
I mean, we have some nasty weapons in our inventory as well as in development.
And I don't know what to say about the problems of, like Elizabeth was talking about, very wicked, evil bad guys grow in their Mary Janes in California, probably without permits and shelter corporations, like unbeknowing, well paid American citizens, probably cops. I can say that. I have some experience with some very corrupt California policing. Go study the Rampart Division scandal, 1995. But if they're protected and bribed off and paid off, cops all involved in this crap, and politicians gonna get theirs in a state that says, well, we're a drug legal state. F the federal law. I don't agree with
That
that. And
as I
guess
said,
what, California? You better crunch out them little twisty ends and go back to your no THC oils, 'cause now the terrorist cops can come bust you for that.
I was thinking that's one reason I like the hearings for the new ICE leader, where the AOC says you're going to separate families. He goes, when I get arrested for a crime, my family doesn't get to go with me, but they have committed no crime. Pardon me, Madam Senator, but according to criminal statute U.S. such and such and such and such, yes, they did.
Harboring, aiding, abetting, knowingly and willingly.
Yeah, he
Huh?
already said he'd arrest governors,
Huh? Collusion,
and willing to
collusion,
arrest
collusion.
if if he's willing to arrest the governor, he's willing to arrest a mayor or a sheriff or whatever it takes.
Good.
Oh, is
And now,
earlier we were talking about people that their voices just get to us. The one I was thinking is part of MRCTV. Couldn't remember the name of the channel the guy spoke for, because he's got a new one. And then California battery factory burns, revealing dangers of green agenda that Biden just promised more money. It's lithium batteries. You and I both, I think occasionally I sure feel like I'm beating a dead horse because they do not want to learn that lithium is not safe. Maybe not even always in small batteries such as phone batteries. Remember a couple years ago the phones were spontaneously combusting from being overcharged,
Yeah, and
supposedly.
overheated and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Get off lithium and all electricity and go to hydrogen fuel cells. Safer in every
MRC.
sense of the word.
Is this it? Founded by Mordecai Modi. Sounds like a Polish name that I don't want to pronounce. And Asif Sachu.
I don't know his name. I just know his voice it does something to me. It's not the big guy with the beard. I kind of like him. This is a skinny, bald guy, older guy.
I don't think this is the right place. Although they own everything. Dick Clark Productions, Luminate, Billboard, and The Hollywood Reporter. Productions of the company have included the Netflix series House of Cards and Ozark and the films Baby Driver, Knives Out, and Ted.
I mean, covering the grass with solar panels is not going to do you any good, especially when they're only at their max 15% efficient, and you can't recycle them, or at least they haven't found a way to recycle them yet. And I believe in solar panels on houses to help mitigate what you pay to the power company. And I believe in wind power if you do it correctly. California did not do it correctly. Neither did
Anyway,
Texas. And it should be an offset and get away from these big, huge windmills and go to helix design because birds won't fly into wind turbines that are helix design because it looks like a tree to them. You don't find birds flying into trees very often. They don't see the windmill as it knocks them out of the sky. In solar farms, do the solar flower routine where the flower follows the sun, so you don't have a peak. It's the whole time is a peak. Using up good land that could turn carbon monoxide into oxygen. Oh, but we're going to destroy the planet. Yeah, you keep cutting down all the trees for these solar farms. Yeah, you're going to destroy the planet.
still illegal federally.
Use tide generators. They've been proven for over 30 years to be safe and fish friendly.
Yep.
And I know that California has tides and
Oh, yeah.
waves. Use tide generators and wave generators. It's friendly to wildlife. Uh, oh no, but it's so unseemly. Well, if it's underwater, you don't see it.
Yeah, and like, especially with today's tech. And I guess maybe I need Elon Musk to explain it to me or some other genius. Besides the fact that General Electric still holds most of the perpetual energy machine patents that they bought for millions and millions of dollars back when that meant something. And they're not going to allow anybody to do that to hurt their money.
Yeah. GE
I
needs to
just
go
want
back
to
to making
know
good appliances. GE needs to
why.
go back to making good appliances and good light bulbs and get away from this other stuff that's not doing them any good.
Yeah, I just want to know why. Because I'm a simpleton. If we can stick that size battery in a car and let it go 110 miles an hour, why can't we stick that size battery in an electrical energy in the same size electrical motor and let it turn the power generating turbine?
Well, this is about 10 years ago, maybe a little more, when they started doing the recyclable tires where they could break it down into the carbon, steel, and oil to
Mhm.
reclaim it. There was a place up north who was using solar power to collect hydrogen and use the hydrogen to burn for heat and electricity. And it was a more efficient way of using solar than it is using solar electric panels.
Right, because solar electrical panels only work when the light is shining upon them.
Right. This only works, but what it does is it uses the energy from the or heat from the sun to separate uh water into hydrogen and oxygen. And then when you expose the oxygen to air, what does it become? H2 or HO. Or no, not HO, but it comes H2, H2O. Well, becomes water. That's the reason I say fuel cells. Once you burn the hydrogen, release the hydrogen, and you're burning it, you have so much goes this way and so much goes that way. The stuff you burn, it goes to nothing. You know, very little carbon. The other becomes water because atoms cannot. Uh, Hydrogen is an unstable atom, so it has to attach itself to something. I know that much from high school and first year chemistry or first semester chemistry. That's all it was required. And it's just believe the science. Well, you're not believing the science. You're believing the hype.
Yeah, well,
Not
here's a
you. I mean,
science.
college.
Yeah, I know. That's the saying of everybody who doesn't listen to what you're saying. It's absolutely scientific. They say,
Yeah,
well, you gotta believe science. Oh, okay, so scientifically, XYZ. Well, no, not that.
exactly. But they forget there's more than one type of there's more than one school of science. One.
And
Because
no tool of science is anybody's feelings.
no, science has nothing to do with feeling.
It's scientific. Like, mayhaps I'm wrong. I doubt it. But I think, isn't it a kind of scientific thing to say if that electrical, 100% electric motor can not only move a musk truck, but power all those gizmos and gadgets and everything else, and those lights on the front and the back and under it and everything else, couldn't they turn the shaft of our electrical generation facilities? It
In
seems to
theory,
me,
but
yes.
they could, but it's not efficient enough to be a continuous electric because you'd use electric batteries to turn electric generators, which would charge the batteries. It's not efficient enough for that. That's just I said go to hydrogen, go to methane. If you don't want to use oil, there are plenty other fuels that are naturally created. Methane being one of them. Just like the old theory that we're running out of oil. They have found that oil does not come from dinosaurs like originally thought. It
It's
comes from the center of the earth.
it's dinosaur
And
blood. What?
because a lot of the wells that they capped off for long periods of time have refilled.
Mm.
So it's not from dead dinosaurs, otherwise it'd still be empty. Start looking for volcanic water. Steam. Steam turns turbines. Turbines make electricity. Geothermal.
I don't know if it still exists.
What? Geothermal?
No, geothermal still exists. Pasadena, California. Steam power plant. The Glen Arm Power Plant. Art Deco style is still in operation. Is a power plant in Pasadena, California that began operating on July 4th, 1907. The problem
No, they.
is, or was back then, that how do you, and it's a neat thing to see if you're ever visiting Pasadena, California, go see the movie Gidget. Sally Field takes a ride to Pasadena up the brand new Pasadena Freeway. It's where the freeway ends. And it's neat to watch. The steam comes out, but they have a collection thing so that the steam gets turned back into water so it doesn't just float away into the atmosphere. It
Yeah.
gets cooked again in the turbine plant and turns into power.
Yep. Well, here's one for you. 1968, John Wayne made a movie called The Hellfire. And in that movie, they mentioned geothermal for creating hitting steam off of volcanic from generating electricity. The movie was made in 68, so they knew about it before then. And
Yep.
no, it's not going to cool the earth. Those things are naturally there. And just like we know for the fact that if we, Old Faithful, which is a created by volcanic steam, if people would quit throwing their garbage into that, it wouldn't get clogged up. But it's a dangerous thing to go clear that thing out. Oh, let me see if I can hit it with my soda can. Why? Go see if you can do it to a garbage can, not Old Faithful. I mean, we have parts of Yellowstone, not the park, but that area, because that whole area is known as Yellowstone.
Mhm.
You can tap into volcanic steam and have geothermal, or to one vent pump water in, and out comes steam. Okay, we got steam power, natural's creating steam, waves, tides, a little bit of wind if it's done correctly, and you can also subsidize it. Quit building quit building fields of solar panels, and just say we want to rent your roof space. We want to put solar panels on there, and for letting us use your roof space of your buildings that you have in your house, we will maintain your roof. So if it leaks, we fix it. And because periodically, every so many years, we're going to unclip these panels and put newer, better panels in, and it will reduce your electricity costs. I volunteer. It's just there's so many easy ways to do this. Uh, Norway has it's a combination of Norwegian and American idea. for new construction is the top of your buildings. You build an extra story where you put wind collection, and then on top of that you put solar panels for the actual roof. But you have this one story that all it is wind collection, which cools the solar panels, which makes the solar panels work more efficient. So you've got a twofer. You're collecting two forms of power to run inside that building for free, other than maintenance costs. Durr. I mean, how many pig farms are there in Harnett County, or chicken farms? Dean, did I lose you?
Answered the phone.
Oh, how many pig farms and chicken farms are there in Harnett County? Well, anyhow, there's a lot. You take their lagoons where they have to put their solid waste, and versus sending it to a sprinkler system where that's the only way they're allowed to get rid of it, is send it in the air in droplets, which is a pollutant. You put it sort of a bubble over it, or you siphon off the methane. You have an agitator on the inside, which then separates the solids from the water. The methane comes off at a certain level. You siphon off the water, which you can use to irrigate crops. You take the solids and you scrape that out. You got building material, you can make bricks out of it, or you can use it for high-end fertilizer. So you use less chemical nitrogens in the ground and use natural nitrogen. It makes the farm more efficient. It generates electricity more than the farm can use. So there you go. There's a form of collecting of power. Then you look at your big cities like New York, Chicago, LA, Charlotte, Raleigh, Galveston, Dallas. Those people poop a lot. You take the poop and you do the same thing.
The
Methane,
human
free
methane.
electricity, free electricity because you already charged. The city's already charged for the poop collection.
Yeah,
Free electricity.
we used to joke back in the days in the big cities where you got a lot of college frat guys, right?
Yeah.
Make it illegal for them to ignite their own flatulence, unless they're going to do it in a way that generates energy for the community.
But these are things that I wrote up in a high school science project back in the early 80s. It was in Mother News. Small scales of this was in Mother Earth News back in the 70s. With the technology we have today and automatic stirrers and agitators, we should be able to do it today easier and collect more methane. I mean, we used to have highway patrol cars run off of pressurized propane. Why can't we do it with pressurized methane? Still burns. You can still run a motor off of methane gas. You can run turbine. You can heat water to run turbines. No, they just want to be full of fecal matter.
And pay a fortune to deal with it like sewage plants. And then deal with the fact that the sewage plants don't do right. And I just showed in maybe 2 streams ago where you accidentally, somehow, we don't know how, the sewage got dumped into the California Ocean again.
Remember
Spray your sewage on the fire then, California.
the New York River catching fire from
Yeah.
pollutants? All
Yep.
they had to do is siphon it off, pull out the pollutants, turn the pollutants into fuel, put the water back in, and pretty soon you're going to have clean water, and you don't have to do that anymore. I mean, Cumberland County sewage plant has a methane generator as a small scale. They could do it bigger and better, where it would provide electricity for the city versus just a little bit that they have for running some lights at the power at the sewage. Just a second.
And Donald Trump did mention, in the standard Donald Trump way, not really segueing. Oh, I don't want to show that on screen. Hold the line, please. Donald Trump said, did anybody besides me notice that when poor old Carrie Underwood got up there to sing some America the Beautiful, quite beautifully, with the military singers, they had some technology problems? It happens to the best of us. Renaming McKinley at 12:31 p.m. Eastern. I noted that Biden and Harris are still smiling and laughing and talking about, oh, they were smiling and laughing and giggling and having a little fun behind his back about Panama Canal. He said at 12:19, between 12:19 and 12:26, I didn't keep exact timestamps, but after he said the drug cartels thing, POTUS Trump said in speech, national energy, I think he said crisis, not emergency. Again, he's using words that you got to pay close attention. I should be having it up on the screens, and let's find out exactly what did he said by searching the transcript that won't be properly transcripted, but close enough. He said, drill, baby, drill. And of course, he got a standing ovation for it. He knows that that's not the only answer, just like we've been talking about it for 40-ish minutes. He and everybody up there, he didn't fire the entire energy government business last time he was there. He's not going to fire them all this time and give all those jobs to, I don't know who you think is going to take all those jobs. Everybody out there who's worried about that kind of stuff. That they know it's not all about drill, baby, drill. And the negative points he gets on that thing is all his false claims about the other stuff. That Joe Biden ruined it and we've been energy starved and it's all Joe Biden's fault. As if the president, well, if things don't work out 100%, you just remember you said that, Mr. Trump, but I understand it. He's got to say those things a certain way. It's fine, sure. It sounded more like a campaign speech. Whatever. He's the president. He can say what he wants to. Yep. But he did note, and he said, because it hurts feelings more than it hurts anything else. He said, doing away with all that green energy stuff and Green New Deal. That's what he said. I wonder if I can look that up and find it. Let's go here and let's do C dash span. Trump inauguration speech. Man, that's still live. What are they doing? Singing songs? Oh gosh, he's giving another speech. Sir, I don't blame you. Have a good day. Here it is. They clipped 5 hours ago. Let's open it in a new tab and try to avoid the ads. I don't blame you, YouTube, I guess. Could we please have a government functions channel that we can look at government functions on the internets and do React content and the such that doesn't involve ads that we're not supposed to reshow on live streams and everything else? More, more. Show the transcript. Please stop. And then we're going to, what was I even looking for? Find green. He said, today we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electrical vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. Yep. I thought there never was a Green New Deal. Did that get snuck in under my radar? The Green New Deal. Well, it's a bunch of proposals. So I guess anything that they've had the majority for a long time, anything that whatever under Biden's administration and our Congress of mostly Republican makeup, mostly got us involved in, I think Donald Trump is saying he's going to get us back out of that madness, like carbon credits and whatever. I know that was, we changed the language long ago. So that's what he said about that. And he said, drill, baby, drill somewhere. Let's go ask the search bar. Drill. Of course. I want you to search in here for drill. DRILL. At 13:42, according to this video of his speech. Oh, he said emergency. I thought he said. I wasn't really listening. I was typing notes and listening to my lovely missus. Okay, I can answer that question. To myself, crisis? Nope. The answer is no. He said emergency. Now the problem is no sound. The circle is going around and around. Yeah, just wait a second or two and then refresh it. That means it's buffering, trying to reconnect the video. You just have to refresh the page. Happened to George a while ago too. Oh. She said no sound, and I said blah 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 on the sound. Let me type in the chat. Refresh in the private message board. And it will say, welcome back to, it'll say, welcome to chat. Blah, blah, blah. Follow the rules. So, what else did Mr. Trump possibly say that was kind of interesting to me? I have to go back off screen. I apologize, people. My notes are my business sometimes. Only because it would be highly offensive, I think, to, mostly people who very much heart, Mr. Trump, in what I call a very Greek godman kind of way. Is it highly inappropriate for secular Democratic Republic people to be involved in that kind of man worship. To me, Elizabeth said, yay. Oh, 4, 13, 20. Yes, Elizabeth. Yay. Welcome back. And try to remain objective, calm, and a secular, objective, unbiased, modern American version of a powdery wig 1776 feller. Some of the particular, and maybe he's just too smart. Maybe I shouldn't listen to the likes of super high IQ Donald J. Best president ever, man, God, emperor, say things like at 12:34 p.m. he did all the dog whistles, especially at Manifest Destiny. Go back and listen to my previous streams. You don't even have to listen to the whole things. I just showed you how to load the transcript, do find, and type manifest. That is a super white British wasp saying about genociding and assimilating the Native of Americans, absolutely hatefully misnomered as Indian.
I
He
need to
said the
apologize to you.
thing, and then he also, during all of his dog whistling, said, expand our territory. And if he's hinting at, oh, well, what does it mean? And he says we could buy Greenland or Iceland or whatever land it was over there. That he just,
Greenland.
but then when they said, well, what if they don't sell it? Will you rule out military force? And he said, well, no. Territorial expansion is the dog whistle key phrase saying of imperialism. So maybe he's just too smart for me. But he's got to remember he's my president. You should not say things like that, sir.
Correct.
You
I need to apologize
terrify
to you, sir.
me when you say things like you're going to adopt the policies of Jackson and Wilson that asinine fully assimilate or genocide the Indians.
Sorry, sir. I need to apologize to you because I need to cut it off here for a little bit
Okay, sir.
for
I'll be
myself.
here for a while.
All right. If you're still here when I come back, hop on.
Ooh, hurry
Bye.
back, sir. Bye. And the other part right in front of expansion of territory and manifest destiny is that he's doing the citizen, and the citizens will this, and the citizens will that, and the citizens will the other, not the we the peoples. So again, if I'm just remind me why somebody on planet Earth, why is that okay for him to do to me if it hurts my feelings? And he is my employee. I would fire him right there in the speech. I don't care how many hundreds I gave. But don't you use your little code word, best buddy, white guys on the island talk at me, sir. You want to be that hateful and sit there at the top of the Trump Tower in charge of Trump.org? Knock your socks off. I appreciate your honesty. But you're either so hateful and so immune to anything, including morals and ethics, that you don't care that what is ragtag, you can never hurt us as bad as we hurt ourselves, us stupid, savage, godless, heathen Injuns, sir. But it still hurts. You salting the wounds doesn't help. Could you please try to somebody get a hold of this dude's not shouted ear and pull on it a little and say, stop it, dude. It's not funny. Don't try that. I was just joking. It ain't joking. Go tell N-word with the hard ER on the end jokes at the black church then? Coward. Dumbass. So smart that you don't understand the rest of us are free to be this stupid and offended by you? And then roll back and say, an hour ago I said clap, clap, and plus 100 because he did a good thing. But I'm also going to call him out heavily on no amount of good you ever do. I don't care how much good you do. What the heck did they teach you in that Bible of yours? Hand that over to me and hope I don't learn the same things you learn, like, oh, well, let's just get rid of white people. Let's redefine manifest destiny is that, you know what the real problem with the world is? Whites. We finally figured it out. Send them all back to England, even if they didn't come from there. This sounds quite offensive then, doesn't it? And it's just the same old thing that don't cry. I got yelled at pretty thoroughly and name called the other day because white people, especially white males in America in the 2020s, feel utterly othered and inconsidered, which means they are worth zero valuable consideration or thought or care. You know why you can't have an opinion? You know why you can't have a job? Because you're a white male. That's why I got yelled at the other day, because there's no one else that'll listen. I'll stand there and listen to it. I didn't other anybody. I didn't never discredited anybody. I look at the title of today's thing. I heard what Martin Luther King said, and I also understand that he didn't say that about everybody. He said it about his grandchildren. Yeah, okay. Martin Luther King Jr. said a good thing. But if you take it fully in context, oh, well, wait, that's kind of selfish. Hey, what about my grandchildren? Yeah, yours too. Yours as well. And the derivative work is that here we are, true story. Like I can clap, clap, clap like a real good seal. I don't empathize. I don't feel. I don't have enough. My skin is dark enough that I don't feel what true white, blue eyed men feel in the last 25 years in this country. I'm like, uh, uh, and it's another Adam and the Ant song. I'm a shade too white to be with the brown people, and I'm a shade too pale, or whatever you want to call it, a shade too dark to hang out with the white people. I'm a in-betweener, which makes everybody hate me equally. I don't fit in. So it's very important. Somebody get it very important. We must have some. And Joe Biden, you were no better with your eloquent ways of saying that all white men except you are not allowed anywhere on earth, Joe Biden and Democrats, previous administration. Well, you were born of the white skin because of your great, you weren't relative. You was the po white trash of the South. You were born of white privilege, and now you must have white guilt. And just crawl under a rock and pay your restitutions to everybody but you. Yes, I agree. My native mind said the same about Mars. I think of it as leaving litter all over the universe. But I have had to ask Elon for a job, so I'm not fighting this. But it's going to happen one way or the other, and he probably had to say that. Like, did you see when when he said it, they made special careful. I watched it on C-SPAN. My missus watched it on something else. When he said it, they made sure, and I'm just glad Elon didn't, Musk, Mr. Musk, sir, yes, sir, didn't jump again. But he was poop eaters grinning. Donald Trump got him. Got him. Will you say something for me and my SpaceX, Don? Will you say something for me and my SpaceX, Mr. President, sir? Well, he took care of it. I don't expect more. I didn't expect flag on Mars. Whatever. We're wrecking the universe anyway. Go ahead. If we don't, the Chinese or the Russians will. Or the Indians. I understand they have their own space program now. Probably the Pakistanis. Many Middle East or oil trillionaires. Somebody's going to do it eventually, sooner or later. And what I really thought about is, you mean to tell me those rovers we left up there don't have the American flag on them? How stupid were we to do that? Where? Little laser etching? Does it say made in USA? But all right, send another piece of junk up there. I'd rather you spent the money on, a serious problem like hungry children's, PTSD veterans, I don't know, whatever, something tangible. But I understand. Rich guys got to do some of that cloud dweller stuff. He can't just. None of us all of us combined, did not give him as much money to become president as Elon Musk did all by his lonesome self. So there. He's got to pay the piper. Or Elon paid the piper, so he's got to play the songs or sing the songs. It's politics. It's America. And I have to go back off screen. I don't know if I have more. Other than the manifest destiny and this crazy old 1700s to 1950s or 60s dog whistling. No, not to the nasties. He never said anything about socialism and nationalism. To the like-minded still to this day of the predecessors. Green. I thought I had auto darkening. I put the big white notepad on my other screen and it dimmed, so now I can barely read it. It's got that intelligent screen darkening and lightening caca going on. Movie topic hopping. Man, that's only back to the checklist. Show us something he said that stuck out to you, Elizabeth. Someone forgot to tell. Oh, that was me. I think I already mentioned it to George about someone forgot to tell those long distance, super long distance photographers to turn their super big flash stand things, the flashes off of their photographers. And man, my shoulders went up as if I was sitting behind a certain type of long range thing that has an optic on top of it. Thinking, man, somebody forgot to tell those photographers, you better turn those flash bulbs off, because we're a little itchy about what might be construed to be a threat. A long distance G shot. Or could be like, did that come out of a light bulb? Or did that flash off the front glass of a scope? Oh, he said official policy, two genders, male and female. Me and George already kind of discussed that. We discussed the cartels, energy, ending the EV mandate. I have in my note, citizens, 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 purposeful dog whistle. Oh, you gosh, there we go. Here we go. Here's what's wrong. And Donald Trump said it. Give credit where it's due. I got off on my soapbox. But if you remember a particular yelling at I told you about the other day, and somebody very upset, and I wrote in the thing, Elizabeth, that's frustrated, inarticulate, defined. How bad are we boiled? Here we go. Absolutely, yay. And I wrote before it, before the thing or whatever, 04, 29, 40. At 12:15 p.m., I said true with two exclamation points and wrote plus 10. See below, frustrated inarticulates. Let me spell it out here. Donald Trump, I said let me clarify that here, POTUS, Trump said, talking about getting rid of a bunch of stuff, that we have an education system that teaches children to hate themselves. That is what I was trying to say about white males in the new millennium. I I hear that white males are extremely they devalued, disenfranchised. Sure, all of the above. And Donald Trump, this is why he gets to be president, and I never will. He can put it together and say it briefly, clearly, and correctly. This is not a dog whistle. Him and whoever he got to help him, and if no one helped him all by his lonesome self. That's a very good way to put it, and it goes back to several of our recent past live streams, conversations we all have every day. It's on the news that we've got to stop having a schools. I talked about yesterday at length that if our teachers live the lie of they're unethical, they're immoral, and the teachers break the law, then where do they think our children are learning this from? Hmm. Their actions speak louder than their words. But when the entire system teaches children to hate themselves, no matter what, he wasn't singling out any, but that's what I was trying to express just a few minutes ago, talking about the manifest destiny. He said it at 12:15 p.m. Their speech, and the 12:34 was 12:34 p.m. Yep, and it's because I was scrolling backwards through the log why the 34 came before the 15. But it's good because I went off on that tangent about that stuff. Very well said, Mr. Trump. I give you plus 10 for that. And it doesn't matter. He said it in a way that is very clear. Whether or not the education system is systemically sexist. If we're allowed to say that word, or wrongly towards females. Othering in any way. He didn't say, white kids got to be able to be proud to be white. He didn't say that. I think I still have it up. Let's find out. Education system. President Trump. Search for. Let me not bastardize his words. Let his words speak for himself. Education. One of two. Don't. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. It's going to change. We have a public. Okay. At 4 minutes and 53 seconds into his speech for inauguration, we have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. I don't agree with him. He's trying to make bad about how somebody should have done something to put the fires out in California. He's being silly, but he has to say those things to the people that give him money and vote for him. I didn't even give him negative points for that. He's reading from a script that must be read. But this is the part. I don't care where he got it. He got it. He said it. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves. In so many cases, to hate our country, despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. Well said, sir. Well said. Because if we take at its face the statement by the left that the system, including the education system, is horribly racist, let's just say against blacks, then, or African Americans, or whatever they go by, I'm going to call them blacks with a capital B for this conversation, then they hate their own skin, which is hating themselves, which is ashamed of themselves. Like, why can't I be a girl, or why can't I be white? So this goes well with the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech. Why can't these kids stop worrying about whether they have an innie or an outie, button and below, belly button and below, and not worry about that they were born a certain skin tone or hairstyle? Or why is it wrong, especially if what are you supposed to do? Well, don't hate you and your country, just hate your parents, because they should never have been breedered. Very well said. Very concise and clear. Elizabeth said, I have had a thought in mind on that manifest destiny horror. I call it the Nazi mandate. Yeah, the Nazis, Adolf Hitler and Goebbels and someone else. Maybe Himmler. Heimlich. One of the other Heimlichs. Said, where do we get that stuff? Number one, America. There used to be a Nazi party of New York, New York, made up of German descent, white, blue-eyed Americans. But even further back, the Vietnamese and the true story. I'm sure if George was here, he'd remind us. George knows some true history. But a lot of the racial purity stuff came from the natives of the Americas. Come back chat box. I call it the not nasty. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that anymore, even if I'm reading it. N-A-Z-I. I say nasty, and that's what I'm meaning to say. Yes, I do agree with him on medical care. He has the numbers. China, I have 2 friends who had kids teaching there. One got sick, went to what they call urgent care. It's like ER plus a hospital. All her medications, 2 days or so in care, and follow-up care was 35 big American bucks. Just to sign in and leave ER here in California is maybe 5,000. Yeah. Hitler was an employee. Pat and I once did the study to find out who hired him. It was an icky old blue blood, only manifest destiny council. Yeah, Hitler was the figurehead, the spokesman, and those other guys. Remember, he was the something, and he was democratically elected. People who can't handle the truth, then go away. You can't handle the truth. Go watch the movie and get told you can't handle the truth, and I'm gonna leave the truth. And in case I needed a disclaimer for anybody, other than telling you, just go search all of my previous streams. If you know a better way to have it search, including searching the transcripts specific to some person's stream, let me know. I'd love to know. He got both the blame and the world hate. And that's why why I always say the top or the boss, especially the president. That's the way it is that the president gets the credit and the blame. You, especially somebody who's worked in private business, Donald Trump knows. He knew this coming in. And so why do they say he's always going to take the credit for something? Because he knows the guy whose name is on the door gets the credit and the blame. If something horrifying happens to our country, like COVID, he gets the blame. He knows this. He's aware of it. Could you repeat what you want to know? Uh, there was nothing I wanted to know. I just asked, did you have anything that I haven't already hit on, or even if you missed it during while we were away, thoughts about his speech? Right now, I'm just working on the content of the 30 or so minutes of his speech. Things he said, not how other people reacted to it or spun it out of control. He said, if you know, I want to know. But brother was talking about the energy back on. I don't remember. If I remember later, I'll holla. Thanks for the reminder. We went out real fast, and I'm trying to be as impassioned and loud about the good he did. He's our president the next 4 years, and the things that I don't like so much. It's not a home run. Why do we have to give everybody else a participation trophy, but we can't give him one? That was just a silly random thought I just had. I'm looking back at my notes to see if maybe I was reading a note and asked something based on notes. I took notes during the. I was kind of sad because He opened his speech with "my fellow citizens," and that's the dog whistle or dummy, or that's a really stupid and idiotic and imbecilic thing to say. When every president in the history of presidents, except for in very recent times, has said, "my fellow Americans." This citizen crap is dog whistling to the xenophobes and the haters and the defined citizen. And let's get rid of birthright citizenship and let's do this and let's do that. Make everybody illegal and kick everybody out. And yet, who's going to mow your grass? I will listen to the whole thing later and pick it up. If you want to know what do you want to do, where do you want things to be for you in the year 25, right? I guarantee you will, even if we have to do it once a month for a few hours, we'll be talking here as long as and he does, you know what? He looks like he might be taking his health in a little consideration, a little bit. He seems in the last 2 or 3 times I've seen him live and in person on television and internets, he might be slimming up a little and doing a little better health wise. A couple less sody waters and a few less snacky cakes. Unless something horrible happens to our nation, we'll be sitting right here talking about, well, can we find good and bad? I saw one the other night that it's just mind boggling how people are still tore up over that. There's good people on both sides. They pick that out of the entire exchange. And when like 10 seconds prior, he said there's very evil or bad people on both sides. Why do we stick to the good people sentence but not the bad people sentence? He said the exact same sentence 2 ways, and we don't remember the other way. Mm, DJ at the podium at 12:09 p.m. My fellow citizens. And then he repeated the BS and repeated the BS and repeated the BS. Sigh, I wrote in my notes from 12:09 to 12:14. Then he repeated another one that really pissed me off, and I said -50. NC was treated so horribly. Whatever, dude. By you. But then he said good stuff. I think Ivanka looks way too thin. I made a note to myself that I was doing crude objectification. Ivanka, eat a cheeseburger. And I noticed that J.D. Vance is taller than Donald J. Trump. I never knew that before. I made a note that he may have milked the MLK. I was making bad jokes. He said dream come true, and I wrote +10 Donald Trump. It was a good thing to say today, of all days. National energy crisis, establishing. He said something about establishing an external revenue service and that DOGE was to be established. Is he going to make Congress get this legit? Okay, that sounds good. Oh well, I think that's all I got in my notes. All in all, I say good job. 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, something like that. Stars. He did a good job. He didn't stumble any of his words. He didn't do the repeating, our beautiful, beautiful, big, big, beautiful, biggest in history, biggest ever Donald Trump talk. Do fun things. Oh, wait. One thing is me, I would say, if you stop listening to the stupid people, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, NBC, you will have to listen to things yourself a bit more. We have a lot more time to go and do fun things happily. Yep. I noticed Vance being taller. Was he standing on a step? I never noticed it before either. Nope, he was not. I saw it again when they were outside. Vance is, I'm sure the internet could tell us, but I'm not going to look it up. I got a couple of screenshots. Let me find a screenshot. Screenshots of the day. Here they are, standing outside. And everybody always knew Melania is extremely tall and she's got some very high heels on. Kudos to you. I will never understand, and when I say ladies, anybody who wears high heel shoes. Kudos to you. You are amazing acrobats and athletes to go around on those things and not KIA yourself. But for Mrs. Vance, and I can't remember her for proper first name, for her to be way up there at these guys' noses and eyebrows, she's a mighty tall. All these tall people. I feel less alone in the universe because I'm a tall people. And how's the air up here? Lonely. Yep. JD is a very tall feller. There are four tall people. I should have brought Ivanka out there and stood her up there, and they were not allowed to have anybody near them at this point. Very soon after this photo got taken at 1:12 p.m. Eastern Time, some Secret Service people ran up and grabbed a hold of JD Vance, and now it's time for you to go right now. I guess they were probably, things have to happen on a schedule, and Mr. Trump needs to go get to places. He had an appointment for something with the Congress, but it's also that everybody in our country that is important in the top of our government was standing out in the open together. One bad guy with a pew pew could have done havoc upon our nation today. Security, good job. It was the fashion when I was at J&M. I always was bitching about trying not to fall on that marble floor at Big Hill Street Court. You had just outgrown a 2 or 3 week old pair of Doc Martens. Yep. I kept that first ever pair of Doc Martens for a long, giddy, long, giddy, long, giddy, long, giddy time. That book for you, you said you wear them, you're always bitching about those marble floors and high heels. I did. Not one judge or any of my bosses ever said a thing. Yep. JD Vance is tall. That's not the picture I used, but that's one of the moments where I really thought Carmen Sandiego, long ago video game, part of today's thumbnail. I got a picture. George was saying something about a slideshow. I got a picture. Melania looks like she's got a little smile and a little kissy lips on. She's ready for them to turn her TikTok back on. See, she is affectionate and capable of smiling. Hey, I got a picture of Donald J. being very cordial to outgoing Joseph R. and Melania being very cordial and letting somebody touch her. I understand Trump himself, President Trump, man, look at those heels, Elizabeth. Holy smokes. I don't know how many inch that is, but it's a lot of inch. Miss Melania's. I'd rather walk a tight wire than try to walk anywhere in heels like that. Even with the big old 1960s and 70s platforms where you're not standing on the pin of the tip of a pin. You ladies are amazing. I thought it was a mask. Not in a mean way. Yeah, I thought about that too. But that hat and face turned down, it reminded me of the mask. Absolutely. But Melania, maybe a little bit. I have heard a lot that Donald Trump hates to be touched. Not as much as I hate to be touched, but a lot. I absolutely don't want people touching me, let alone embracing or hugging. You can just keep that somewhere else. Go home and hug your grandma. I don't want to be touched. I got a little bit of that from Eva, and a little bit of that is just me. A lot of it. My auntie was very germophobic, and she was afraid somebody might give her a germ. Yeah, but I took a lot of screenshots. What we get this one for? Oh, this is one of the early ones I took because I was like, is he really taller than Trump? Because he's nowhere near as tall as Barron. But look at him standing above Trump and near Barron. Man, JD's got to be tall. I understand Trump's 6'3", at least when he's very upright. Well, JD is a super tall guy. There's Melania peeking out from behind. Where in the world is Melania San Diego? Hiding right there. There's our vice president getting sworn in. He has a very easy to look at wife as well. I really like that they brought their child up there, and child has, I don't know if they're for serious or for fun, little fingertip things. Like, I hope they're not band-aids. I hope you didn't get sore fingers, little child, sucking your thumb. I've never cared. I didn't really care today, except wife said care. And somebody asked me the other day, are we going to talk about the inauguration? Sure, why not? I have never ever before at all seen 1 minute or listened to one word of anybody's presidential inauguration. Already looked at that one. Go next. Why did I screen grabber this? It wasn't for any of the Trumps. Maybe it was for Biden. Someone had said something about Biden wasn't going to be there. But then there he was, so maybe that's why I screen grabbered it. Mm. Those picture. Next. Already did that one. This is going the wrong way, I think. Go back the other way. Oh, pictures. We'll just start at the end. Already looked at that one. Looked at that one. That was them clustered together. Made me nervous. That's Carmen Sandiego. A modern rendition, Elizabeth. If you don't know who I'm talking about. Yeah, that was Graham. I didn't take a screenshot. I never liked that guy, and I really don't like him more and more every time I see and hear of him. Besides, it was all done. They were about to shake hands, and I think that's it. They shook hands, or he said the oath. I'm very concerned. Ivanka, Elizabeth sent her a fan letter from me. She's too thin. She needs a cheeseburger. But they all look very good. Ivanka, you look perfect. Eric and Junior look very nice. Baron, wow. How's the air up there, Baron? Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. I think that's it. That's it for the screenshots. I have comments about the religious speakers of today, but I think I'm just keep those between me, myself, and I. Well, we reviewed the pictures, we reviewed the texts. 6 or 7. And they were Jimmy C, I think. Not the Red Bottoms or Jimmy C. Graham, yes. Hey, Elizabeth, if you don't mind, at 7:23 p.m., 5 hours into the stream, I don't care if you mind or not. I hope your power doesn't go back out. Technology failures. I'm gonna go cook myself a drink of more coffee. Let's say 5 to 10 minute break. Read some more transcript. Look at some screenshots. J.D. Vance is taller than Donald Trump. I like the guy from. Hang on. I'm gonna put it on screen. I like the guy from 180. I never remember his name, but that old-fashioned Southern church bit was great. Yeah, it's an acquired taste that I have never acquired. Grandpa liked the evangelizers and the hoot and hollerers and on return, the guy from 180. And I even wrote first initial last name in my notes. But we won't have to search it. I mean, we'll search it. We'll figure it out. We'll talk about that when I get back. Be right back. All right. Working my way back in. I'm not going to declare officially back yet. Just working on it. On the way back. Mostly. Wonder if we need his transcript anymore. Everybody go watch. If I had to watch it, no, I didn't have to watch it. I was not forced. Hmm. Very good. Nice show. I thought of something while I was walking away, making the drinks and refilling the water. I still haven't decided yet. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that I figured out this giant old retired, I think it's a brewer's yeast jar. She eats a lot of brewer's yeast. Is filling up these giant jars of water a better idea than these tiny cups? Probably not, because I think I drink as many jars of water as I did cups, and so now I can't stream her very good because I have to tinkle a lot. I have to do the other kind of streaming. What else do we have on the list? Check headlines. I think we covered most of it. We did some goofy movie memory. I still don't know. I thought I had put question marks in all these about the longer, deeper dive into this military mentality that got touched upon again yesterday. I guess we better just put X's in it. Touched on it yesterday. Let's expand upon a thesis or a something, a life study. Hang on, the PMs, the DMs, the somebody said you're asking if you checked on the things. I'm leaning too far back from the microphone. I should go back to the checklist. Did I do the review of Lavalantula? Sort of. We ran off on a tangent about lots of other goofy. Sorry, it was a not in the chat private message. We're working on integrating the stuff. But yes, I am answering now. We did a good discussion in the first 21 minutes. Then I told a fictional story. Then we went off on a long Rosie O'Donnell tangent. I didn't know that she'd said such goofiness. Once upon a time in 2016. We talked about curry combs, Elizabeth. I don't know if you were here then or not. The Biden pardons AS at 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 30 seconds into this live stream. Lavalantula, 2015. So bad it's good. 6 out of 10, maybe 7 out of 10. Then we went off on a long, very long. So anyway, no, I didn't say that much about it. So maybe we'll wait on that one and we'll say it. We'll put a timestamp on this junk later. Hang on, hold on, please. Because yes, what I do remember mentioning Lavalantula. More depth. And I don't know, every now and then, even during later hours of the stream, I kept thinking, give it a 7. And then I thought to myself, no, give it a 5. No, leave it at 6. You already put it in writing and said it 6. Yes, sir, it was fantastic to me, especially because it was made for TV. But then I was thinking by like 3 to 4 minutes in, I was thinking, this doesn't even look like a made for TV movie. This looks like cut scenes designed to be cut scenes in a video game movie. And I found one kind of fan sort of page, and that's it. That it was supposed to be developed into a video game in 2018, but I don't know if it's really just a fan rumor page, and I can't find any kind of confirmation or anything about that. But it, as a low budget made for TV movie, I'm still going to stick to 6. Maybe stretched to 7 of 10. Elizabeth said I would like to do more horse things. We can talk about it later. Yep. At the start, it seemed like I had the wrong movie playing. I like it. Yeah, I like it too. Give it a numbers out of 10, Elizabeth. And then, of course, there was and I discussed this earlier. I'll repeat it. The Me asking when somebody made my enlightenment enlightened. That did you know, didn't you watch Lavalantula? What is this thing, Lavalantula? I did not watch the sequel and probably never will. It would ruin it for me, I think. But I asked when told about this thing, and that Steve, what's his name, was still active and doing great movies. Great, very excellent. I enjoyed it a lot. Movies like made for TV's Lavalantula, 2000 something, 15 or 16, or I don't remember. I asked, oh, what about the guy that makes the sound effects with his mouth? And they laughed. Both of the people that knew and laughed because he was in Lavalantula. And he did all those things, the voices and the sounds with his mouth. 8. Because the little secret message of the man making his life better again. Well, becoming a hero no matter what the spiders or lightning or whatever. Yeah, I agree the same. It was all. I, I really liked the beginning because I thought the whole. And I'll try not to spoiler it. Anybody who hasn't seen Lavalantula yet, go see it. EW equals 8. It was just a fun romp. But yeah, the guy that makes the mouth noises was there. I sort of recognized some of the other people, not really that much. And I didn't go digging deeper. The, the comedy made me chuckle. Did they intend that to be that campy and comedic, or did it just happen organically? Whatever, there was a lot of really good, man, this is just a good romp of a good way to spend my time looking at a movie that the whole time, all the way through, I was trying to figure out in my brain, I wonder if they'd give me the rights. And if I could find a development studio and somebody to invest some money to just add nothing else, just take the movie and use the movie as cutscenes in a really fun romp campy video game like that. Running around LA on a side quest. You know, you can't take away from the main story. It's got its story. Be one of the military guys or something, or gals, or the Wonder Woman. There's a Wonder Woman costume girl in it. Be her in the game, and rescue babies from burning mouth spiders and pick up drop pickups and stuff. It's just a lot of it's really fun. Military mentality. Steve could not get out of the fold the laundry a right way. So Auntie said, okay, you do the laundry. And that worked. Most of her clothing went to the cleaners anyway. Well, you did it to me. Fold the laundry the right way. Or I don't know who did it to me. I'm I'm pretty uptight, especially about folded t-shirts like they're going back in the package. It's just thirds and then thirds. And fold them sleeves back. Don't fold them down. Mm. I don't know where I got it. Maybe I got it from me and learned it off television. But yeah, so all that, Lavalantula, we're gonna pull it up in a minute and look at some of the stuff. I would love to have some money and time and permission in writing to make a side characters, side quests video game wrap around that movie being that movie Lavalantula being the cut scene main story turn on. True story. Yes, I liked it a lot. Thank you for telling me about it. Tell her who, if you're still listening, it was worth staying up late last night. Made me giggle and think big old thoughts and search for Lavalantula video games and find my little page that said they were building one and there's all these ideas of what it is. Look it up yourself. I'm not looking it up again. Lava. Here, spoiler alert. If you're worried about me spoiling Lavalantula, I might have snort laughed. 4.6. You cowards. You're just trying to be like everybody else who voted it. Admit it, you liked it. Spoiler alert some more. I'm showing the photos that the IMDb has. If your feelings are hurt by spoiler photos, every frame a pause. Yeah, this whole thing, spoiler alerts, the little fake out at the beginning. Elizabeth said, I do not where you got it. I do not know where you got it either, because Tim does not like it that I fold t-shirts in fourths and leaves that middle crease. So he folds his own clothes, even if I sometimes wash them. We had our clothes on the fence, and he does not like how I hang them on the fences either, so mostly he washes for himself. Well, yeah. domestic chores. Can't we all just get along? Yeah, at the beginning, the little fake out thing, I was pleasantly surprised. That was kind of funny. They did a good job. The it's it was made for TV, and maybe they made it as, let's just make this as cutscenes for a really cool video game. But you can tell the foothill mountain in California did not blow up. This is really bad computer CGI stuff. Very low budget. But keep in mind, made for TV. They did an excellent job. The humor was good. There's the It took me a while, and it kept trying to break my belief or my immersion. The fact that the giant spider, half the size of a large vehicle, would suddenly get on the ground and chase the guy and be now a quarter the size of the guy. Hang on. It's the ever shape shifting, size shifting spiders. That's all right. Computer stuff. They can do it. They're magic. They're fire breathers. Hello, Bill. Watching on 2 devices. Very good. Uh, the first half of the movie, the lady wore the sports bra that I don't like, but you wear an undersized sports bra. Don't expect us not to notice your belly, ma'am. And us guys are not ageists. We might threaten that we are. See the big old thing on the wall? They did a real good job. You have to laugh, or I have to laugh. I absolutely laugh. Here's one of them on the road. But when they have like copy pastes, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, the spiders from Mars, and their feet move. They never move like a walking spider. Their feet just go up and down, and yet they're somehow moving. And there's 10 of them who feet march like they're lockstep marching. You have to giggle. You have to giggle. Is it necessary for women to become disrobed to save themselves from the evil Spider-Verse? I guess so. She did it. It's part of the shtick. It's a poke at. Yep, that's how it's got to be. Horrifying spiders coming out of the. Looks like someone drew it with a crayon or Microsoft Paint. Like Dean did it in Microsoft Paint. Oh, it was so good. Sorry I was not on. Been dealing with some BS. Sorry. Yeah, well, life BS's. I hope it worked out. Can anybody guess what this is a poking of fun at? Pulp fictionally? I love the little guy. And the bananas. He's a nanya. Nanya, I loved him. Oh, man. So much of it. So good. So silly. This is the guy that makes all the noises and voices with his mouth. I didn't even look up his name. Super mean faced spider. Oh, the thing that, man, I laughed out loud. Almost snort laughed. Maybe I choked on something. When they got talking about the big queen spider. Another spoiler alert. People, watch out, be careful. Say nanny nanny. When they got busy talking about how there was a queen spider, and that guy says, hang on, I gotta look at the name. Instead of Lavalantula, he says Mama Lantula? Mama Lantula? And he said it so good and so perfect. Man, I laughed. Good job, movie. Good job, Steve. Huh. LA does look a lot like that recently. Oh, I was going to show on screen. I took a screenshot. Just testing to see could I do my own or do I have to go back to someone else's website? Where is it? Where's my screen? With a little blackout on it. It was today, the 20th. Today, the 20th? Yeah. At 0019. At 20 minutes after midnight today, this morning, last night, the credits rolled and I wanted to get proof of life. And this is another one of those I was trying to discuss with George the other day is you have to try every single video that you're going to watch together on watch togethers because many of the free with ads or free streaming services do not allow screen capture of the movie. The copyright is protected. So where this was a screen full of credits, when I took a screenshot of it, I got a black box. I've seen it on many, not just YouTube, many streaming services. Heck, no. I still want to talk to people who do more stuff like that and find out more about it. And then we can try some without doing live streaming, and then we can try some live. Such silliness. Look at this amazing, it's so photorealistic. There she is. Wonder Woman in her. It's another superhero outfit, I guess. I don't even know if that's really supposed to be Wonder Woman. I think it is. They did a good job being scared peoples on the streets. Here it is. Giant flying spiders blowing the fire, fire, fire. This is some of that where they're one skittering on the wall, one skittering here, and one skittering there. Notice how their legs are identical. First leg down, touching the ground, two up. First leg down, touching the ground, two up. They're just copy pastes of each other. They're so yay! I loved it. What's my unlimited ammo cheat code for this game? I wanna shout it with one of these little stubby pistoles this lady has. All the running at you biters, even the big ones. The Lavalantula. For some reason, these set of photos make my eyes pause. Goodbye, ladies' clothes. Goodbye, horses. That's the name of the song that the guy sings, along with Silence of the Lambs and then that Jay and Silent Bob stuff. Yep. Yep. Here we go. We're gonna keep getting messages in several places. Oh, I got a picture. If I could make my phone, whatever. Somebody has a spider, and they said, "Here is our home spider. Tim's friend sent us. He's eating my medical insurance file. Somebody's got to eat it." And then one of the secret messages is now repeated with clarification on the Wonder Woman costume by Bill in the chat. Thank you, sir. Everybody else can just go look at the chat, whatever it's called in YouTube. Oh, chat replay. I looked up Nia Peoples last night when it was all over, and that's it. Well, I looked up Patrick Renna as well. I don't really recognize anything that any of them were in. I didn't look at the somewhere it says, show all the actors, because this is not all the actors. So that's about all I got on the. Loved it. Not enough to give it. It was, man, they're all the way up to Sharknado 5. I finally watched the first one last year and hated it. Skip, skip, skip. Let's just hop ahead. How does this end? Oh, that was a little funny where they had one of the guy from the original Sharknado was there. He's like, I'm having a problem with sharks right now, or some silliness. Very good, very good. Good job. See, they call this a goof. And this is some of that tongue-in-cheeky humor that I thought, man, that's funny. A goof, according to IMDb. On one of the interviews, the people passing by in the background are the same all the time, just going back and forth. I thought that was on purpose. I thought that was being funny. Leslie Eastbrook was in Police Academy too. Yep. Features Wonder Woman, 1975. Sorta. Yeah. Oh, there it is right there. Quotes. Colton West, the Steve guy, plays. Look, you gotta get off the streets. There's giant spiders everywhere. And Finn Shepard says, I'd love to help you, but I got shark problems right now. If you hadn't seen Sharknado, you wouldn't know what in the world. What in the world? There you go. Go see Sharknado. All the way up to at least number 5. I've never seen any but the first one. And I didn't watch it all the way through. I skip, skip, skip. I'm going to stop this thing. I'm going to stop this thing. Never mind. Let's just see the end. When it was a new thing and coming soon. Blah, blah, blah. Sharknado. We used to joke how we were going to empty the conference room, wheel in the big TV on a cart. Watch Sharknado and eat popcorn. We, I hang around people that can really get into and groove with a so bad it's good movie. Oh, there, if you're watching the live stream, you can see the little preview of. They did good. It really does look to me like, man, if your video game was rendered that well, that would be pretty cool. No, I'm not talking about some $140 pre-release and in-game purchases, man, whatever. $10, 40 hours worth of replayable gameplay, and have fun. You got all your cutscenes laid out for you. Uh, is that a fire spitting spider in your pocket, or are you just glad to see me? Oh my gosh. Yep, it was good. Nice light-hearted romp. Boom. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Now I have to take another fast break. What we do? Because that coffee's got to be ready by now. It's been a few minutes. I didn't think I could talk that long for the second time. I did good. I talked a long time. I talked. We. Thank you, all of us. We. Especially about a movie. I can go a long way. The music, not all that. Nothing special. It wasn't bad. Wasn't good. It was fine. It's fine. I guess it's fine. I'm fine. You're fine. Everything's fine. Short break. Get the coffee. Not even gonna put the time. If somebody says something, Bill or Elizabeth, tell them in the chat box. He went to get the coffee. Can't you read the screen? Just in case they're not reading the screen. They're listeners. Be back, girl. Do that, girl. Move the mouse off her face. Be right back. All right. I'm back. Got tasty coffee. Still didn't put the stuff on the other stuff. And I still don't know if I want to back. Squirrel with the movies. Campy, fun movies. Like above. I don't know if I want to dive in any deep ends. Sorry, Bill, about the military mentality, how it doesn't mesh and integrate and assimilate it into the private sector. I was going to expand upon it and yap about it, if whatever, if I felt like it. I thought I had put question marks in all those boxes, but apparently I didn't. But trying to think while I was going to get a beverage, and we discussed it, me and George, a little bit earlier about, trying to classify movies. And we did look up, they called, I forget which one we looked up, might have been this one. They call it dark humor. It's not dark humor. It's a humorous movie. Is it a full-on comedy? No. Is it a horror movie? Is it a comedy horror movie? Yeah, kinda. Is it campy? Well, can we have a campy classification? Campy fun movies? And I really couldn't think of many others sort of along the line. One of my favorites of all times. It's another one when you watch it later and you are somebody other than you were the first time you saw it, it might not be as good. Is it Night of the Comet? It is. Big haired 80s girls. Monster haired 80 girls. What do they call this one? So we'll say none of the comment. Because it's another one that does not. It's sort of a serious kind of thing. And this one wasn't made for TV in the 80s. This was made for movie theaters in the 80s. And I'm glad I got to see it in the theaters. You know why? Because I was 14 years old. And when they show girl butts on the big screen, it's a giant butt, which is lyrics from a Van Halen song. Oh, and it's a really fun, campy movie. What do they call it? Dark comedy. Parody. But it's not meant to be. Satire, comedy, horror, and sci fi. Whatever. IMDb 6.3. Probably when I saw it when I was 14, 9 out of 10. Man, that movie was great. The, it's another one of those. It's so bad it's good. I've always wondered in movies. Let's see if they have some pictures. I don't know who these stars are or whatever, but I saw it again in the new millennium. I bought one of those packs of 48 1980s movies or some crazy thing. And oh, look what's in here. Not a comment. And I was like, why did I like this so much when I was, oh, because I was someone else back then. I was a different me. Besides all of the we's that we are many in here, all of us are different than we were yesterday. And I'm sure all these people have been in many other things. I don't care. I don't dig that deep. But this is what I was thinking of, like earlier when we were discussing it. What are other movies like that they're not entirely a farce, like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes? That whole thing is just comedy. Or not. Maybe it's very scary to some people. But in all the movies ever, end of the world movies and TV shows that I've ever seen, and if you know one that's different, let me know, and I won't be able to. I'll have been edificated. In all of the end of the world movies I've ever seen, did I put none of the comment in here? Yes. I didn't put the year. Can I zoom the pictures? Sort of. In all the movies, in all the world, she walks into mine. No. Whenever everybody disappears and vanishes and turns into dust and puffs and the lasers come, there's never any undergarments. Why is this? How could this be? Does everybody go commando in the end of the world movies? Did they end the world because nobody wears any under things? Just something I've noticed. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let me know. Cheerleaders with machingy words. 80s hair. Wow. 80s cordless phones. La noche de cometa. It's funny even in Spanglish. Hey, kids my grandchildren's age. We had to pull the antenna out on phones. If we could get all those old phones, Bill, we could use them as collapsible asses. Like, oh, the comet. Are they zombies? Don't know. See, here's some more of those. You know, if you if you kids these days would just wear some underpants, The comet wouldn't kill you. Because when the cheerleader took off her cheerleader clothes, she had her underpants on. Why do you think she survived? And didn't turn into a zombie. That's what 14-year-old minds think. Demented ones, corrupted minds, bad minds like mine. Oh, dolphin shorts. Who remembers those? Those were called dolphin shorts. All the ladies wore them, starting at a certain late 70s, early 80s. See, all the clothes, no matter how far you zoom it. You didn't have to zoom it in the old days. You couldn't. But when you watched it on a giant movie theater screen, you could see. Yeah. No undergarments, male or female. Her knitting showed. See, there's some. You can go look for yourself. That is a Pro Thunder Bicycle BMX. How do I know? Because I had one just like it. Not the purple color. I was not that cool. We had studied, and I got somebody to pay me to do 2 or 3 bike frames for theirs before I dared take mine, take it all apart, sand it, and do a fade from white to light blue to dark blue, front to back. And I did it with leftover paints from which I had charged other people to do work on theirs. I would do anything for money during a certain very poor time of our life, including bicycle repair. When I went, and everybody, I called the Schwinn shop because someone told me, oh man, the Schwinn shop has a help wanted sign. You should go get that job because man, you can fix bicycles. So I called them up and I talked to them and they said, you sound very young. I said, oh yeah, I'm a little young. They said, come up here and if you can spoke a rim, we'll give you a job. And I went up there. I was 10. And I said, I'm here to spoke a rim for a job. And they said, get out of here, kid. And I learned a valuable lesson. They may not employ 10-year-olds. Back then, you had to be 14 and a half years old to get a valid work permit. I found me a boss who was like, well, if they come shut us down for it, they'll come shut us down for it. In 1982, I got my first real job that had taxes withheld, and on January 1, 1983, I filled out my first ever 1040 tax return. I believe it was the 1040-easy back then. And I wrote the whole thing in pencil and mailed it in and got sent back. You need to write it in ink. And it made me mad, and I realized yet another lesson in government stupidity. Number one, that the government should put out a warning. If you don't wear your undies, the CIA alien space invaders are going to come eradicate your whole society. Convince your neighbors to wear some socks and underpants. What's wrong with this world in 1984? And again, when Tom Cruise and the lovely Dakota Fanning warred the world, no undergarments. You ding danging American zombie cops. Send more cops. See, that's just a straight up comedy. We'll look that one up, maybe, if I remember it in a while. Of course, they don't show. I was going to show you the cheerleader girl. They showed her brassiere. which I'm not going to scroll back up to because I don't know if that's allowed, even though you can go see it yourself on IMDb without age verification. Her chest dots may or may not appear through a sheer brassiere or top or shirt or whatever you want to call it these days. This is the world famous, I love her, Mary Woronov. Why is she so world famous? Moving on. Hang on. Let me copy the name. Because this leads to this. See what happened? Look, everybody. I said it to the internet several times, especially about the ladies. And now all of a sudden I'm being recommended for me Victoria's Secret. Is it coincidence? Is it the robots listening and forming opinions? I didn't even click and zoom the picture of the girly girls in their undies. Or the men, the handsome men in their big boxer shorts, or their old fashioned, back in the 70s and 60s and 80s, men and women could wear the same looking underpants. They just didn't have cotton in the crotch in the men's stuff. Satin undies and bun huggers and all that. If men wanted to feel a little bit machismo schmexy as well. See? Is Big Brother listening? Is Big Brother watching? Or do they just do this to gaslight us? Who knows? I think I'll screenshot it. Nah, I don't need to. It's my stream. I can go back and watch the VOD. Oh yeah, go over there. Go there. 05. 56. 00. Hearty heart heart. I can't do heart emojis with a less than and a number 3. Because YouTube thinks it's the opening of an HTML markup. True story. Known for Death Race 2000. Here it is. They're a real one. Never mind that nonsense with them two guys that we may or may not acknowledge that it exists. The kids these days, starting about, 19, whenever it came out. Hang on, let's verify the date. Rock and roll high. The 1991 version with Corey Feldman. I don't remember who else is in it. It's a bunch of those, his age, his group. They weren't a brat pack or a rat pack or any of that. But they should have had a name for their little club. And unfortunately, that one, Johnny Depp was in that group. And one of the Phoenixes that starred with Corey Feldman in Stand By Me that OD'd and unalived. Accidentally, not on purposefully, I understand. I've never looked it up since back in the day. Who was bestie friends with Johnny Depp, the other Phoenix. The one that's unalive, not the one that is alive. River, was that the guy's name? Does a river run through it? So anyway, I think they added that later. It was always just known, Rock and Roll High School? And it is horrible. Maybe it was meant to be a sequel or something, but it was awful. It's terrible. And you should never have used the name at all. There's only one. Rock and Roll High School. River. It was River Phoenix. It's a very sad story. And I think it was accidental. I don't know. I'm not going to look it up. It's very sad. And I like that movie, Stand By Me. Stephen King story. Sick balls. And all the actors, especially, I think that was him. I better look it up and make sure I'm talking about the right movie. The right actor. Stand By Me. 1986 film. Stars River Phoenix. I was right. Kiefer Sutherland. Richard Dreyfuss. All the big names in Stand By Me. 1986. Go see it. I'll give it a 9 out of 10. IMDb gives it 8.1. Rotten Tomatoes gives it 92%. It's a very good movie. Lots of good old 50s and 60s music. He was at the club and stupidly took whatever from the pocket of somebody trendy. He was not as fortunate as EVH, who had DLR to give him CPR until the ambulance got there and saved him. I don't know if you'll ever be old enough to know he was with. Part of growing up in a strange universe. Never mind. I was trying to think of, man, you know what? That would make a great fiction space opera story. But I don't know how to tell it or write it. I'll work on it and then we'll throw it out there one day and spitball it around. Rock and Roll High School. PJ Souls. Hey, oh, yeah, yo. The Ramones. And all the other famous, so many famouses. And Miss Togar. Hall monitors. Bill, if you ever heard me say without citing it, this is where I stole demerit, demerit. And I know I've said it on these live streams, Elizabeth, if you didn't know. Eat some riboflavin, Joey. This is the famous. They don't, of course. Of course. IMDb/Amazon.com. Would you give me a job to put the missing links in here? I found the missing link. Is that heck? Damn it. See what happens with the failure of expectation? That's PJ Souls. Look at her beautiful hand. That's PJ Souls. Look at her beautiful everything. Look at that beautiful smile. That's Holly, the Love Dolly. Does it have his name? That's not really. I don't know if that doll has a name. It's the name of a. Why don't they have his name? He's that Howard guy, the brother of Ron. I think. Rup, 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 rup. Gabba, gabba, we accept you, one of us. PJ Souls. Purr, purr, purr. This is another famous actor, thespian. It's really good when a serious dramatic actor gets in a goofy, fun, crazy romp of a comedy movie. These are the hall monitors. They're the ones that say, demerit, demerit. More of those, almost. Some of those are dolphin shorts. Some are just regular gym shorts. There she is, Miss Togar. I remember what got us here. Mary Warrenov. PJ Souls again. Hi, everybody. I'm Riff Randall. Big old walking, talking mouse. Uh, is that a bass player in your shower, or are you just glad to see me? This could have been made better. It's hard to say on a 10 out of 10 movie. But right here, they should have been playing a song that they hadn't invented for another couple of years that says, Shaw, no, 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 I'm hanging upside down. They hadn't written the song yet. It would have been rather impossible for them to put it in there. Hey, PJ Souls with stocking pantyhose on her arms. People really did that in the 70s and 80s. Even before Madonna. A rockometer, says the Ramones, go all the way to 300. See what happened to the mouse? He started wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses. Great stuff. PJ Souls. I'm going to say it every time I see her. I'm trying not to. How about now? Hello now? You have a links now? Yeah, Clint Howard. I couldn't remember his first name. Look at how cell phone cameras were in 1979. That's what's known as a portable personal camera right there. Oh my gosh. There she is, Miss Togar in all her glory. She's looking kind of serious too. She thinks she knows Melania Trump. It's important if you want to live. Riboflavin, Joey. All right, back to Mary. Interlude for Rock and Roll High School. Interlude. Quite rude. Quite the rude. For Rock and Roll High School. PJ Souls. And I faint. Oh no. Mary Warnoff. Warnoff. What's up with you lately? Let's find out. 81 years old. 81 years young. Well, Miss Mary, this looks recent. Ish. Something. I don't know. I hope you're still upright and functional. Thank you for the fine acting in so many of my favoritist películas. I have not seen this Frankenstein's Monster, Frankenstein 2019. A flock of birds, a snowbird. Nope, that's a short. Attack of the 50-Foot Cheerleader, I have heard of. This is another one that I think may be a fantastic movie, but I've never seen it available. You may stream it on Plex and Pluto +3. Aspiring college cheerleader Cassie something consumes an experimental drug that grants her beauty and enough athlete, whatever, and then starts her to grow and grow and grow. The reason I want to see it is because it reminds me of the amazing gargantuan this, the amazing gargantuan that of giants in the nuclear era. Old black and white movies that you could watch late at night before the Blue Angels flew across your TV to introduce the static. The House of the Devil. I saw The Devil's Rejects. That's a Rob Zombie joint. Thank you, YouTube chat. But I love you, YouTube chat. The reason if you're watching the stream and you saw something get on the screen and off the screen real fast, it was the chat box. It bounced up And by the time I tried to slide it over and look at it, it bounced back down. I didn't like the Devil's Rejects. I don't like much Rob Zombie music, and I don't like much Rob Zombie movie. It's just a me thing. I pass for human. I don't recall it. Frog Gug. I have not seen. The Halfway House. Not ringing a bell. Prison a Go Go is. This might be. They might be right. It might be so bad it's bad. I'm still on the fence. Girls in their dainties again. How could these things be? What is it even called? Parody and comedy. Especially 70s and 80s. Maybe some in the 90s, I don't really know. Girls in jail movies were all the rage. See Wendy O. Williams. The Vampire Hunters Club I saw. I don't remember a single thing about it. Zoo, Invisible Mom number 2. Maybe. I might have seen it. Monster Scary Little Christmas. TV movie. Never saw it. I've probably seen this video now in the new millennium. Boom, Chillers TV. Family Matters TV. Here Comes the Monsters TV. Movie. Nope, I don't watch TV. Number one fan. I don't remember. Let's take a look. What is it? That sounds like junk I wouldn't watch anyway. Even though her name wasn't on the cover either. Institutionalized version 2. All I wanted was a Pepsi. Not a sponsor, not a donor. I don't know if they gave money to suicidal tendencies for that. Good Girls Don't, 1993. 3, not 4. So bad it's bad. Grief, I don't know. Okay, whatever. Some of these I just don't recognize. Where Sleeping Dogs Lie. Someone I know liked it a lot. I don't know. Got nothing to say. Rock and Roll High School Forever, 91. So she was in that one. Did she play the same role? The rambunctious kids are back in school and back in trouble in a smash sequel. Oh, it is a sequel. Look at him, Michael Jackson dancing. I've never seen it all the way through. Okay. I hated it. I hate the fact that it even exists in my universe. Watchers number 2. Okay, yeah. Club Fed. Blah. Dick Tracy. We keep talking about things like the good old real Dick Tracy stories. The Dick Tracy movie starring Warren Beatty. All right, all you ladies. Not now. Back then, he was all the hunk of burning love. Madonna was breathless. Al Pacino was Al Pacino. Oh no, Big Boy Caprice, but it's always Al Pacino. Okay, doing that. Warlock is goofy. I think it was meant to be serious, but it's very goofy. Mm. I've never seen any Webster TV series. I've never seen any Sledgehammer TV series. Black Widow, 1987. Which Black Widow is this? There's probably 40 of them. Hey, Spider People movies. Stop using Black Widow. Use Lavalantula. Oh my gosh. Teresa Russell. Dennis Hopper. Yeah, this is one of the Black Widow movies I've seen. Deborah Winger. You Again, St. Elsewhere TV show. I've seen some episodes of that. Not enough to remember the one episode that Miss Togar was in. Amazing Stories. The Chopping Mall. That's another one. 1986. The Chopping Mall. Look at this magical 1980s hair everywhere. It's a dark comedy cyberpunk horror. It's not good. It's not as good as the Comet movie. And it's not so bad that it's good, huh? Girls in their undies. See how that used to happen in the 80s? Murder, She Wrote. Mr. Belvedere. Knight Rider, one episode. Isn't that the car movie? I mean, TV show. David Hassel's. All right, ladies. Deep breath. David Hasselhoff. Look at that hairy chest peeking out of his big collared shirt. Yeah, that's that car show. I don't like car shows. She was the original. Hold the line, please. I'll be right back. I have a guest. He doesn't want to be in the presidency. All right, we're back now. Maybe I should just delete that. Because I'll probably spend the rest of this whole live stream not talking about serious topics, talking about the movies, the magic, lights, camera, and actions. Yeah. So let's go back to more. We're almost done with her. Mary. Finish up. Go away. Be right back, people. Yep. Young Lust. Not good. Get crazy. 1983. All of the Angel movies. Rated R. See the big red box? Oh my gosh. Get crazy. We talked about him earlier this stream. Malcolm McDowell. Ed Begley Jr. Once upon a time, he did a real good documentary on those early Chevrolet electric cars. I don't remember what they're called. See, this leads to this leads to that. Donald Trump said today that he's getting rid of that electrical car mandate. Electric car, EVs. The EV mandate's going in the dumpster. Ed Begley Jr. Electric car documentary. Okay, I ate the electric car 2006, and they talked mainly about a single Chevrolet. Very relevant. I have seen not all the movies. I'd give it a higher rating than that. 8 out of 10. Oh, if you round off theirs. If you haven't seen it, go find it, look it up, see it. This is not new. Nothing we're talking about is new. Huh. Interlude. Who killed the electric car? Ed Bagel. He's a bagel. Bailey Jr. I give it a, what did I say? What did they say? 7. I say 8 out of 10. It's like you can go look at it and you'll say, just stop thinking that, well, this is old. Except that, skinny people. I mean, I don't know what I meant. Less body positive. Mm. Got all the important people in it. Ralph Nader. Condoleezza Rice. Wow, she can really bang away at the ivories. That means play the piano. What is this thing about? A documentary that investigates the birth and death of the electric car, as well as the role of renewable energy and sustainable living in the future. It's a really good movie. Has the Mel Gibson in it, Tom Hanks, Martin Sheen. You can go find out in 2006 why all this stuff and how the world is truly against it. So, getting crazy. All the big stars. Colin Beverly plans to sabotage the New Year's 1983 concert of small-time operator Max Wolf. Wolf's assistants find romance. We're trying to save the Drugos, the violence, and the sex and drugs and rock and roll from Beverly Schemes. Oh, it's so bad. So bad it's good? I don't know. All of the Angel movies. I love them. A mad scientist uses an army of androids and a device that can disintegrate metal to try and steal microchips containing top secret information. The government dispatches a beautiful female agent to stop them. Marilyn Chambers, her very self. Shall we go over there and... Oh, look. Speaking of undies, that's how you survive the UFOs. The comets. I thought she was much older than that, but apparently not. Well known for Rabbit Angel of Heat. Corn dogs. It's funny. I don't know why it's funny. Behind the green door. These are some rated X, XX, and XXX. Marilyn Chambers is known for a lot of electric blue. That's not cars. Then she went sorta mainstream, less than rated XXXXX. I do remember her on Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. That is a TV show I watched. I don't remember her on Taxi. I don't remember much. I didn't watch a lot of Taxi. The Lady in Red. We talked about that the other day. After being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rockville High School. Logan's Run. The TV series, not the space age science fiction movie. I didn't know there was a TV series. That's how little I know. Me just chatting away about the movies. Charlie's Angels, that used to be a thing. Cannonball, Hollywood Boulevard, CoverGirl Models. Everybody remembers the Death Race 2000. 1975. They remade it again. Far into our future. All the famous people. David Carradine. When You Can Walk the Rice Papers. Sylvester Stallone. Miss Mary. Adams. Bill Moore-E, not Murray. Seizure is not a good movie. Death House. I guess five's okay. Not good, not bad, just a movie. Huh. The ones with no photo. No photo. Well, number one, they're shorts. And they don't have no photos. Just the boot. There we go. That's what everybody has to go do to Donald Trump. Boot key. And plot in your language. 1966, Kiss the Boot. They got a picture. Guess what it's about? Directed by Andy Warhol. We've discussed him several times. We're not going to do any kind of anything with Andy Warhol. He had his 15 seconds. I guess I'll look that up again. Show everybody. Remind everybody. You don't ever know. They probably didn't watch the previous streams. Andy Warhol, 15 seconds. And it auto completes it and changed it. Mm, 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 mm. It changed it. It says right here at the wiki page. Misattributed to Andy Warhol. In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes. It was 15 seconds. The original saying was 15 seconds. And Andy Warhol was just a freak show. Like kissing the boot. That's what I mean. That's what everybody has to do to Donald Trump. Why? Because he's the president. That's how it works. The Beard was a good movie. Oh, Beard. Even though it had directed by Andy Warhol, he has no writing credits in it. Of course. Designed. Uh-oh. You can't show that on IMDb. How dare you? I apologize, YouTube. If I have to go blurby it out later. Make the YouTube editor where we can edit live videos and leave them in their live column. The Beard. All right. Bill and Mary. Where do we go next? Where shall we travel next? I don't want to go back to the stuff that I had originally put question marks in. Scroll back. We're doing. I was sure I had put question marks in there. And I am sure now. I guess I didn't. And how about no? We are doing goofy movie memory tangents, as many as possible. X. Thinking out louder discussion. Yep. I know I put a question mark in that one, but it worked out. That all worked out thanks to Donald Trump. Good answer, Mr. Trump. The whole our kids are not going to go to schools and learn how to, I forget what he said, not to be happy with themselves and eat. Yes. All right. More goofy movie memory tangents. Somebody throw one in the chat. Somebody do something. I can't think of something right now. As many as possible. Movie stuff. Since we did mention it, we can look it up. I shall. I hunger. That's Sinistar. It's a video game. I've talked about it before. Wow, my back just popped a bunch because I was sitting slouchy. And then I sat up straight. Sit up straight and keep your palms and wrists off the table. Once upon a time, I wrote a whole biophysics and mechanics for insurance companies in the state of California to not pay any more money to carpal tunnel people. True story. Because it's not about repeated motion or whatever. Ask my mother. She types 120 words a minute. It's about how you hold your wrist and constrict the tunnel around your tendons, ligaments, and vasculation while you're wiggling your fingers. Bend your wrist backwards and wiggle your fingers for 3 or 4 minutes and they'll start to tingle. Now straighten that damn wrist up and stop doing that. Yep, true story. Them little pads and every other ding-danging thing and wearing wrist braces makes it worse. True. Wish I still had me an insurance company and a state connection like that. I got well paid for them to say, hang on, slow down. What? All right, get somebody with a bunch of initials after their name. Orthopedic so-and-so surgeons, cardiovascular specialists. And now, deny the claims. You mean that's just people being lazy and setting their palms on the table? And worse, setting their wrists, because if you use the usual angle, and why wouldn't typewriters allow this? Much like pianos won't allow it, because there ain't nothing there for you to set your ding-danging full arm or wrist on. Hello, sit up straight. And then straighten out your wrists and do what you got to do. And it starts with a basic theory like, what kind of nonsense is this? Hadn't anybody ever had a piano class with a nun who smacked the hell out of your hands with a ruler if you let your wrists rock backwards? The carpal, I don't know how to spell it. Tunnel, ricka. The carpool, that's the one. Carpal. Ricka. Ooh, Adele says. Rumor has it. Rumor has it. Or does it have the rumor? And what movie was I going to go look for? It appears to be carpal. We better ask the daggone Google bar. Carpal tunnel. Carpal tunnel syndrome. It's PAL. Occurs when the median nerve in the wrist is compressed. How does that nerve ever get compressed? The only way for the ulnar, the median, all these are involved in what they call keyboarder or mousers carpal tunnel modern computer syndromes. It can cause pain, tingling, numbness, or weakness in the thumb and fingers. Yes, it most certainly can. Because once you've done it enough, what has happened is that you overextend and stretch the tendons so bad that now the nerves, your tendons become rubber band like. If you ever push a rubber band closed, you notice, cut one so it's a straight line and then try to push it so that the ends touch. You end up with all that elastic not being elasticized, being crumpled up into a spot. Well, that's what happens. Now you got the tendons and some muscles piling up in here 24/7, and the nerve, when starved of the nutriments that it needs. So yes, that's why you get the pain, tingling, numbness, or burning. But it all has to do with how you hold your wrists and hold your whatevers. And the whole theory of that happened with just, do you believe in destiny? I was working at the medical billing place. Several of the other data entry and computer people there, who it wasn't really so much medical billing as it was medical transcribing. to get billed in the computer format, it had to be transcribed either from handwritten notes or handwritten notes plus verbal cassette recordings on little tiny mini cassettes. So I was one of the girls in the office in the typing pool. And we had the special state people and the special private insurance people come in because with all those data entry clerks working in data entry, many were complaining of carpal tunnel syndrome. So when they came and asked me all about it, and said, "You're the fastest one here, the computer, the mainframe computer." It was a PIC mainframe computer with wise terminals. If the terminals were so wise, why didn't they invent their own AI? I don't know, because it was spelled with a Y. Yeah, all that. And they said, "Well, how come you're the fastest one here, the computer, the mainframe, because that's what mainframes do, count keystrokes." The mainframe says that even in medical transcribing, you're upwards of 90% or 90 characters, 90 words or whatever, 90 characters per second or something, some crazy number, 90 words a minute with 0 errors. How come you don't have useless fingers and digits and wrists and all this other? I said, well, I learned to type on a manual typewriter, so you can't bend your wrist and push the keys on a manual typewriter. Love you, Underwood. Miss you. We still have one. I wrote an internet white paper on it in the 1990s. True story. And then, that's because I learned whatever, and I used to take piano lessons, but then quit because the nun kept hitting me with that damn ruler, and I'm not doing anything of my own free will that gets me smacked with a ruler. Crazy old nun. The nun wasn't just about the wrist. I didn't have any problem with my wrist. I knew how to type on a manual typewriter. The nun kept smacking the hands over every other ding-danging thing on planet Earth. You have to hold your fingers like you're holding a ball. You're going to play your middle 3 fingers. You need to really be playing them with your fingernails, not your fingertips. So instead of pressing all your fingers down to make dingly, 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 you're pushing with the middle 3 and pressing down. And when you couldn't, because humans can't do that, separate and isolate your fingers that way. All you G words people go try to isolate your activator button finger. Move that one without any of the others moving. Now go try to move that one and move all the other ones the other way at different times. It's physically impossible. It's just an excuse for a nun to smack kids' hands with a ruler because he's a child abuser. But yes, the wrist, the everything, the typing. I said, well, and uncle that was a doctor, and I guess being so low IQ and simple that, well, if you lay your wrist back after about 2 or 300 characters per second or whatever it is, you start to lose your speed. Then you have tingly, like you went to sleep on your arm and your fingers. And if you just straighten your wrist out, that goes away. And I'd also already invented my whole thing about G words and handcuffs called Harry Houdini's Magical Misdirection. That's a whole nother, that's a special video all on its own, probably has to be recorded offline. But yep, that's how these things go. I don't even remember what led me to that. What led me to think? Oh, because I sat up straight. Rumor has it. But yep, true story. I don't remember what 1980 something it was. It was in the 1980s. So I didn't know who I was talking to. Bunch of suits. So then we ended up talking to a bunch of UCLA medicals and sports orthopedists and everything else and the same suits that had come to visit us. Because in California state, a lot of that might have had to get paid for by Medicaid. I think that's, no, Medi-Cal. I think that's what it's called. So the Medi-Cal people were there trying to figure out how do we not to pay for this. Medi-Cal refers to the science and practice of caring for patients, diagnosing illness, and promoting health. Medi-Cal, how to get the health care you need at the Department of something and CS. That's the one I'm talking about. I guess the one with a dash. Medical. Medi. Elizabeth wrote something. Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal is California's Medicaid program. This is a public health insurance program. Provides needed healthcare services for low income. Imagine data entry people. Most of the, and it was, I was one of two males in the medical billing division, which was data entry. So what we were really doing was medical transcribing and data entry. And I was really one of the girls in the office. In a 3-story building, we probably had 70, 80 women there, women and girls of all ages, and me and one other guy. It's just healthcare in general, and especially back then, the secretarial stuff was piled up with women. I learned Old Underwood early in working on elementary school, graduating class, 6th grade annual. Then for years until Selectric and 2, also played piano, so had that keep your hands off the keyboard. Laptops are not great because unless you are holding the thing on your knees or put it on a desk higher than your elbows, you rest your wrists. Yeah, and modern laptops, I guess, it's an accident of design. And they know everybody's going to go out and get a Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, some other type of keyboard. But the super modern ones like mine, it has that giant size, a third, almost a half of where you would set your lazy hands down is the touchpad. If you set your palm on it, now your computer's doing stuff. And what you were trying to type ain't typing. But it was the Medi-Cal people, the private insurers, and everybody else. And it led up to me writing and inventing and discussing and showing them and explaining and telling orthopedic doctors, specialists, neurosurgeons, just set your palm down on the desk. You don't need a keyboard. Set your palm down on the desk, bend your hand up backwards with some portion of your wrist touching the very edge of that desk. So now it's constricting where you take your pulse. That's how important that main arterial flow is through that exact joint. And that's where you set it on the desk, and now it's constricted. The blood flow, the important arterial. Now wiggle your fingers. Tell me when you start to feel something a little bit different. So they figured out. Denied, 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 denied. Send us a picture of the desk where that worker works. And if it had one of those stupid gel pads or just foam, wrist pad for There they are. Way back in the 1980s. Look at these things. And I don't know what to say, but O, H, and no. Guess what that's doing right there? It's constricting the joint and allowing you to hurt yourself by bending your daggone tunnel backwards. I mean no harm, makers of device. You're just doing whatever everybody else has been doing forever. And they probably don't deny the claims anymore in California. But back then, and it was important, that was a lot of money to the state of California for them to, and the private insurers and the Medi-Cal, to say, send us a picture of their desk. And if it contained one of these gizmos, claim denied. And we are never, not that insurance companies share information or blacklists or anything, especially since Obamacare. You know, they used to could just show that you had previously filed a claim and now you have a pre-existing condition. So one insurance company would fire you. And when you went to try to go to another one, they'd say, oh, yeah, we'll cover your health, but not your wrist because you had a claim at the other company. Yes, yes, yes. Affordable Care Act did assist that. Lovingly known as Obamacare. I think really good rein, R-E-I-N, reins like drives a horse. Control helped as well. I only ride with a straight arm, using 2 fingers and a thumb to guide reins like a dragonfly, not a dog holding a bone. Right. It's it's another video, and if I can get a sheet up behind me or something, rig together a bunch of coat hangers or go. We have several. It's a big reel thing that has a cloth rope clothesline in it that you hang it up on one wall and pull it across, and you need something to connect the little. It's got a little hooky, clippy end on the end of it. And I could pull my clothesline out and put that across the room and hang one of my black sheets. I got a lot of, I wear only black clothes and I have a lot of black blankets and sheets. I like that stuff, the black stuff. Hang it up behind me, and I might turn on the camera and do some of these videos or get some of this stuff since we're talking about it. Let's go ahead and talk about it and get on camera and show it on the screen, and this is what I'm talking about. But in the meantime, no. But working your reins and working certain other tools in your life should be pretty much the same motions and the exercises you should do regardless. No matter what you do in this life. If you don't use, you'll lose it. Why do muscles deteriorate when you get older? Because you don't use them. It's not because you're older. Stop saying stupid things. Correlation is not causation. Wow. We had a good time. Uh, much talk about, I don't know, insurance, human biophysiology. It's just two a word. Hushy face. I don't know if I'm supposed to hyphenate it. No. It's a word. That's Gilgal. Biophysiology is the study of how physiological processes work during physiological activity. Hello? Notepad like Microsoft. Hello? Give me an add to dictionary button. Where is it? Oh, it might be there. Spellering. Oh, look, there it is. I'm sorry, Microsoft. I love you again. Call me. But I'm not adding it to the dictionary. I haven't added nothing to that dictionary. You just saw me discover it live on stream. Biophysiology. I don't remember. Yeah, I like that. Good answer. Good answer. Oh, and I ask me, myself, and I. What was that movie we were gonna go look at? Oh yeah. Answer: Tom Cruise. Dakota. I can't believe I remember her name. The Kate. I'm not doing well with spelling today. Dakota Fanning in War of the Worlds. 2005, I'm guessing. War of the Worlds. How do I guess? Did I guess good? Do I pass? Hey, teacher, teacher, teacher. Oh, look, I did it. Merit, merit. There. Look at this. Horrible. 6.5. No. No. 76. That would be 7.5-ish. Rotten Tomatoes uses a weird algorithm. No, you're all wrong. Realistically, and who's the guy? The famous guy. Compared to Tom Cruise, this guy, Tim Robbins, the star of the Shawshank Redemption, I believe. I don't know. I'm not good at faces, names, and putting them all together. Oh, Mystic River's another good movie with Sean Penn. Tough stuff. Deep, well, deep swimming stuff. Yeah, the Shawshank Redemption. Swam through that river of poop. Good job, Tim Robbins. But the way he played or the way they wrote or whatever, it is very. Oh, come on, man. This movie was so good and you're ruining it. And I don't think they meant it as bad as that one I was complaining about the other day. The Missing, 2003 or 93, or I don't remember when it was. A little too much high pitched little girl shrieking for my liking, I would say. 8 out of 10. Only because of a couple too many shrieky shrieks from her. It's not her fault. She was a little girl. And the whole way he played his character and they wrote it and they did whatever they did with poor Mr. Tim Robbins. I did it. The rest of it was very good, especially for one of my favorite his stories. And the provenance, huh? We all keep talking about the Antiques Roadshow. When H.G. Wells brought out the first ever War of the Worlds, in case you haven't known or can't find the wiki pages, please go look it up. They scared the hell out of planet America because all we had back in those days was radio. You had to tune your radio and get your local news. And they did the whole we interrupt this broadcast to bring you this da 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 large alien machines or whatever. It's a great story and I'm not doing it any justice. A long time ago, once upon a time in America. But how this became, and I have said before on a previous stream, Wikimedia, 6.5. Ha, ha, bah, humbug. You're wrong, IMDb. I know you're tricking me. Because I know you're listening to me. You heard me say it twice earlier. I like it, so you lowered that number when I came here, just to upset me. I know that's how you work. See how I said something about you had to wheel the TV in on a cart? I'm just kidding. This probably isn't anything I said. War of the Worlds. Why was I going there? Anyway, what made War of the Worlds from an 8 and maybe into a 9 is just the fact that my missus liked it. This is really good. It was cool and dotty dotty da. So it was hovering at 8 or 9 anyway. Everybody did a really good job. Narrated by Morgan Freeman. Hello. That gains it 2 points no matter what, right? And who made this? Steven Spielberg? Somebody made it. Big, yeah, director Steven Spielberg. Lots of writers. Original story based on the works by H.G. Wells. But big production, big money. They spent it well. It's not cheesy. It's not spiders that barf. Obviously, computer generated fire puddles. And what made it 10 out of 10 for both of us? True story. We could look it up. And we used to somewhere way back then. Yeah, I have detailed files. I have backups going all the way back into the 90s. Not instantly accessible, but daggone close. I'm a computer nerd, remember? Oh, Dakota Fanning, don't look so sad. See, somebody put that kind of face that only a little girl face can do. Add stuck out bottom lip, and dads are broken. This little girl right here, Dakota Fanning, back then, 2005, whatever she was, 8, 9 years old. If she did that to Tom Cruise and said, "Give me the keys and the title to that Mustang car, Daddy," he'd have to give it to her. That's how it is. It's girl power. Leona was in that a crowd scene, and her big purple coat, and she was clawing at the car, begging for help, but they cut that scene. They still paid her for the line, and she got to eat at Good Caterer rather than Extra Cafe. Cool. If any of you are ever interested in the showbiz, especially how it used to was, I don't know how it is today. It's been a long time since, oh, the guy I know, he's like, "Hey, I looked online and found this thing, and now I'm going to go be an extra in Iron Man 3. Want to go?" "No, I have work to do." So he ran down to Wilmington, and he got to meet Robert Downey Jr. and, "Hey, can we put this fake beard on you and you be an extra in another scene?" Because they didn't have enough extras. I don't remember all the details, but he was like, "Oh, yeah, the extra in everything." All the scenes. "Will you hang out here and do some more scenes?" "Sure." That's good to know. See, I know somebody in show business. I was looking for something in particular. What makes this 10 out of 10 for me and the missus? It's true story. When we walked out of the movie theater, we were having repeat exact spot cloud to ground lightning with no rain, no wind, no other storm. And it was, did this really just happen? And it was '05. Neither one of us had digital instant in our pocket recording devices. I hadn't even bought my digital Zappy camera yet that would do a very low resolution, and you can hear the camera hiss in it. Movie, the one I used, because it's for still photography, but it would take a MP, I don't remember what kind of movie, some kind of MP4 or something movie. But it would only do it at 640 by 480, old school square. If you go look at my other stuff on my channels, my videos, and if you ever go look at my Flickr, I've provided many links in the past to my Flickr. I don't have one on my tube yet, but in my videos, I used an iPad for most of my shouting videos. This one, June 16th, 2019, C squared, Tennessee whiskey. And I ran this through. I ground this through. I'm still mad that somebody put a dislike on my friend Chad Thompson. I can't remember her name. It's probably in the video. Open a new tab. Please do not play, because that's a copyright material song. Oh, I don't remember how to see it now. Anyhow, if you go listen carefully, you can hear that even after applying special sound editing filters, if you turn everything you've got up very loud, especially if you're listening in headsets, you can hear the tiny leftover hisses. That's another thing. It's not cheap, but it's not super expensive. Canon A20, I think, digital camera back in the day. It was designed for outdoor. It did really good outdoor. Sunlit still photographs, even in high resolution, but back then they were slow. Anyway, I didn't even have that camera yet to get photographic evidence, but we looked up once upon a time and save as web page whole and then convert to print through cute PDF printer. Convert a web page into a PDF file from once upon a time when it wasn't just a thing built into every web browser. We didn't have any of that stuff. True story. We have the evidence somewhere from the weather.coms and the local weather stations and stuff like that about very odd right there at Fort Bragg and Fayetteville, North Carolina. Massive, high repeating, same origin, same, like it hit the same tree or super tall light pole or just some spot in the ground for whatever reason. Lightning goes where it wants to. Sometimes as many as 20 times. If you live long enough, life might give you moments. So there you go, Elizabeth. It was a very magical moment for me and my good woman back in '05. And that's what turns. It's not just, is it well photographed? Yes. Does it have neat effects? Yes. Well acted? Does the little scared girl look scared? Am I traumatized scared? Yes. The older boy? Yes. Tom Cruise? Switching just a little bit out of Tom Cruise, Top Gun, cool guy, that bartender movie he was in, Show Me the Money movie. Tom Cruise doesn't play a lot of other than, oh, you guys want to give me $10 million to be me in your movie? He really, I think, in my opinion, I don't know, maybe I'm biased after the after effects, the lightning outside. I think Tom Cruise did a great job in War of the Worlds. Some of it was just standard him. Actors only can have so much range. You know, he can't be somebody else. He is Tom Cruise. This does not look like a spider that fell out of a fake computerized volcano. This is extremely expensive computer generated imagery and particle fogs and particle. I know what all that stuff is called. Been there, done that. Didn't even get a t-shirt. So yeah, all that and then some. I was looking for one of the particular types of images in particular. Why I got on this. They're intermixing behind the scenes stuff with in movie stuff. And this is one of the early, I think myself and George and maybe someone else discussed it earlier. This is in the era of Blom. Get ready. That's the jump scare in modern, whether it's horror or not or sci-fi. If they want to make you scared, Blom. I guess they don't have one of the pictures that I wanted to see. One of the frames. What I was looking for, what made me think of it. This looks like some kind of ride at Universal or something. Why is there a little tram trolley car thing full of people supposedly in? Is a ride somewhere? I didn't know that existed. Living, learning. It's Wire Image from Image courtesy of Wire Image. Photo by Lester Cohen. Titles War of the Worlds. I don't know what this is. The cars on the highway. Movie magic stuff. More behind the scenes. More. Oh, see, it's all mixed up and stirred up. The practical effects were good in this movie. There's it is. The weird one little cloud in a otherwise open sky, striking lightning over and over and over. A true story. When we walked out of that theater, that's what's happening in Fayetteville and Fort Bragg, north of Kakalaki. You see, here we go. Like this. With all the particles, all the waters, all the everythings. When you know, you know. This is seriously photorealistic. Computer generated stuff. And enhanced. So is this. There's the airplane crash. Oh well. They don't have any of the pictures. What I was looking for is the pictures where the machines come up here. And shortly after, when the machine first arises, sorry, I didn't announce. I might make a spoiler statement. And they start roasting and toasting the people. Think back a little while ago in the stream. There's no undergarments. When thousands of clothings rain down out of the sky, which I don't know why they got in the sky in the first place, when all the people are standing on the ground and the machine's way up there. But why did all the clothes come raining down? Don't know. It's another one of those moments that could well, I think we're gonna have to start taking a decimal point off of your movie because this doesn't make sense. But it's okay. It's another one where I noticed if they had just worn their underpants, they wouldn't be DOA'd. Yup. See? It's a top secret thing. Is it something that movie makers do on purpose? I can't think of any other disaster right now. Again, living in the movies, Americans, people who know stuff about the film industry. Again, why do the end of the world people in movies don't wear undergarments? I just wonder. Inquiring minds want to know. With the survivors, I guess, have theirs on. Thankfully, they didn't do anything as crass as let us know whether or not Dakota Fanning was wearing. Don't need to know. It's a child. Shut up. Everybody.
Greetings.
Oh, there's Bill. Maybe you know.
What
Why
do
do
I
all the
know?
why do all the people that get zapped in movies in by CIA alien space invaders and the such? How come people with underpants on don't get KIA'd, but people without, they're toast?
That way that they can show the skin in the movie.
Oh no, they don't have any skin left. They
You knew what I meant.
talked about the Night of the Comet earlier, and then I was just going over Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning 2005 War of the Worlds when the
Uh-huh.
people get turned to human dust by the big machines popping up out of the ground. And all the
Yeah.
clothes fly down out of the sky for no good reason. The clothes aren't just laying there where the people got zapped. There's no underwear. Same thing with
Maybe
Night of the
the
Comet.
the underwear.
Oh, it's the FBI that raided Trump's place?
What?
That's, I've been saying all this all my life. I've been saying CIA alien space invaders, and it turns out it was the FBI. Daggone. My bubble is so
Oh,
bursted.
Lord have mercy.
True story. I'm still
Is my mic
convinced.
doing it right tonight?
I didn't hear you. What? Play it again, Sam.
Is my mic says my mic doing all right tonight?
Yeah, it's still a little loud.
Oh, let me dial it back.
Right now, and it might just be me. I've had this problem with George, and it turned out to be just me, where it
Oh,
just it blip, 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 and I had to go over and listen to my own self on my phone to make sure, is that really happening, or is it just right here on this one computer? And it turned out it was just right here on this one computer, the one I'm streaming off of.
ah, yeah.
So I never know. But yeah, it sounds okay.
All right, good. Sorry it took me
Uh,
so long. I've been
can you think
dealing
of it?
with BSery.
Yeah, you said that in the chatterbox.
Yeah. You know how I am, dude. I stress.
Don't stress. Let it go. Don't
Yeah,
meme
okay.
it. Stream it.
I ain't memeing or streaming anything right this second, except me.
War of the Worlds.
Ah,
2005. Let's see if they give her any name credit. Leona. Rachel Ferrier. No, that's the character played by Extra. Extra. Read all about it. Nope, not seeing it. War of the Worlds. Expand search for extra. They will be paid $80 per 12-hour workday. That's another one of those screen.
Bull.
How many monies is that per hour? I have to ask calculator. My mather is broken. 80 divided by 12. 666, 6667.
66 cents a day. Two can sponsor some dummy to stand on a bet.
And just have my name in the credits or be able to tell my friends. And I don't know, was that even under minimum wage? But they don't care. They're all wrapped up and protected in the unions. What they don't tell you is that you'll get your $80 per 12-hour workday, but then they count in, like Elizabeth said in the chat, someone we know went and got to work extra and they let her, because she got a talkie minute, they let her now have catering. You know, where the stars go and eat the fancy shishi stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of grapes and a peanut butter sandwich, you get grapes and shrimp.
Oh.
Well, they add that as compensation. But what they forget, I don't know. I could be wrong. I didn't ask my guy when he went, probably about that long ago. No, not that long ago. Whenever Iron Man 3 was filmed and digitaled. I
That
didn't
was a long
ask
time
how.
ago.
Yeah. I didn't ask. He's done a lot of other stuff. He's done even talkie parts. Like, he does online especially since COVID. Now you don't have to go hunt down someplace and have your portfolio or whatever. You just Zoom. All right, here, download this. All right, read it to us over Zoom. See how you do.
Yeah.
True story. That's how he's working. He gets acting jobs. He went to Atlanta for like a month and got to hang out with not Natalie Portman. I'd have gone with him on that trip. Another
Iron
that
Man 3 was 2013.
Yeah, an Australian hottie body lady used to be married to Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Yeah, that. He got to hang out with Nicole Kidman for like, I don't know, a month.
Yeah.
But anyway, I didn't
Weren't
ask him.
these
I haven't bothered to ask him yet. Back in the day when I still lived in LA and they'd put out their calls for extras,
these?
whatever they were paying you per day,
Yeah.
you back then, like a friend of mine was in the original Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger as an extra.
Yeah.
And he got paid back then, 1983-ish, I guess they started it. 84 they finished it up. He was making $40 and they could work you 24 hours. If you work it, you got $40 a day. What they didn't tell you is that the Screen Extras Guild got half of that. If you wouldn't pay the
Yeah.
annual dues and just be a regular member of SEG, then you had to pay daily dues. And I always told the dummy, because he never went and joined Screen Actors Guild either. He never wanted to be like have a talkie part in the movies and all that. He's like, no, I just like being the extra. I get paid. I get to hang out with the stars, like Elizabeth said about that other lady. I get to sometimes they'll let us eat the food, especially when the stars are snooty and they're like, I can't eat that, blah blah blah, divas. And then the caterer's
Yeah.
got to get rid of it. They just take it over to the extras tent or picnic table or whatever. So, and the star said, get that out of here. They can't have anything orange colored in to pay King Duck or something. The color
Yeah.
orange makes them have to call their psychobabble counselor and do yoga.
Lord, but now. Oh, good.
So what's another people get turned to dust end of the world movie?
Independence Day?
Man, that's a good one too. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, because I wouldn't need anybody else on here. I just do live streams all by myself. Independence. That's another one. I like it. It has its moments, and I'm like, I don't like that.
We can all be Will Smith and keep his wife's name out our mouth.
I'm trying to
Hang
figure
on a
out
second. I got to use my party machine.
Independence Day. It's got a nice round 7.0. But my favoriteest part, my absolute favoriteest, like photos of Independence Day. See if they got a photos of somebody being evaporated. Vaporized. Oh man, they got all kinds of.
I had to use my farting machine.
What are you talking about? What is a farting machine?
I have to blow out this little thing, and it has a what they call a flutter valve in it, and it makes a farting noise. It helps with my breathing.
Oh. Well, you're looking at the photos at IMDb of Independence Day, and they have the storyboard sketches up. Pretty cool.
Oh wow!
Dig it the most. See, IMDb's good for something. That ding danging little skull. There it is. Whack, 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 whack. Yes, that's what aliens understand. There's some things in movies that even when you like them, you're like, you didn't, did you? That's the part I like. The president, I think it's Bill Pullman.
Yes.
The aliens got control of this guy, and Bill Pullman asked him, "What do you want from us?" Die, die, die. Yep. Isn't that the dude from Full Metal Jacket?
Uh,
If you're not watching the stream, I don't know. One of the military guys.
I'm watching it on YouTube. Bill Pullman was not in Full Metal Jacket. No.
No, I'm talking about the guy on the screen. If you have the stream where you can see the visuals, I could just right click it and open a new tab. And it's Adam Baldwin. So yeah, I believe that is him. Adam Baldwin,
Nope.
known for Full Metal Jacket. He was Animal Mother.
Adam Baldwin.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. Was he?
Yeah, that's Animal Mother.
Adam?
That's the one that was
Jeez.
sitting there with his new best friend, the unalived
Yeah,
body.
I've seen that movie quite a few times.
Me too. All right, let's see if we can find a vaporized. But Independence Day was a good film, even though it had Jeff Goldblum in it. And my Priscilla always, I made her watch with me once because I love whatever, 1986. I'm just guessing. The Fly remake. I love the original one from the 50s. And I just absolutely love the Brundlefly. Jeff Goldblum's The Fly.
Mm.
My Priscilla even likes it. Yeah. In spite of him, he's another one. He never gets into any character. If he's in a movie, it's like just like him in every other movie he's ever been in.
Dr. Ian Malcolm.
Yep. Will Smith, he's pretty much the same. Randy, what's his name? Randy Quaid.
Yeah, he lost his friggin' mind.
It's, I don't know anything about it. For the most part, I really don't know anything about stars if it happens off screen. I can't barely keep them straight in their on screen roles. Man, this had everybody in it. Don't have the zap. Show me the zap and the after effects of zap. And I know there's probably other still frame. We have pictures from movies, websites. I just use IMDb. If it ain't there, I don't need it. Whoa, Vivica. Something about your eyes. I guess. Hope that's her name. Hope I didn't say it wrong.
Oh, let's see.
CIA Alien Space Invaders. I can't think of any more right now off the top of my head or the deep inside my noggin of these. The clothes are laying around. Wonder about Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1978. That's another one. Man, that's good.
And that guy on the YouTube screen, he looks like he's thinking really hard about pooping himself.
Who's that?
The Air Force guy.
It may be well behind. I've already scrolled.
Yeah,
Let me scroll. Yeah, I don't see him.
And then there's Judd Hirsch.
Yep. I'm all the way up to the. I don't know. What did they use way back then in 1996? Is there CGI? Is it practical? Is it, video, film editing effects? But they did a good job. There's a lot of stuff that, man, they did a good job. There's just something about this skyline of New York City in 1996 that seems so different than now. I'll let the stream catch up. I'm sorry if you got your ears popped by my flicking the bit. I didn't mean to do it right in front of the microphone. I just did it right in front of the microphone. He said, hang on. I'm still scrolling. I was inspired. I always love, and it's another thing that I, especially after it all done, because they had just finished, they hadn't even opened fully, I don't think, the second tower in 1976 or whatever it was, King Kong with Jessica Lange and Jeff Bridges, I think. And all the other famous stars. That they used the Twin Towers. But so many other movies, the Twin Towers didn't have anything to do with it. That's part of the New York skyline. It means something more to us now. Children as young as 24 years old have no idea what's so big deal about that. Just some buildings. Yeah. You babies just don't know. And it's a good thing they don't know. Keep them innocent. The pyramids. Ooh. I think the Transformers allegedly did something worse to the pyramids.
Sorry about that. I had a phone call.
Oh. I'm not seeing any of the zaps. Or the leftovers
they get
after
zapped
the
in there.
zaps. Oh, yeah, they do. But there might not be any clothing left over because they get zapped into fireball.
Yeah.
It's right up there with
Zapped into nothingness.
fire-eating, fire-spitting spiders. Big ones.
Hey.
Big ones.
Yeah.
SETI.
Okay, Al Bundy.
Somebody asked me something about. I said SETI, and a friend of mine had an aquarium, and it was a saltwater aquarium he was trying to grow coral in, so you had to have all these extra special bright lights. Bright light. And when he got that thing built and all the super special grow your coral lights turned on, we called it the SETI light. That you couldn't be anywhere near the room with it. I
Yeah.
don't know. Someone said something about what's a city? Never mind. Never mind, baby. So when I explained to them, search for extraterrestrial intelligence, they're like, well, why wouldn't you just type that in Google?
Yeah.
Okay, baby. We all weren't born as Google smart as you. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get to see anything about radio. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about clothes raining out of that sky. But the effects were awesome.
Yeah.
The only part that I really was like, yeah, that's a bad effect is when they ran down the side hallway and the dog jumped out of the way and this explosion came down the tunnel but wouldn't go through the open door.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's movies, man. They can't do everything right. Oh, is that her
Yeah.
name? Vivica?
Vivica A. Fox.
Oh, she's quite the patriotic American.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just millions of miles away, but still here.
That's all right. I'm just scrolling the images. Well, she is. It's more of a bathing suit, I guess, or maybe that's how the ladies' undies were in the 90s. It looks more like a bathing suit than underwear.
Yeah.
But she survived. See? Wear your underpants. You'll survive.
Captain Underpants.
Talk later. Making the 666. Oh no. Round it off correctly at 667. You're safe. Don't worry. Making the big bucks. Getting to eat scrimps.
Yeah.
Refresh page. We have watchers. There's watchers in the woods. See? So we can say, Viv, Chu, ICA, Vivica Fox, 2 X's, or she 1 X. Dang it.
One.
Viv,
It's Vivica.
Fox. Vivica A. Fox. Character. It's Jamie, the dude that has 2 X's, right?
Yeah.
In Independence Day. Uh, undies and or bikini equals survived. She did survive, didn't she?
I think so, yeah.
I'd hate to find out I was wrong. Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing. That's my Alex Jones type story, and I'm sticking to it. We
Yeah.
covered 1984's Night of the Comet, and then looked at 2005's War of the World, and I was trying to think of what are some other end of the world shows where the clothes rain down or the clothes get left? I can't remember if that 2008, that's another one. It's so bad it's bad, even though I want to give all the credits for all the stars. What's that guy, Neo from The Matrix, his real name? Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
And I love her, love her, love her, love her. She is great. Keanu Reeves was what's her name? Never mind. It's another remake of a 1950s movie. Ask the Google
Oh no.
bar. Keanu Reeves, Jennifer Connelly, The Day the Earth Stood Still, 2008. I think I talked about this for a minute. Oh no, not at there. At there. Very generously rated 5.5 at IMDb. I'd have to give it, if I give it a point for Keanu Reeves and 2 for Jennifer Connelly, then it gets a 4. Other than that, hated it for the
I feel like
horrible. If I paid money to play a particle magic CGI video game that had CGI that bad, I'd want my money back.
well, I will say this: if you want something with Jennifer Connelly, it's on the streamerings somewhere, but they did a TV adaptation of a movie called Snowpiercer, and that's about the world froze completely solid, and the only survivors are the ones on this very long choo-choo train.
So we are looking at 7, 44, 45, looking at the day the earth stood still. I don't remember how poorly I rated it last time on stream, so I better not change my story. 2008 leads to what? Jennifer Connelly. Everything she's in is great, even when it's
Except
bad.
Labyrinth. That fucked.
Labyrinth is
Labyrinth was awful.
Labyrinth was fantastic. I love every second of it.
I hated that movie.
I don't even know how to spell her name, and it's right there on my screen. Go, Jennifer Connelly. Con
She was in the new Top Gun movie.
Elly. Still won't make me watch it, but then it must be
Oh,
great. Everybody else is right. I never said that Top Gun is good or bad, or the sequel is good or bad. I said I refuse to watch
yeah.
either one.
Uh,
What'd you call it? Snow something?
hold on. Snowpiercer. Sorry. Ugh.
Here's another one. How dare you? How dare you? That Hulk that she
This
was
is,
in 2003. They are being
yeah,
generous to that too. Oh man, A
it was
Beautiful
horrible.
Mind, 8.2, 9. A Beautiful Mind is a great movie, great story. Really well did. Requiem for a Dream. Somebody made me watch it when I heard it. Hey, any friends of mine ever on Earth, these high intensity junkie movies of yours that you like so much because you're a high intensity drunkie?
Monkey
No.
Junkie.
Yes. They or whatever. These are the kinds of 1.0, and it only gets a 1 because Jennifer Connelly.
What movie was this?
Requiem for a Dream.
No,
The
not my
super
thing.
the super hardcore, the horrifying life of addicts and the addiction
Mm. Yeah.
severities, or what, I don't even know what to call it. What dare you? You go listen to on a loop lovely little Miss Greta Thunberg say, "How dare you?" for hours over saying that you didn't like Labyrinth.
I didn't. I thought it was stupid.
Oh well. We're all allowed to have our opinions. It's what keeps the world going around.
Yeah.
If
I'll
we
tell
all
you a little cult
agreed
movie
on
that's really good.
everything, nothing would be any good.
A little cult movie that I found very, very good. The Boondock Saints. Love that movie.
Man, Dark City was good. Walking the Dead. The year 2000. Oh no, Waking the Dead. Ha ha ha. Requiem for a Dream. Yuck. George said he hated Pollock the other day. I've never seen it. Don't care.
Ooh.
George, he said he hated the movie Pollock about the painter guy.
Oh,
Hope, House of Sand and Fog, Dark Water. It's another one. Dark Waters are tough about mental, maybe addiction, maybe this, maybe that. Yeah, well,
oh,
with Jennifer Connelly. Blood Diamond was
yeah.
okay. I'm looking for Snow something. Where are you? When was this?
TV show. A few
Stuck in Love
seasons.
was okay. Only the Brave.
2020.
Alita Battle Angel. She was something in that animated thing. I tried to watch it once. It was free somewhere streaming. And I think I
Uh-huh.
fell asleep.
I'm fixing to see if I can copy a link address into the YouTube chat. I doubt it, but we can
No,
try.
don't put anything in the YouTube chat. If it's not a
I
YouTube
already
link,
did. Oh,
yeah, it's not
they don't
showing it
like
like
that,
the
huh?
one yesterday. It should
Well,
tell
I
you
didn't hit
something
send
on
yet.
your end. Yeah, don't send it. If it's not a YouTube link, I don't put it
Uh-huh.
anywhere on YouTube.
Uh, Stand by. Let me see what I can do.
Oh,
Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer is a TV series, not a TV movie.
Yeah,
That's recent.
and it
It's
was
been the
based
last 4 years.
and it was based off of a movie. It was actually based off of a movie. You can watch it on YouTube. It was in 2014 as Chris Evans.
It's all one word.
Yeah.
Hey man, I started way back. I was like, when did she do this Snowpiercer thing? And started way back in the day. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe you
Yeah.
shouldn't scroll to the bottom every time, D. Oh, Jennifer Connelly, you magnificent thing, you. Is she an AI?
Oh, what in Snowpiercer?
No, I mean in the real world. Is there
Oh,
really a Jennifer Connelly, or is that like a Max Headroom, but done right?
mm-hmm.
How could something be that good? Except it,
Snowpiercer.
it sure as hell didn't help. She's another one. I guess if they would pay me all kinds of crazy money, I might do stuff too. When the hell was it? Wasn't she in one of those horrible new Predator, Alien, Predator, Super Predator movies? Oh,
Is she?
19.
Hold on. No.
The Predator. Where is it? Why is it not showing up on her list? I've seen this before at IMDb. See, it's not showing up at all. The Pred 2018, The Predator, stars.
Wait a minute. Let me look.
Oh, maybe she's not in it. What am I thinking of with her in it? No, that's Olivia Munn, not Jennifer Connelly. She was in something recently, I thought. Recently being the last 10 years.
Was she in Alien versus Predator?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I just dreamed. You know what? This movie would be a 1.5 or a 1.1 if Jennifer Connelly was in it.
I don't know.
A Beautiful Mind was a great movie with Russell Crowe, the Gladiator.
That was a good movie.
Oh boy. Snowpiercer. Yeah, I can't commit to any kind of TV shows, any series of
Or she's,
anything. There's
they're
too
not
many
bad.
hours
It's not.
to. There's too many hours to commit because life. And I'll be like, I was right in
Yeah.
the middle of season something, episode something, and now I don't remember anything, and I watched 3 previous episodes. Let's look at some photos anyway. Why not?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you look at photos of Jennifer Connelly? And whoever all these other beautiful, handsome people are.
I
Yeah,
don't
this
know.
is all outside. Show me something in universe. And it has barbed wire, not razor wire, barbed wire. Is there going to be a test on that later? I don't know.
Oh.
So this is some. I started to read the blurb and then I got excitable about looking at pictures. So the world hath
That's cool.
ended. Oh Lord. Oh come on. Who did this?
We did as a
Please, please, Bill.
human species.
Please, Bill. Contact these Snowpiercer people and tell them that ruining Jennifer Connelly like this. I know they did this as a test to me, and I hate just them for it. Coming up on the screen, real big. What's wrong with this picture?
Oh,
A Retta
it was
M9 on
small.
screen.
Oh God, get your finger out of the damn trigger well.
Well, no, she's
There's
a
number
supposed.
one.
Which one? She's got 2 in there.
I know. Oh God.
Why do you do this to me, universe? Bill, did you do this to me on purpose? Did you tell me?
No,
Let me
I
lead
forgot about that.
Dean down the Snowpiercer thing and see what you got to say about Jennifer Connelly now. Wicked Witch of the West. Someone drop a house on her. Activated.
Oh,
Imigerd. How could you?
well,
How could any of you
well,
do this to my Jennifer Connelly?
not to mention on the, can't really see it, but you can tell by the way she's got the grip on there. She does not have a good solid grip.
Yeah, that's par for the course. You know
There's some
what?
spacing there, sir.
Is this what has happened in the in-between time before they locked her up with the armor from that show that got that other lady killed?
I don't know. Oh, God.
Jennifer Connelly, mine angel, my favoritist. I'm. What does he say? Oh,
I
my
don't know.
mind. It just. Can you tell that I just had a seizure?
You just got activated.
Isn't it the one at
You
the
saw that
top?
photo and it
Question mark,
sent you
question
into
mark.
orbit.
It did. This it's a line from the movie Heat, the later one, not the earlier one. And I'm not supposed to say it about a movie star, but my sun and rise, the sun rises and sets with her, man.
What was that
And I
one
mean,
actress that we kept talking about? We'd go because we had the Denzel. He fine. Who was the female actress that we go? Yeah, she fine.
Marissa Tomei,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
cousin Vinny girl.
yes, she fine.
Yeah. Oh, my
Let me see
Jennifer
if I can.
Connelly. Don't dissect your heroes. Don't vivisect your heroes. Don't look at pictures of Jennifer Connelly ever again in your whole life. Somebody contact these people and tell them I need this photo deleted and I need them to go back and CGI edit this piece of crap television show of theirs. How dare you?
Oh Lord, really?
Absolutely.
Is it? Is it that bad?
It is that bad. It's like
Did it activate you?
it's like having a really good date with that fine looking lady with the long legs. And then when you're giving the little smooches, all of a sudden the front of her bumps you through her skirt. And her is a he transvestite.
Yeah.
It's ruination. I don't know. Looking at her in profile sort of makes up for it.
Well,
Not really. I know this image is burned into my mind. So sad.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Well, all stars must fall from the sky eventually and splash into the bottom of the ocean and be forever forgotten in the Mariana Trench.
Uh, See, I can't even put images up on the YouTube chat,
Oh,
which sucks.
nope. Hey, some of these look like they're just repeating images. I'm telling you. I'm not. Oh. Now I have become Pink Floyd's comfortably numb.
Did I ruin Jennifer Connelly for you?
Well, you didn't do it. You didn't make her do something as dumb as that.
No, I did not, but damn it, it's funny to hear you get activated on that one.
The child is grown. The dream is gone. I have become comfortably numb.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll just have to go back and watch Labyrinth again, and I'll be all better.
Oh, God.
Or many of her other. I watched something the other night that I was like, if Jennifer Connelly wasn't in this, I would have turned it off 100 times already. Hmm.
Now, dude, I will say on Snowpiercer, if you were to sit down and actually just watch it a little long, you could get into the story. The end of the world
Probably
is just the
could.
backdrop of it all.
A lot of this stuff, man, who is that? He looks familiar.
Where,
Who be that guy? That's Sean Bean.
what guy?
Sean Bean.
Yeah.
It'll catch up in a few seconds on the thing.
Yep,
He's
he is
another
in it.
guy. How is he getting younger? What is the trick? Is it organic food or something? Sean Bean, how are you
Is he
doing
doing
it?
what? Is he doing what Elizabeth Bathory did so many years ago that really didn't work?
I don't know. But he just, maybe it's makeup, maybe it's whatever. But he looks like he's
Yeah.
getting younger. Uh-oh. Sean Bean with a dude in the bathtub if it bugs you. Spoiler alert. I didn't put the pictures on IMDb. It could not have offended you as much as her two angel fingers on that bang switch. Unzip her little jumpsuit and pull out John Holmes's schlong.
Oh, God. The dude
Oh,
with the beard, he's actually a good actor. Bald head and the white beard, he's a good actor, too.
let me scroll back and see if I can see who would I scroll past it. What else he been in? Let's go look at him.
I don't know what his name is, though.
His name is Mike O'Malley. Let's go down that road.
He's
Mike
actually really good.
O'Malley, known for Meet Dave, The Perfect Man, Glee, 09 to 15 version, and Sully, 2016. I wouldn't know any of this stuff after 2014, 15. Concussion, A Good Marriage. He's been in a lot of stuff. BoJack
Oh,
Horseman
yeah.
TV series.
Eels, as you just scrolled past it. That was good.
What?
You'd have to go back up towards the top.
Yeah? What was it called?
Heels, Heels.
Oh, okay. I'm not
It's a
going to click
Netflix
it.
show now.
I've seen some pictures already today that hurt my feelings.
Well, did you ever watch the Arrow show on years ago about the Green Arrow thing?
Nope. Oh,
No?
he was in
Okay.
28 Days with Sandra Bullock. Sandra,
He's
whatever.
done a lot. He's done a lot.
Hey.
Who does he's like the actor that's in everything and you don't know that he's there.
Yeah. Sandra Bullock is another one that I like a lot of stuff she's in. Sometimes her voice kind of bugs me.
She plays herself in everything.
She's a very, I guess, attractive female woman person to people who are attracted to female woman person looking types. But it's just, there's no, hey, baby. There's no, what's your sign? There's no, none of that kind of attractiveness, feelings, whatever, pushing 10. Doubt. We talked about that the other day. We were talking about Angelina Jolie and her husband at the time.
Which one?
Her husband at the time of Pushing 10, 1999. Can't think of his name. And they wore, he's biscuits and mustard, I reckon. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Billy Bob Thornton. I love him.
Yeah, and they used to have vials of each other's blood on necklaces around their neck.
Yeah.
It was a factoid of the off-screen dramas that I had actually I knew that factoid. I don't know why I knew it. I just remember it was a big thing in turning the Y2K
Yeah.
bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in everything.
Yep.
Mike O'Malley. We'll dig deeper on your stuff someday, sir. I'm just scrolling.
Just like, oh, God, what was that? I gotta look now and see what that actor's name was. Oh, man. Because he's in every freaking thing too. And you never, I can't remember his damn name.
Well, if you name something he's in, we'll look it up. scrolled the snow piercer for a long time, even after. Oh my eye! Let slash made slash
There it is.
force Jennifer Connolly to call that G word that way. Activated. Who that? Who you talking about? Who can it be now?
Guy's
Oh,
been in like everything. Guy's been in like everything. His name's Walton Goggins. Goggins. Dude's been in like freaking everything.
Walton. Goggins. He's an American actor.
He's one
IMDb.
of the
Let's look.
yeah. Dude's been in like everything.
Oh, what's that TV series he was in? I actually watched a whole lot of it. Maybe the whole TV series. Bought it on DVD. It's not Justified. I saw some of that too. Because someone else bought it
Is
for
it
me. And
6? Is it about him being a Navy SEAL?
I don't know. Someone else kept telling me, you need to watch Justified. You need to watch Justified. So they bought me a DVD collector kit that had like, I don't know, the first 2 seasons in it.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was good in that. He's been in a lot of good things.
He's been in like everything.
Yeah.
He's one of those ones again, like
You can't
in
ever
everything. You
remember his
don't even
name
know he's there.
until you realize,
Yeah.
oh, there he is again. And
It's
like, just
that
like
guy.
you didn't remember his name, I didn't remember his name. When when you said the name and I spelled it and typed it in the thing, in the Google
You're
bar, I
like,
was like,
oh
I don't
yeah.
recognize that name. And then I saw his face. I was like, oh, yeah, him. You're right. But still, all this new stuff Squidbillies, TV series. It's just a voice role, it's an animated show.
Yeah.
2020. Deep State TV series. I haven't seen any of that. 2019. 6 TV series. I
That's
recognize
the
it.
one I'm talking about. That's really good.
6. Oh, it's about SEAL Team 6
Maybe.
ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Attempt to eliminate a Taliban leader in Afghanistan when they discover an American citizen working with the enemy. Bad American citizen. How dare you? You better watch out. We're going to send. Or is he the bad guy? We're going to send Walton Goggins after you. He's going to get you. Man, this has a lot of
Actually,
stars in it.
he gets got. Actually, he got. Just to be honest, I've seen the series. He got.
Okay. Well, it's a buku's of big names in it. It reminds me, I'm supposed to be one day looking up and finding and explaining on the internet. Oh no, he was in Tomb Raider 2018. Everybody hates it. The 6.3 is all the woke mafia doing woke mafia rating fakes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just kind of making fun of everybody saying how much they hated it. I think that's just kind of an in thing, and some of it is very well deserved. The modern Disney Star Wars allegedly stuff. It's very hateable. He was in Prey, the video
I've seen
game.
all of them, and it ain't that great.
Did you suffer through the latest one with the coven of space lesbian witches?
Yeah.
The power of many. Was it
And
as
what was
bad
that? That was
as
Ahsoka.
no?
No,
Ahsoka's the
that's
one that
just
they
not
just
what.
didn't like, which everyone got accused that. And I think Elizabeth mentioned it earlier or something, or maybe it was George. I don't know. Somebody mentioned earlier, maybe today, maybe not. Maybe I dreamed it about the uh, blaming the viewers, the watchers, and the fans. And I said, I think it was George. And I said, that's called the toxic fandom, George. And that means only one thing: you're male, white, American, cisgendered, homophobic, all of the above. You're wrong. Oh, I can't think of the name of it. I know how to ask. Star Wars TV shows. It would be. Oh, I forgot. It was so hated that they canceled it, and they might have cancel cultured it because they
No.
recalled all the toys and dolls and everything.
Yeah.
So if you'd ordered your stuff, yeah, it's really not in the official Disney list anymore. They're denying that it ever happened. That never happened. These weren't the space coven lesbians you were looking for.
Yeah, it is. It's right there. It's called the Acolyte.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. The power of many. Diablo, American Ultra, Mojave. I might have seen Mojave. Justified. It's justified. It's justified. I've never seen any of Sons of Anarchy. People keep telling me, oh, you look just like that guy on Sons of Anarchy.
Which
Okay.
one?
I don't know. And they always tell me all the time that I look like some guy from some Alaska truck driving danger jobs series.
Oh,
Dangerous Road, is that what it's called?
Ice Road Truckers?
Yeah, maybe that. I get told that, man, you look just like, I mean, exactly like one time. And my lovely wifey lady was there. We were down at Wrightsville Beach and at the grocery store. She had to be like 19 or 20 years old, too young to be knowing anyway. She just flipped the F out because you know what she accused me of? Being the reincarnation of Freddie Mercury. And I was like, what? And look at my wifey Rue at the time, just a good friend of mine. She looks at me and we're both like, and the lady was so, yeah, the young woman, girl, she like got all watery eyed and freaking out that I was the reincarnation of Freddie Mercury. I was like, did you just call me gay? I didn't. I wanted to. I behaved myself. We escaped. She did not behave
The only
herself.
one that you might, the only one you might even closely halfway resemble close to from Sons of Anarchy is Tommy Flanagan.
I don't know. Back in 88, 89, 90, 91, I guess. And whenever the hell that was. 21 Jump Street. No, not any stupid film. Hello. There's no film. It's
It's a
all
TV show.
digital. I'm talking about the TV show. Where is it? Drama series?
Maybe, I don't know.
Just give me the IMDb.
You really ought to look at Tommy Flanagan. You do kind of resemble him a little.
From 87 to 91. I kept getting told all the time and like run up on in the big city in Hollywood, Los Angeles areas. Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp. I said, are you nuts? I do not look anything like or near as handsome or I don't own muscles. Johnny Depp is like got some muscles. Johnny
He
Depp,
did in
Johnny Depp.
Nightmare Before Elm Street.
Elizabeth said, yes, there is a movie. It is a two guys way down the years, then a sequel. Yeah, I refuse to acknowledge it. It's a modern era. So who am I looking for?
Oh shit! Hang on. Last name's Flanagan. Hang on.
Tommy? Scottish actor?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I don't look anything like him. He's much. I don't think I'm any kind of good looking. I was about to say he's much better looking than me. No, he's something. I don't know. Or maybe I just can't see it. I mean, and you didn't say, "Oh, you look just like." Is he the guy from the truck? Something about trucks and ices in Alaska's?
No.
Yeah, another time, a lady and she ran out to the damn car and comes back with her daughter. I think she said it was. Might have been her niece. Now I had two of them standing there telling me, "You look exactly like," and it made me laugh. Oh, I can't think of his name. It's not Antonio Banderas. Not Anthony Banderas. Who's the other Spanish looking guy that was in all the shows and movies in the 90s and early 2000s and then he vanished? Damn it, it was right there on my brain and it went away. Oh well, it might come back, it might not. Yeah. Ice. Is that what it's called? Ice Road Truckers
Yeah.
television series. I've never
Okay.
looked at any of it.
All
And
right.
for a long time.
All right. Hold on a minute.
And then
Yep.
we got, well, I don't even have pictures of all these people on that show. How would I know? Yeah, I'm not digging through all that. All right, back to Walter Coggins. Officer Down, Django Unchained is, I think, available right now at YouTube. What are you? Oh, I got another new subscriber 3 hours ago. If you're still listening, them. Huh.
I'm here.
Sorry, your name's on
I'm
screen. You
here.
subscribed in
Bug.
your own name. Yay! Man, we gained two during this stream, but it only told me about one. And I was bragging to
I
George at the
do.
beginning of this stream that we'd gained two since yesterday.
Oh, there was 4 watching.
If you're still no subscribers to the channel,
Oh.
getting them numbers up. We're at 389. Now we only got 611 to go. Monetized, baby. Lovely, lovely Alyssa Brewer. And even if that's you, Mr. Brewer, using her login account, you're still a lovely, lovely Alyssa Brewer. Hope you
Oh
are well.
God.
Glad to have you subscribed. Alyssa Brewer has one subscriber. Well, hell, we can fix that. Subscribed. Always try to return your favors. Start loading up the content. Brewer, we'll put the thumbs on it. We'll listen to your live streamers. Make lots of shorts. They say shorts are good. Wow, Trump pardons Capitol rioters. Never knew if he
Yeah.
really would or didn't or wouldn't or he sort of kept saying during his campaign that he would. Apparently, according to Fox 5 Washington D.C. 1 hour ago, he did it. I don't
Yeah.
feel anything about it one way or the other.
All right. So I gotta look and see. A-L-Y.
He used to look like that guy Lucas something that was in Breakfast Club. Many a young woman told me that. Gosh, I hope not.
Oh God.
His name isn't Lucas. I like the Breakfast Club. Ali Sheedy, Molly Ringwald. Guess we're
All
gonna
right.
jump
I
off
don't
of.
see. I wanted to subscribe to Alyssa's channel, but I don't know how.
You just click on her channel.
Yeah, but you'd have to biggerize that so I could see what it is.
Hang on. Oh, I should really ask permission. Let me go back to home, get that off the screen for now. And let me go. Let me find it. Hang on. Sorry, everybody else. Pay attention. I'm doing something. I'm looking for the Discord. Yeah, you're in the Discord. Because I
Yeah.
hear you speaking. I was really going to
Yeah.
just. I was really just going to ask you, hey, if I put it in the Discord, you think you can go find it? Duh. Yes, because you're here. I put it in the Discord.
Oh, okay. I will look in a moment.
Check out the big brains on bread. Well, since we are supposed to be on that today, news and headlines and first day at work, we'll say, all right, I got about 12 minutes left. I gotta get off this thing and eat. I haven't eaten yet today. I did it to myself again.
Yeah.
25,
I got
45. Headline says POTUS Trump pardons. Then, well, at least they didn't put all the other silly names that the goose called them. They called them rioters. No, they're not
yeah.
insurrectionizers. They're not whatever. They're not his minions. They're just a bunch of people who made a real bad mistake. Only one of them
Yeah.
paid the ultimate price. A lot of the cops and stuff got hurt. So anyway, anybody got any thoughts on that? I really don't have any. Whatever, he's the president. He can pardon whoever the hell he wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully they'll think about it and not think, well, if we do it again next time, we'll the president will pardon it, whatever. Did you see the security up there today at his inauguration, or go check out the security back on January 6th? You weren't going to do it again. Nobody else is ever going to in the history of America. You guys got away with it once. Be glad I wasn't anything to do with the security there. A whole lot of you wouldn't have gone home that day, 'cause I'd have had you arrested and placed into bracelets. Yeah, all of that. Anything else?
Yeah.
Anything else important in the home screen headlines? Paycheck is free with ads on TV. Ben Affleck. I'm sorry, Mr. Ben. Ever since they made those commercials with that daggone duck, that's what your name has been.
Affleck.
I know his name is A. Fleck. Ben Affleck.
Oh,
Brains do
God.
that. Uh-oh. Shorty shorts and booties. CGI altered. Why? Stop showing me that, please, YouTube. The Free Speech Coalition is advertising V. Paxton. Something to do with Pornhub. Hey, YouTube, don't show me that either. I might. My wife is not tech savvy, and if she walked in here and saw shorty short skirts and booty shorts, and then saw, can't believe I'm dancing again. Well, whatever. Good for you. And then saw Pornhub. She got, you got some explaining to do.
Oh, God.
But Lucy, just give me 5 minutes to explain. Oh, I remember what I was trying to look up. The Judd Nelson. That's his name. Judd Nelson. I didn't need to look it up. I remember. The
Okay.
Breakfast Club. Elizabeth said the young ladies accused me of looking like someone in the Breakfast Club. I know it wasn't Emilio Estevez. It had to be. Sorry, got an itch in my ear. Had to remove the earphone and stick a finger deep into my ear. Look deep into my ear. The Breakfast Club, 1985. Got to look up Molly Ringwald's skirt. I mean, that's a very fine movie, he said. The principal guy did a really good job. Acting like the tough guy, bad adult. He said, I'll knock your dick in the dirt. I like The Breakfast Club. It's a very good movie. I don't think I've seen it again since 1985. Because why? Me today probably wouldn't like it that much.
Yes.
Let's see if they have a young looking Judd Nelson photo. And I really don't want to know. So I'm just talking out loud. Because I don't know how old Molly Ringwald was. Was she old enough to be showing off her dainties up her skirt then? Or did they have a stand-in, extra, body double? Was it a dude? I don't know. I don't care. That's the joy of movie magic. They made it look like it was up her skirt, so we all get to say, ha, we spied up her skirt. Who the heck is that guy? Maybe it's that guy they're talking about. That over there is Judd Nelson. And I can understand, kind of a big beat. Scroll, scroll, scroll.
He's a tough guy.
Yeah, I guess I can see it. There's a resemblance there, maybe. Dark eyes. He doesn't have as bad of a unibrow as I've always had. Damn you, grandfather. He had far more facial hair than I can let mine grow for like a week and don't have that much facial hair. Yeah, I guess so. He's got a little more nostril than me. I can see
Yeah.
it. Chula. That makes more sense than Johnny Depp. Even way back then, Johnny Depp. I was like, what? Man, I can't think of that other guy's name.
Jeez.
His Spanishist guy. See? School locker room. If you want to survive. So the aliens won't do whatever. Wear
Make sure you wear
underwear.
your underpants.
Yeah, that's right. If you go commando.
You will be
You
vaporized.
vaporized. You're gonna get turned to dust. Or get talked ugly to by this guy. Here he is. I can't remember all the lines. They always come to you at the inappropriate moments. Run down the hallway at your school, which I did in 1985 after seeing the movie. Bouncing your basketball, screaming at the top of your lungs, I want to be an airborne ranger. That's the angry of your school staff. Oh no, he's far more handsome than me. Look at that beautiful smile.
Did I ever tell you who I got accused of looking like?
Oh,
I got accused of looking like Triple H, the wrestler, with my long hair. Because I have a rather large beak, too.
triple H wrestler. Paul
Long hair.
Levesque.
Paul Levesque.
Paul Leves. No, no, no. What in the world?
The long hair.
I mean, I can understand. Like, I can never, for the life of me, either was. You are right about you having better nostril area than the guy in Breakfast Club. He's got kind of a wide nostril, and I wouldn't say it's better or worse. It's just definitely different.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Oh,
man.
God.
What if we? Maybe it's
It's
some
the
wild.
long-haired one.
I just don't see it.
Not the bald.
What I'm gonna try is, all right.
What I got
Let's
accused of.
let's hide. I'm trying something. I might. Hang on. The screen will catch up eventually. Okay, I can see that. It's those wild staring eyes, sir. When your screen is
Thanks.
caught up, let me know. See it?
I didn't see it yet, but it'll catch up.
When it's got the notepad over the bottom of the face, and I scrolled the top of the face up, so you just get a
Oh,
little tiny slice of forehead in those eyes.
in the eyes.
That,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, I can see
Now
that.
I. Oh, God.
And even and I'm just looking at the bad pixelated bad ones. Scroll just a little bit, get rid of the. He's got a very, even when he had a lot of hair, he has a
Yeah.
lot of forehead. But if you just hide
And
that
a
and look
lot
at
of nose.
look at his brow line and his very scary eyes, kind of. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Oh,
But see, when people say, "Well, he looks just like Bill," no, Bill's not that small. Come on now. And no, but so if you'd said, I always got told all the time that if you take just my eyes and my brow line right at the eyebrow line, people say, man, your eyes look just like that dude. Okay. That's the same thing. Maybe there
wow.
was something in particular. My brown eyes. Well, yeah, what's his name? Judd has brown eyes. I don't mean I look
Miss Elizabeth
exactly
said,
like him or
Miss Elizabeth
John
said, John
Stamos.
Stamos.
Oh, yeah. I
Uncle
have,
Jesse, what's up, man?
what's that? I do remember that. John Stamos. I
You got it,
mean,
dude.
a lot. There is no way. He has always been
Uh,
handsome and pretty, super, and yep, a lot. I go, oh, John Stamos. Worse than Johnny Depp. And I never did understand the Johnny Depp thing. That was true story. Elizabeth remembers good. I've been accused of so much. And not something about you remembers me of or resembles or favors. It's you look exactly like. Hey, now, and I would get offended about the John Stamos because, yeah, I have a big beak. Somebody find me a profile of this dude. I need a profile picture. Hello? Profiles. Profiles. I don't know. A thick, dark eyebrow? Is that it? Is that all it takes? And, if I knew people in the biz or whatever, I'd always say, I got told I was whatever, whatever. You guys want to pay me, $100,000 a year to be their body double stand in? Not stunts. I don't want to do stunts. I'm not jumping
I'll do
off
it.
a roof of anything for chump change and have to join another union in California. See, I can understand that. Henry Winkler and John Stamos set side by side. Yeah, you might think they were related. I can see
Might.
with the unibrow, I do good plucking mine. It started where after decades of cleaning up the center, it's not growing back so fast or much anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. Where's a profile? How come nobody has a profile of this dude?
Dude.
John Stamos. Profile. And it's going to show you, well, he has a profile at actors this or something that.
You're talking about the stuntman thing. I put it in the YouTube chat because it's a YouTube video. I would do this stuff.
Oh well, we got lots of pictures of Stamos up on the screen, but I zoomed one
I see it.
in his early age. Maybe you could match our noses, sorta. His nose is far more royal nose. That's a royal pro. I don't even remember what is the fancy name for nose. What is the medical name for nose? Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just an old English name. It's a pro something. Snoot. I don't remember. But as he got older, and they do what, sometimes people in Hollywood might feel compelled to go visit a certain kind of doctor to assist
Doctor?
them. Yeah, to assist them with their looks in a non-dietary way. But here's one that shows pretty good how, especially post doctor visit, him and my noses don't look anything alike.
No.
It's got a weird, very odd lumpity bumpity on the center to the tip of it. See? Younger, smooth and straight. Younger, smooth and straight. A little bit older, very definitively bumped from the bridge down. And I don't know, maybe he had an accident.
Regal.
Yes.
It's regal.
Regal. It's a pro something.
Pronounced.
Nope. There's a weird oddball proboscis something that means nose.
Oh.
Yeah, all the time. But I was gone from California and I don't know, he wasn't that popular by the time I messing around here, or maybe he'd got the lumpty bump in his nose by then. It didn't follow with me.
Miss Elizabeth said, I think maybe the eyes.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see in the early days, and it's again, thick eyebrows. His eyes are like bright green or something. See if I can find a zoom of
Yeah.
his eyes. And that's not a good picture. It went in all his glam shots, and they'd always ham it up in the teen or the People or the handsome men magazines for the little girly girls. He's got
Yeah.
very sparkly green eyes, which might have
Yeah.
been edits. I mean, you can tell even far away, even when he's older. And they look more blue in that one, but
Put in the name of the nose, but that may be for elephants.
that's it.
I
Proboscis.
don't know. Pro biscuits. I am very much pro biscuits.
Me too. Mustard, I reckon. Proboscis. Yeah, I was right. I just couldn't remember all of it, and I didn't want to say wrong. That doesn't matter whether it's for elephants or not.
Yeah.
I can't, man, that guy's name. What are some of those famous, and it has a Spanish or Latino guy from the 80s, 90s, and 00s. Whoa.
Antonio Banderas?
No, there was another one, and there was a long series where he ran around with a sword or something.
I don't
Oh
know
well,
that one. Lorenzo Lamas, maybe.
that's it. Holy cow!
Yeah, he played the biker guy.
That lady ran out to her car and got her niece or daughter to come into a sandwich place. I was trying to get a sandwich, squawking and squawking. Hey, you're him! You're him!
You're like, I'm who?
And she
Oh,
went
God.
out. She found in her phone this exact picture. And this is
Oh,
after I
you are
cut
not
my hair
Lorenzo
off.
Lamas. You are not Lorenzo Lamas.
Look, his
We good like that.
bicep is big as my belly. He is, oh, I wish I would have changed my name legally to Pablo the Pool Boy. And
Oh, God.
I would still be in Los Angeles making about $1 million a month as a pool cleaner for the housewives. A dime for
Oh,
every dance, or whatever. I pay for every dance, a dime for each romance. Ooh, what are they saying? If only, if any. Yeah. And she went and got her niece, and then it was her and her niece. I'm like, you're him, you're him. And they pulled up this exact sitting on the motorcycle with the rainbow blanket roll on the front. And they were sitting there looking that motorcycle, and they showed it to me and looking back and forth. Me, that. And this is when I was already mostly gray hair with all my hair cut off. I was like, are you kidding? Both of my legs together don't meet his forearm size. Not even
oh,
like younger, shaved, cleaned up. I don't see it. Not at all. Is
no.
that all it takes? Brown eyes? And I really did want to ask them, well, would you go buy yourself a $400 million mansion in California? And I'll call myself Pablo the Pool Boy. And you can hire me for services. And I'm going to get rich off of you. Yeah, because can you imagine? And I may have used this image back in the IRC days. I always found jeans model guys when somebody would demand in the 1994, 95, 96 era of the internet chat, IRC, internet relay chat, when my handle was Schizo Dragon. That was my slash nick, Schizo Dragon. You're so cool. Just send me a picture. I'll send you a picture of me. I'd go download wherever I could find any kind of jeans model and send it. That's me.
You are so wrong. Oh,
That's the fun of the internet, right? I don't ever want to meet those people. I had a P.O. box back then. I've discussed on previous streams how it wasn't more a friend of mine after I was like, I'm bored with this. Playing with the lonely whammons of the internets. And most of the time I was thinking, these are dudes just like me lying about that. Oh, I'm such a lonely 48-year-old woman, to chat with me online. Dude, come on. Come on, bruh. They would always promise, if you'll send a picture, I'll send you a picture of me and blah, blah, blah. The nudie pics and stuff. I never
oh
got into
God.
that, but for the business, I had a P.O. box then, still, whatever. And when I abandoned it, a friend of mine one day is like, hey, man, you want to get back on your channel? It was called Channel Destiny. And the sentence that you put, like we have titles on each one of these individual videos. Your IRC channels you have the channel name, which was one word. Mine was Destiny. And the
Uh-huh.
line was a line from a Buzzcock song that said, ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with. So we got all the lonely people because they thought somebody at the channel made that up. No, it's just a line from a song. It's a British punk rock or hard rock band. So most Americans haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Yep. Yeah, I wish. One time I found a picture, or no, a girl I knew from back in the day sent me a picture from 1986. A scan of it. I was like, cool, proof of life. And I showed it to my wife's mother, my woman's mother. And she said, wow, you had muscles back then. True story.
Oh man.
I was like, back then, it was like 1998 or something. I was like, that's 10 years ago. I think I have
Yeah.
more muscles now because I'm working with the horses every day. Oh, no, no, you're much smaller. What'd you do back then? Thanks, lady. You've been training horses 6 days a week. Big hot 2-year-olds, your arms do not get that look. Mine either. Nope. Dave used to call mine Popeye arms. And the more I drummered, the more forearm I would get, which is all you can see. I had a t-shirt on in the picture that her mama said, wow, you had muscles back then. It was just my forearms. Biceps were hidden in the shirt because it's just skeleton. There's nothing there. Yeah. You
Yeah.
look just like, you are him. What are you doing in little tiny town, North Carolina? I'm not him. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Look,
I-
here it is. Here's the picture of you. I put it back on the screen on the flaming tank motorcycle.
oh
Not,
God.
no, not. Do you think I'd be standing around a sandwich shop in a GD security guard uniform? Friggin',
I know what you were doing.
if I was him, I was there. I was getting
You were
ready.
scouting.
Every
You
time
were
I had to
scouting a
work.
film location.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just whatever they call it, method acting. I live in character while we're doing the recording.
Yeah.
I blow my cover.
Okay, Heath Ledger.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I used to eat better. You know when it came? Were you ever with me when did the whole cop food thing? If I gotta go on patrol, I'm gonna go get me a bunch of crap out of a convenience store, and some powdery donuts or little crumbly donuts and some potato chips and some Slim Jims. Cop food.
You've told me about it.
No. Well, when I, when I was doing a hell of a lot more go work the security shifts, I, if you're doing it every day, you can't have cop food every day. So I would get a good, healthy Subway sub. Not a sponsor, which you could be, Subway. I won't mess with the little children's. I can't give you a weight loss story like the last guy that messed with the little children's allegedly.
Yeah.
Yep. Every day, Subway sub. Go to work. Eat the Subway sub at work so you don't have to, you got to take your meal with you because your idiot boss won't give you a break. You can't have breaks. You got to eat it while at work. Yep. You're him. You're him. Can't think of that. Whatever the heck it was. That some kind of TV series show. Oh, back to the Breakfast Club. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Do your little shuffle foot dances. I had learned how to shuffle foot dances like the Breakfast Club because at the end of Hot for Teacher, everybody had to learn how to do shuffle foot dances. And since they were all around and we thought it was funny, we all learned it too. I don't remember, did they learn that from Rita Manita? My aunt. And she was my ballet teacher when my Aunt Eva made me go become a ballerino for a while when I was a young lad. Learned all that stuff too. By the time the grandchildren got old enough that me and the grandchildren were goofing around where I could show them I can do shuffle foot dances like they finally, oh, she counted the one in the middle of her hand. Good job, Molly Ringwald. You look pissed. Academy Award, Molly Ringwald. Yeah. The janitor guy. Such a good movie. Don't go ever see it again. If you see it as an adult, you're like, man, I like that. I really like that movie. I was an idiot kid. Don't pick on your old you. Yeah, I just really can't see it. At least they didn't accuse me, based on body build. And he grew up big
Yeah.
and buff and big. The little redhead guy.
Uh-huh.
Can't even think of his name. Show me his name. Anthony Michael Hall. If they'd accused me of that, I'd
Yeah.
say, yeah, I can see that. I don't know where you got the red hair, but human stick man, I agree. When I went
Yeah.
and got official, and I was supposed to go do my first training with real live field training officer somewhere. FTOs. Hey, all you cops that had one, that's what it means, field training officer. Because I know they never explain their acronyms. When I went in to the station or substation, whatever they call them, the department, the division, some guy showed up and he said, I'm the watch commander and my rank is sergeant. And we shook hands and he said, He said, I already like you. I said, why? He said, 'cause you got a pack of cigs in your pocket. And you're a stick man just like me. You're a walking human skeleton. And so we made jokes about slender fellers. I told him about how, one of my favorite lines of Andy Griffith's show was when they said something and Barney got really mad and he said, I'm a high-strung slender feller.
Yeah.
But he said, and I explained to him how I'd gained a ton. Back then they had just gotten rid of the maximum and the height, weight, and the weight and physical fitness requirements for being a cop in California. They had established new minimums. And I mean, I had to go work out like a son of a gun and eat crazy protein shakes from football coaches and everything else because I didn't meet the minimum weight requirement for my height. I said, well, could we redo my height and I'll slouch a little? But I mean, I was working out all the time, walk up and down the stairs at my apartment building on my hands. And so me and the Sarge, the watch commander guy, I was explaining everything I had gone through, and it had caused a delay for me to put on enough weight to go to the academy.
Well,
He said, I'm the same way. You need whatever you want, right? Yeah. I was like up at the time. At the time, I was at like just under 6,000 calories a day with all the mixes and serious proteins and everything else. Weight lifter, bodybuilder, football diets and coaches and everything else. Yeah, I'm the same way. When I don't try to stay in shape, I'm just a skeleton. When I do work out and do all my stuff, I'm a veiny skeleton. You too. So I just remember it and it stuck. Yeah, I'm a skeleton. If I work out a lot, I'm a veiny skeleton. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was just the watch commander.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just
Yeah, me too.
starting to get tired.
Yeah, me too. And hungry. Not talking about massive meals of thousands of calories. That's why I still, man, I would sit down and eat 2 large pizzas and a salad, a complete giant antipasti salad, all full of olives and salami and lettuces and greens and stuff. Trying to build up the weight. You got to add calories. You got to build. If you build this or that, oh man, and getting ripped, you got to hurt yourself and then let it semi-heal in scar tissue and get ripped again. Yeah, it didn't work.
When I went in 1995 and early 96, when I went to basic training, I literally only weighed maybe 120 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah.
They were giving me double portions, all 3 meals a day. Like, we got to put some weight on you, boy. Now, I'm like, can y'all take some of that shit back?
Yeah. You messed up my metabolism.
Yeah.
January 6th rioters to be released from jail. Okay. Yay. Is that all I got to say? I was going to look up earlier because he promised 50 executive orders and actions today. But we've done good.
100.
We talked about lots of movies and stuff and how we all look exactly like somebody else.
Yeah. How can I have their money?
They need somebody to stand in the big shows.
I'll go be the fall guy.
More movies and stars, and you look exactly slash just like XYZ. And then at 09:03, 10 seconds, I must wind this down. Tired? 9 hours? And hungry. Thanks. Hi, A, B. Did you get the link to her tube page and put a sub on it?
Yeah, I got it.
Very good.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me type in the chat. Good night. We must wind this down. Blam. It's in the chat. Give it a minute to propagate throughout the internets.
Yeah, I think it has already.
Did you see
Yep.
the thumbnail, Bill? Did it make sense to you? Where in the world?
Oh yeah.
It's an arcane reference, I know, even though they made a boatload of TV shows and movies and series and video games and games, all based on that
Where in the
original
world?
video game.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Yep. That outfit
Yep. Yeah.
that the Melania Trump wore today made me think, where in the world?
The only thing I thought of was when something was mentioned about Biden and leaving, and I thought yesterday on the tombstone thing where that scene where, well, you
Well,
won, da da da
bye.
da, and the guy goes, well, bye.
Yep. We've said it many times.
That's all I can think of.
Counting down the days. Well, bye.
Yeah.
And now the countdown is over. 4 more years, and we get to say, well, bye to another one.
Yeah.
So be it. All right. Let's wrap it up. Go get fed and get to bed. Wait, someone else just hopped in. George, are you there?
Yeah, I've been here a while.
Oh. Well, I thought I heard a dingly dingly, but I've been doing a lot of screens back and forth. I didn't even notice. You should have hollered. Next time, holla.
Yeah. Y'all were in the middle of a conversation. I didn't want to interrupt.
Don't be silly. It's what the freeform nature of the internets are for. I would ask you, complete your tales. Who do you get accused of? You look exactly like them, and
Well, no one's
maybe
famous, that's for sure.
maybe if you twist it in Photoshop a little bit, it could be. Yeah, I can see it now that I put it through a David Lynch filter. Anyway, let's
Closest
lock it
person I
up.
ever got accused of looking like was my cousin Gray.
Oh, well, we can't look up pictures of them to say,
no,
no,
you
you
can't.
don't.
And that was when we were kids.
Oh.
I'm jumping off because I got to go to bed.
All right,
I
sorry,
got to get up in the
I'm
morning.
going to jump it off because I got to eat and go to bed.
I got backlash from all of today's crap to deal with.
Yeah, and whatever. Holler tomorrow if you want to yap about it.
Yeah, I'll give you a call later.
Our man. Men,
Right.
gentlemen, ladies, everybody of all ages. Good night, Bill. And good night to everybody in 5, 4,